The moment Ye Fang was summoned to the academic affairs office, the heavy atmosphere wrapped around him like a suffocating fog. The dean of discipline sat at the center of the room, his face burning with anger. Around him, a group of professors and instructors stared at Ye Fang with cold, judgmental eyes. The oppressive tension was enough to make it difficult to breathe. Completely bewildered and having no idea what he had supposedly done wrong, Ye Fang stood frozen at the doorway. Then a breathtakingly beautiful young woman slowly raised her hand and pointed directly at him. Her clear, unwavering voice echoed throughout the office. "He's the father of the baby I'm carrying." The declaration hit Ye Fang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him rooted to the spot. Within hours, the shocking accusation spread across Tiannan University, making him the center of everyone's attention. Yet what no one expected was that this absurd situation wouldn't happen just once. When a famous actress from the entertainment industry announced her pregnancy online, the accompanying photo wasn't of herself, but of Ye Fang. As soon as the news reached campus, every classmate in his classroom turned to stare at him, their expressions filled with shock, curiosity, disbelief, and countless unspoken questions. Even after the university's most beloved campus beauty unexpectedly became pregnant, although she remained silent from beginning to end and refused to offer a single explanation, everyone instinctively assumed that Ye Fang was somehow involved. Faced with the countless suspicious gazes fixed upon him, Ye Fang remained surprisingly calm. Instead, he quietly searched his memories. Could this be the consequence of what happened that night all those years ago? Among all the women whose lives had crossed his, was the campus belle standing before him one of them? As these thoughts surfaced, the curtain slowly rose on the story. Ye Fang found himself back in a classroom at Tiannan University in Tiannan City. He stared blankly at the familiar four walls, the classmates in short-sleeved summer uniforms chatting and laughing around him, the old ceiling fan humming steadily overhead, and the warm breeze drifting in through the open windows. Everything was both deeply familiar and strangely distant after years spent wandering through other worlds. Slowly, he lifted a hand and touched his own cheek. The warmth and texture of real flesh told him everything he needed to know. This wasn't a dream. He had truly returned. He had escaped the cultivation world, where death lurked around every corner. He had survived the terrifying realm filled with incomprehensible horrors where a single mistake meant certain death. Now, at last, he was back on peaceful Earth, a world free from endless slaughter. The noisy chatter of the classroom filled his ears. Groups of old classmates huddled together, secretly holding their phones beneath their desks, passionately arguing over whatever caught their interest. Such an ordinary yet vibrant scene instantly brought tears to Ye Fang's eyes. For countless years in foreign worlds, he had dreamed of nothing more than a peaceful life like this. No more constant vigilance. No more endless killing. No more living every moment on the edge of death. For the first time in ages, he could finally let down his guard and enjoy the ordinary life of a normal person. Feeling completely relaxed, Ye Fang intended to rest his head on the desk and make up for years of sleepless vigilance. Just then, someone lightly poked him in the back. Turning around, he saw a clean-cut young man wearing glasses staring at him curiously. After searching through his memories for quite some time, Ye Fang finally remembered him. Luan, his best friend, who had accompanied him from high school all the way to university. With a grin, Ye Fang teased him. "What's up, son?" Luan blinked in complete confusion before blurting out, "What the hell's gotten into you? You've been acting weird ever since we started college. I was honestly beginning to think you'd lost your mind." Ye Fang smiled helplessly. Anyone who had experienced what he had would change. When he was 19, doctors had diagnosed him with terminal cancer. Multiple malignant tumors throughout his body. The despair of waiting for death was enough to break anyone. During that hopeless period, he'd abandoned all restraint and lived recklessly, leaving behind more than a few romantic entanglements. At least he hadn't wasted his youth. Fortunately, a follow-up examination later revealed the truth. It had all been a misdiagnosis. The emotional whiplash had caused him to faint in class. And when he woke up, he had begun an unbelievable journey across countless deadly worlds. Ye Fang briefly told Luan everything. His cancer diagnosis, the mistaken medical report, his miraculous survival. Luan's face turned pale when he heard about the cancer, only to burst into relieved laughter after learning it had all been a mistake. "I knew it. No way you'd suddenly change your personality for no reason." With the burden finally lifted from his heart, Ye Fang stretched lazily. Years of accumulated tension melted away. His entire body felt lighter than ever before. Lewin immediately slapped him on the shoulder. Then you're buying lunch today? We have to celebrate. No problem. After agreeing without hesitation, Ye Fang asked, by the way, what were you in such a hurry to tell me earlier? Lewin suddenly remembered. His expression became serious as he leaned in and lowered his voice. Something huge happened at school. A famous girl on campus is pregnant. Ye Fang paused. Who? Lewin cautiously glanced around before whispering a single name. Jiang Shui. For a moment, Ye Fang couldn't match the name to a face. He had only just returned, and many of his memories remained disorganized. Seeing his blank expression, Lewin frowned. You seriously don't remember? You act less like someone recovering from an illness and more like you've completely lost your memory. She's the #1 campus beauty. After thinking for a while, Ye Fang finally pieced together her image. Jiang Shui was the beauty of the law school. Unlike the aloof, untouchable type, she was always gentle, approachable, and warm to everyone she met. She was adored by nearly every male student, well-liked by the girls, and came from an exceptionally wealthy family. The very definition of a rich, beautiful, and elegant heiress. Where did the rumor come from? Ye Fang asked. Lewin explained everything. One of Jiang Shui's closest female friends had discovered the pregnancy and immediately flew into a rage, determined to uncover the man responsible. There had been countless wealthy heirs pursuing Jiang Shui. Some had even enrolled at Tiannan University solely because of her. After hearing the news, they all exploded with fury. Although they were rivals in love, they secretly compared notes and confirmed that none of them had ever been intimate with Jiang Shui. Lewin sighed. Whoever got her pregnant must have an incredibly powerful background. Otherwise, once Jiang Shui's family and all those rich young masters find him, he's finished. Ye Fang merely shrugged. They're all adults. Relationships are personal matters. It's not that unusual. He had even seen pregnant freshmen reporting for university before. This hardly shocked him. Lewin looked puzzled. Aren't you even curious who the father is? It has nothing to do with me. The words had barely left his mouth when Lewin leaned in even closer. It would have stayed a private matter if Jiang Shui hadn't refused to reveal who the father is. Her father got so furious that he personally came to the university to review the surveillance footage. And he publicly declared that once he catches the guy, he'll personally break both his legs. Ye Fang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the gentle campus beauty to remain so determinedly silent. Lewin immediately corrected him. Oh, she definitely knows who he is. She just refuses to tell anyone. Ye Fang nodded thoughtfully. She won't be able to withstand the pressure forever. Sooner or later she'll confess. And when that happens, the man will definitely be summoned to the academic affairs office. Lewin agreed before joining the surrounding students, who were enthusiastically gossiping about the scandal. Watching these youthful classmates become so excited over campus gossip, Ye Fang couldn't help feeling a faint sense of distance. In his previous life, he had gotten along well with all of them. But after surviving countless life-and-death battles across multiple worlds, his state of mind had changed beyond recognition. Standing among people his own age now, he felt more like a detached observer than one of them. Even so, seeing their sincere passion rekindled something deep within him, the youthful spirit he had long thought lost. Noticing that Ye Fang had remained silent the entire time, Lewin suddenly grinned. What? Heartbroken? You leave early, come back late, and spend money like water. Did you get dumped? The joke instantly drew laughter from the entire class. There was no malice behind it. It was simply friends teasing one another. Before long, the conversation inevitably drifted back to Jiang Shui's pregnancy. For college students, discussions about romance and relationships were always the hottest topic. Ye Fang had no interest in joining the gossip. Instead, he quietly planned how he would live his second life after returning to Earth. He believed the entire incident had absolutely nothing to do with him. Then, without warning, the classroom broadcast interrupted everyone's conversation. The strange part was that the moment the announcement began, every student simultaneously stopped what they were doing. Even those in the middle of mobile games immediately put down their phones and listened. The loudspeaker crackled before a clear voice echoed through the classroom. Attention! Ye Fang of Class 1, Department of Archaeology, Class of 2025, is hereby instructed to report to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. Chapter 2. Report to the Academic Affairs Office. The moment the announcement ended, the entire classroom fell silent. Every pair of eyes landed on Ye Fang once again. This time, it wasn't suspicion. It was pure shock. Lewin's jaw dropped. Old Ye Fang himself was stunned for a couple of seconds. Why are they calling me? Old Ye, I think you owe us an explanation. So after all this, you're the scumbag? Watching his classmates glare at him as if he'd personally betrayed them, Ye Fang could only sigh. What made it even stranger was that quite a few male students looked at him with undisguised envy. Their expressions practically screamed. Why him? Don't overthink it, Ye Fang said calmly. It's probably because I've broken school rules so many times by sneaking off campus. With that, he stood up and walked toward the door. As he made his way out of the classroom, every gaze followed him. Several girls even watched him through the windows until he disappeared from sight. Despite his composed appearance, Ye Fang wasn't entirely confident. After being diagnosed with terminal cancer, he decided to enjoy what little time he thought he had left and had dated quite a few women. To everyone else, only about a year had passed. But for Ye Fang's soul, countless years had gone by, especially in the cultivation world, where a single secluded meditation session could last for years. Many memories of his life on Earth had therefore become hazy. Having been away from Tiannan University for so long, he suddenly realized he couldn't even remember where the academic affairs office was. Instinctively, he released his divine sense to search for it. It was simply a habit formed after years of cultivation. He hadn't expected it to work. Yet the moment his divine sense spread outward, everything within several kilometers instantly appeared in his mind. People moving through the campus. Every flower. Every tree. Every tiny detail. Perfectly clear. Ye Fang froze. What's going on? My divine sense still works? Although his mortal body greatly limited its range and effectiveness, one fact was undeniable. His cultivation hadn't completely disappeared. But how was that possible? Could this world also support cultivation? Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the spiritual energy around him. The result filled him with delight. The spiritual energy in this world was incredibly thin. Compared to the immortal realm, it wasn't even 1/10,000th as abundant. Still, something was better than nothing. At the very least, it could nourish his body and slowly replenish his strength. Opening his eyes, Ye Fang followed the guidance of his divine sense toward the academic affairs office. His pace remained unhurried. Only now, a faint smile had appeared on his face. The instant he stepped inside the office, several pairs of eyes turned toward him. Standing there were a graceful young woman, Jiang Shui, and her father. Seeing Jiang Shui, Ye Fang paused. She looked noticeably thinner than he remembered. She wore a loose-fitting dress, yet it still couldn't conceal her elegant figure. Her lips were tightly pressed together. One hand clung stubbornly to her father's arm as she met everyone's gaze with unwavering determination. Beside her stood a furious middle-aged man. His tailored designer suit and expensive wristwatch made it obvious he was wealthy and influential. But at this moment, his handsome features were twisted with barely restrained rage. This had to be Jiang Shui's father. So, Jiang Shangxing pointed directly at Ye Fang, gritting his teeth. Is it him? Jiang Shui glanced at Ye Fang. A faint blush spread across her cheeks before she slowly nodded. Nodded. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. The child belonged to her. And Ye Fang. Ye Fang was genuinely caught off guard. This possibility had never crossed his mind. He certainly hadn't expected Jiang Shui to admit it herself. At that moment, everyone in the office turned toward him. Ye Fang, the director of academic affairs, spoke in a stern voice. What do you have to say for yourself? Ye Fang slowly surveyed the room before his eyes settled on Jiang Shui. He opened his mouth. His thoughts were still in complete disarray. Wait, could this really have been me? Although much of that night remained blurry, fragments of memory gradually surfaced. He vaguely remembered getting drunk, meeting Jiang Shui. She had seemed upset about something. The two of them kept drinking together. Alcohol clouded their judgment. They were both young. One thing led to another, and they ended up renting a hotel room together. Most importantly, when his divine sense swept over Jiang Shui's abdomen, he immediately sensed a tiny life growing inside. Judging by its size, the timing matched perfectly. Ye Fang's scalp went numb. Jiang Shui looked even more nervous than he was. Her small hands continuously twisted the corner of her dress in an attempt to hide her anxiety. Ye Fang smiled bitterly. Finally, he nodded. The child is mine. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Shangxing surged to his feet. Each step radiated overwhelming anger. His right hand shot up, ready to slap Ye Fang across the face. Ye Fang instinctively stepped backward, but made no move to fight back. You brat. You still dare dodge? Though consumed by rage, Jiang Shangxing ultimately stopped himself from striking. Jiang Shui hurried over and grabbed his arm. The academic affairs director also stepped between them. Mr. Jiang, Please calm down. Let's sit down and discuss this rationally. Jiang Shangxing snorted before returning to his seat. Then he fixed Ye Fang with a piercing glare. So, how do you intend to resolve this? Even Ye Fang felt somewhat overwhelmed. Facing Jiang Shangxing's knife-like gaze, he scratched his head awkwardly before answering. I'll take responsibility? Take responsibility? Jiang Shangxing glared at him. You're still a college student who hasn't even graduated. What responsibility can you possibly take? Where are your parents? Call them here. At the mention of his parents, Ye Fang paused. They weren't dead, but they might as well have been. If they hadn't transferred living expenses into his account every month, he would have assumed they'd disappeared from the face of the earth. Why aren't you saying anything? I can't reach them, Ye Fang answered honestly. They're almost always unreachable whenever I call. Jiang Shangxing's mustache quivered with anger. Then give me their names. I'll find them myself. In Jiangnan City, his influence ran deep. There wasn't anyone he couldn't locate. If Ye Fang's parents refused to take responsibility, he'd beat this brat into the ground first. No one bullied his daughter without paying the price. After a moment's thought, Ye Fang replied, My father's name is Ye Ping. My mother's name is Mei Xuanxiang. Yi. Jiang Shangxing had only spoken a single syllable before freezing. His eyes widened as he stared at Ye Fang. What? What did you just say your parents' names were? Yi Ping, Mei Xuanxiang. Ye Fang repeated them before noticing Jiang Shangxing's expression suddenly change. Do you know them? Know them. Jiang Shangxing's breathing became ragged. His entire body trembled like a raging bull on the verge of charging. Know them. Of course I know them. Dad. Seeing her father's reaction, Jiang Shui hurried over to support him. Are you alright? Hashtag Chapter 3, Another Pregnancy. By now, Jiang Shangxing's eyes had turned bloodshot with rage. He grabbed Ye Fang by the wrist, glaring at him as though he were the man who had murdered his father and stolen his wife. So you're Ye Ping's son. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot. Chaos instantly erupted inside the academic affairs office. Dad. Jiang Shui burst into tears, clutching her father's hand. What's wrong with you? Call an ambulance. Hurry, the academic affairs director shouted. Jiang Shui was on the verge of breaking down. Her beautiful eyes were already glistening with tears, making her look heartbreakingly fragile. Standing nearby, Ye Fang swept Jiang Shangxing with his divine sense. Nothing serious. It was simply a surge of blood pressure brought on by overwhelming anger. Stepping forward, he said calmly, It's fine. Just a minor issue. A minor issue? He fainted. Jiang Shui glared at him. She couldn't understand why this man remained so composed. Is he really that cold-hearted? But as she looked into Ye Fang's calm eyes, she suddenly realized that wasn't it. It wasn't indifference. It was confidence. Ye Fang slowly crouched beside Jiang Shangxing. Placing 2 fingers beneath the man's nose, he quietly sent a thread of spiritual energy into his body. Moments later, cough. Jiang Shangxing let out a muffled groan and slowly opened his eyes. The first person he saw was Ye Fang. His anger instantly flared again, and he struggled to get up to hit him. Ye Fang immediately retreated 2 steps. Dad, you're awake. Jiang Shui cried in relief. With his daughter's support, Jiang Shangxing finally steadied his breathing. Pointing shakily at Ye Fang, he sputtered. Why you brat? You. Scratching his head awkwardly, Ye Fang asked. Could you tell me something about my parents? What exactly do they do? Jiang Shangxing's chest rose and fell violently. It took him nearly 5 minutes to calm down. Finally, he shot Ye Fang a vicious glare. Then he looked at his innocent daughter, at the even more innocent child in her womb, before turning back to Ye Fang. If your parents never told you, then it's not my place to say. So don't ask. As for you and Shui, I'll respect whatever decision she makes. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. She bit her lip, unable to find the words. The teachers exchanged glances before collectively breathing sighs of relief. They had expected Jiang Shangxing to explode. Instead, things had taken a surprisingly peaceful turn. Ye Fang understood the situation perfectly. He had no bargaining power here. He had done it. Now he had to take responsibility. That was what being a man meant. Jiang Shui, however, felt incredibly conflicted. She had never intended for everything to become such a huge spectacle. It was all because her father's temper had gotten out of control. Sensing her hesitation, Ye Fang stepped forward. Looking directly into her eyes, he gently took her hand. I don't care who our parents are. Since the child already exists, I'll take responsibility. Jiang Shui looked into his clear, unwavering eyes. After biting her lip for several seconds, she finally nodded. The entire academic affairs office breathed a collective sigh of relief. Relief. At last, the matter seemed settled. Jiang Shangxing had also recovered somewhat. Pointing at Ye Fang, he warned, "Listen carefully, kid. If you ever dare mistreat my daughter, I'll risk my own life to make sure you pay. And even if your father personally shows up, he won't be able to save you." "I understand." Ye Fang nodded. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Shui quietly observed him. His expression remained calm. There was no panic, no hesitation. Despite his youthful face, there was an inexplicable sense of maturity about him, as though he had lived through centuries of hardship. She didn't know Ye Fang very well, but she had always believed a person's character could often be seen through their eyes. The men who usually approached her wore their impure intentions plainly on their faces. Ye Fang was different. His eyes were as clear as spring water. Just when everyone thought the matter had finally come to an uneventful conclusion, the office door suddenly swung open. "Wait!" A crisp female voice rang through the room. Everyone turned. A breathtakingly beautiful woman strode inside. She wore a fitted black business suit. Her short, stylish hair framed a stunning face. Combined with her long, slender legs, she immediately captured every man's attention. "Big sis!" Jiang Shui exclaimed in surprise. "When did you get here?" The newcomer was none other than Jiang Luxia. Luxia, even Jiang Shangxing looked puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Had news of Jiang Shui's pregnancy already reached his eldest daughter? Bad news really did travel fast. "Luxia," Jiang Shangxing sighed. The matter's basically been resolved. He didn't want to elaborate further. Although he had old grudges with Ye Fang's father, they were merely youthful romantic rivalries. Who hadn't fought over love when they were young? As for character, he trusted Ye Ping completely. The man was famous for his unwavering devotion to his wife. With a father like that, Ye Fang couldn't be too bad. His younger daughter's future should be secure. "Yeah." Jiang Shui nervously nodded. "I've decided to try dating him. We're both adults. We can take responsibility for our own choices." Seeing her elder sister's increasingly gloomy expression, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Suddenly, bang! Jiang Luxia slammed her palm onto the table. An icy fury erupted from her. Her sharp gaze locked onto Ye Fang. She spoke each word slowly. "Good. Very good. You're really something." The instant Ye Fang saw Jiang Luxia, memories flooded back into his mind. Back then, he had been fooling around at a bar. While passing an upscale private room, he had witnessed someone secretly drugging Jiang Luxia's drink. Wanting to play the hero, he rescued her. Unfortunately, the drug was far too potent. There had been only one way to save her. He had become the antidote himself. Only the two of them knew what had happened that night. No wonder she looked as though she wanted to kill him. He had taken her virginity, and then gotten her younger sister pregnant. Damn, now this is one hell of a grudge. Ye Fang was completely dumbfounded. What were the odds? Forcing an awkward smile, he greeted her. "Hello, President Jiang." "President Jiang?" Jiang Luxia actually laughed. It was a laugh filled with anger. She turned toward her bewildered father. "Dad, do you actually think this guy is some kind of decent person?" "Well, I've never met him before, but his father, he's not his father." She cut Jiang Shangxing off before he could finish. The old man didn't argue. After all, Jiang Luxia had always been the heir he had personally groomed. Independent, capable, strong enough to shoulder the entire Jiang group on her own. But today, she was angrier than he'd ever seen her. What exactly had happened? Jiang Luxia glared at Ye Fang. Without another word, she announced coldly, "I'm pregnant." Silence. The entire academic affairs office froze. Everyone thought they had misheard. "You're pregnant too?" "Wait, what?" "If you're pregnant, then why did you come to the university?" ## chapter 4. Call me if anything strange happens. Luxia what did you just say? Jiang Shangxing stared at his eldest daughter in disbelief, wondering if he had heard her correctly. In a single day, he had apparently become a grandfather. Twice. Even someone as mentally resilient as he was found it difficult to accept. Jiang Luxia's face, however, remained icy cold. Her gaze stayed fixed on Ye Fang, her eyes so frigid that they were almost frightening. Now everyone was certain they hadn't misheard. Jiang Shangxing nearly fainted again. When he looked at Ye Fang this time, murderous intent was written all over his face. Ye Fang himself was completely dumbfounded. The situation had taken such a dramatic turn that even he struggled to process it. Judging by Jiang Luxia's expression, though, she clearly wasn't joking. But how could she be pregnant too? The two of them had only been together once. To put it bluntly, it had been a one-night stand. The odds of conceiving from that single encounter were about as likely as finding $500 lying on the street. The one who suffered the greatest shock, however, was Jiang Shui. She looked at her furious older sister, utterly stunned. She had never known there was anything between Jiang Luxiao and Ye Fang. For a brief moment, she even wondered whether she was the other woman. You. Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Jiang Shui looked at Ye Fang. Her clear eyes brimmed with tears and grievance. Without another word, she turned and ran out of the office. Shui, Jiang Shangxing hurried after her. The teachers exchanged helpless glances. The sympathy in their eyes when they looked at Ye Fang had become even stronger. This situation had grown far beyond anyone's expectations. Getting romantically involved with both daughters of the Jiang family. This young man truly had unbelievable nerve. You really are something. Jiang Luxiao looked at Ye Fang coldly. I originally intended to recruit you as a live-in son-in-law. But now, I think it's better if this child never knows who his father is. You plan to keep the baby? Ye Fang asked in surprise. That's none of your concern. Whether the child's father was Ye Fang or someone else didn't matter to Jiang Luxiao. What she needed was an heir. Someone to inherit the Jiang group in the future. For families like theirs, succession was always a top priority. The Jiang family had only 2 daughters. Their father had already begun transferring authority over the company to her. She was also approaching 30. The ideal solution had been to recruit a capable but politically harmless live-in husband. Someone with no family influence. Someone like Ye Fang. That was the reason she'd come today. But she had never imagined that the man who had accidentally become the father of her own child would also be the father of her younger sister's baby. The anger boiling inside her was easy to understand. Don't ever come looking for me again. If I find out you're trying to take advantage of this relationship, I'll have someone break your legs and then throw you into the river to feed the fish. After issuing the threat, Jiang Luxiao expected Ye Fang, a mere college student, to turn pale with fear. Instead, he simply looked at her with clear, tranquil eyes, as though her threats meant absolutely nothing. In truth, they really didn't. Ye Fang had survived 2 worlds. One was the cultivation world, filled with scheming cultivators and ancient monsters lurking everywhere. The other was a world of eldritch horrors where the slightest mistake meant instant death. Compared to those places, the dangers of ordinary human society were hardly worth mentioning. Suit yourself. His answer was calm and indifferent. Jiang Luxiao looked at him with slight surprise. She said nothing more. Instead, she turned toward the teachers. I hope everyone here will keep today's events confidential. Just as she was about to leave, Ye Fang suddenly spoke. If anything unusual happens, if you ever need help, you can call me. After all, I'm also this child's father. For the baby's safety, I should do my part. As he spoke, he grabbed a sheet of paper from a nearby desk, intending to write down his phone number. Only then did he realize. He couldn't remember what his college phone number had been. Just as he was about to check, Jiang Luxiao interrupted impatiently. There's no need. I'll never need your help. What could you possibly do? With those words, she walked away without another glance. Ye Fang merely smiled faintly. He didn't insist. Casually crumpling the blank paper, he tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Then he turned toward the teachers. I'll be going now. The teachers all nodded. The way they looked at him had become impossibly complicated. After leaving the academic affairs office, Ye Fang carefully sensed the spiritual energy permeating the surroundings. If this world truly contained no spiritual energy, then it would simply be an ordinary world. But the existence of even the slightest trace of spiritual qi changed everything. More importantly, he could clearly feel his cultivation rapidly recovering. Closing his eyes, Ye Fang turned his divine sense inward. He wanted to determine what kind of spiritual root he now possessed. During his time in the cultivation world, he had possessed a supreme, holy spiritual root. Its cultivation speed had been painfully slow. In exchange, holy energy constantly surrounded him. Demons couldn't invade him. Every technique naturally carried purifying holy light. Most importantly, cultivators with holy spiritual roots were free from inner demons. Later, in the world of horrors, his constitution had transformed into a supreme dark spiritual root. Its cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. Compared to the holy spiritual root, it was like heaven and earth. Neither of these belonged to the 5 elements. Both were extraordinarily rare, special spiritual roots. Yet now, looking inside his dantian, Ye Fang froze. There, a completely unprecedented spiritual root had appeared. A mutated spiritual root. It seemed to have grown directly from his bloodline. For a brief moment, he was stunned. Then overwhelming joy surged through him. The holy spiritual root's immunity to inner demons, combined with the dark spiritual root's astonishing cultivation speed. The two had fused perfectly into one. Ye Fang's breathing quickened. He had no doubt his future cultivation speed would be astonishing. But there was something even more incredible. Where the holy and dark spiritual roots had merged, a tiny crack in space had formed. After drawing spiritual qi into his body, he sensed an incredibly familiar aura leaking from that crack. Could it be his personal world? Back in the cultivation world, Ye Fang had always been extraordinarily cautious. Because he feared death, fearing that one day he might fall before reaching the peak, he had created a miniature world while still a great Luo golden immortal. He had hidden it within his soul as his greatest safeguard. He had never imagined that it might still exist. If all the resources inside that world remained intact, then recovering his former strength would simply be a matter of time. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Fang immediately attempted to open the miniature world. It wouldn't budge. Is my cultivation still too weak? It seemed he would have to break through to the qi refining realm as soon as possible. At once, he calmed his mind. He could hardly wait to begin cultivating again. When Ye Fang returned to the classroom, however, he discovered that everyone was staring at him. Some eyes were filled with jealousy, others with envy, some even with admiration. Many simply wore expressions too complicated to describe. Ignoring every one of those looks, Ye Fang quietly returned to his seat. Luan immediately leaned over. Old Yi, don't you have anything to say to your brother? ## Chapter 5. How is it you, my brother? Luan's question instantly drew the attention of half the class. Everyone wanted to know whether Ye Fang was really the man who had gotten Jiang Shui pregnant. So, say something. Ye Fang answered without even opening his eyes. It wasn't me. I was called over because I'd violated school regulations. He had no intention of causing Jiang Shui any more trouble. Since she clearly didn't want him publicly taking responsibility, there was no reason for him to force the issue. The moment those words came out, disappointment spread across Luan's face. Damn, I was hoping it really was you. The rest of the class also lost interest. See? I told you. Why would someone like Jiang Shui ever fall for Ye Fang? She's a rich heiress. Rich girls falling for poor guys only happens in fairy tales and TV dramas. Exactly. Sure, Ye Fang's handsome, has good skin, and a decent personality, but that's about it. Then who do you think actually got her pregnant? Probably one of those rich young masters chasing her. Or someone from her social circle. Maybe even a childhood sweetheart. The classroom quickly erupted into another round of speculation. Ye Fang ignored every word. His only concern now was recovering his cultivation. Closing his eyes, he sensed the thin spiritual energy floating through the air. Then he quietly activated the Three Saints' Heart Scripture. It was a cultivation technique created by a sage. Its greatest strength lay in its absolute balance. Every aspect of cultivation advanced steadily and flawlessly. At the same cultivation realm, its practitioners were virtually invincible. The only drawback was that once cultivation began, it could never be abandoned halfway. Streams of spiritual energy immediately flowed toward Ye Fang. They entered his meridians, passed through the Baihui acupoint, and finally gathered inside his dantian. His holy dark, mutated spiritual root devoured the energy like a bottomless abyss. The absorption speed was astonishing. While arguing with nearby classmates, Luan suddenly felt something strange. It seemed as though all the surrounding air was converging toward Ye Fang. Turning to look, he discovered that Ye Fang's breathing had become incredibly rhythmic. There even seemed to be a faint halo surrounding him. Luan's eyes widened. What the hell? Why does my buddy suddenly look like some immortal? Damn, old Yi. What are you doing? Unable to resist, Luan gave him a shove. Ye Fang slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed across his pupils. His entire spirit seemed refreshed. Need something? Luan excitedly slapped him on the shoulder. The rich guys chasing Jiang Shui have already posted a bounty. They're offering at least 100,000 yuan for any useful information about the guy. If someone breaks his legs, they'll probably pay even more. You just came back from the academic affairs office. Did you notice anything? If you did, let's go collect the reward together. We split it 50-50. That's 50 grand each. No interest. Ye Fang shook his head. Right now, all he wanted was to cultivate peacefully. At his current pace, he was confident he could complete his first circulation of spiritual energy tonight and officially step in a qi refining realm, first layer. Once he unlocked his miniature world, his rise would truly begin. If the spiritual energy of this world weren't so pitifully thin, he could have reached the Foundation establishment realm in a single day. Meanwhile, Lewin had already started digging through his phone. Money really could buy information, especially when wealthy young masters were involved. Within moments, he froze. Ye Fang, Class 1, Archaeology Department, Class of 2026? Lewin blinked. Wait, isn't that our class? And there was only one Ye Fang in the entire class. Old Ye, it really is you. His shout echoed throughout the classroom. The other students immediately turned toward Ye Fang. Clearly, they'd received the news too. Campus gossip spread faster than a virus. Ye Fang frowned slightly. He found it rather speechless. He was merely trying to cultivate in peace. Why was everyone so obsessed with staring at him? Rather than explaining anything, he simply closed his eyes again and continued absorbing spiritual energy. Old Yi, what's the deal between you and Jiang Shui? Lewin couldn't contain his curiosity. Jiang Shui's popularity on campus rivaled that of celebrities. Beautiful, wealthy, elegant. People like her naturally attracted countless admirers. She had so many suitors. Some were even women. Yet somehow, Ye Fang had become the father of her child. Had Jiang Shui pursued Ye Fang? Or had Ye Fang simply failed to resist her charm? The thing that bothered Lu and most wasn't even that. His brother had quietly gone from driving nothing to driving a Bentley. If it had merely been a Land Rover, Lewin could have accepted it. But a Bentley? And now, with Jiang Shui already pregnant, Ye Fang was practically about to become the Jiang family's son-in-law. That was the definition of skyrocketing to the top. Faced with all those questions, Ye Fang merely glanced at him before returning to cultivation. Lewin grew even more frustrated. He desperately wanted to pry the answers out of him. Old Ye, you're about to become a father. Don't you have anything to say? Before he could continue. What? You expect me to give an acceptance speech? Ye Fang replied helplessly. Keeping this secret was impossible anyway. By tonight, the whole university would probably know. So you're admitting it? What difference does admitting it make? And what difference would denying it make? The facts won't change. Then, when exactly did you win Jiang Shui over? Come on, teach your brother your secrets. Lewin refused to let it go. Quite a few male students quietly leaned in as well. They wanted to know the answer too. Jiang Shui had never lacked admirers. In fact, most of them were outstanding. Yet she'd rejected every single one. How had Ye Fang succeeded? To the point where she was now carrying his child? Ye Fang's answer was simple. It happened naturally. Lewin was speechless. The rest of the class rolled their eyes. That answer was no answer at all. Guys, I just heard something absolutely explosive. A loud voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. Everyone turned toward the door. Walking in was a flashy young man wearing gaudy designer clothes. His hair was dyed bright blonde. A phone was clutched in his hand. He was Wang Xinshan, the class playboy. His family was wealthy. He himself was notoriously flirtatious. Unfortunately, his fashion sense was terrible despite believing he looked incredibly cool. Since Ye Fang and Lu shared the same dormitory, they knew him well. What is it? Someone asked curiously. It's about Jiang Shui. She's pregnant. Lewin rolled his eyes. Everybody already knows that. Those rich young masters have even posted a bounty. As he spoke, he couldn't help sneaking a glance toward Ye Fang. After all, the man everyone was searching for was sitting right there. Wang Xinshan let out a mysterious chuckle. That's not what I'm talking about. I've got something much deeper. Trust me, this one's unbelievable. Everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued. Could there possibly be news even more shocking than Jiang Shui's pregnancy? After deliberately keeping everyone in suspense, Wang Xinshan finally announced. According to a reliable source, the same bastard also got Jiang Shui's older sister pregnant. Silence. The classroom instantly exploded into an uproar. Every single head slowly turned toward Ye Fang. The shock on their faces was so great that many of them couldn't even find the words to speak. Hashtag chapter 6. Why don't you guess why I'm not cursing? It was bad enough that Ye Fang had stolen Jiang Shui, the campus goddess everyone admired. But now, he had somehow taken her older sister too? Zhang Luxiao was every bit as outstanding as Jiang Shui. If anything, she carried herself with even greater elegance and maturity. At that moment, quite a few of the male students were burning with jealousy. Meanwhile, Wang Xinshan still hadn't connected any of this to Ye Fang. He casually walked over to his two roommates, plopped himself down on one of their desks, and began ranting. I'm telling you, that guy's the biggest scumbag imaginable. Damn it, Jiang Shui isn't some ordinary girl, let alone some loose woman. He wasn't satisfied after getting Jiang Shui. And he actually slept with her sister too. Fine, sleep with her if you want. But couldn't he at least use protection? Now she's pregnant, and he's refusing to take responsibility. I even saw Jiang Shui crying as she got into the car. That bastard must have refused to marry her. Guys like that deserve to have both legs broken. They shouldn't even be allowed to stay at our university. Ye Fang kept his eyes closed, completely unfazed. It was as though none of those words had anything to do with him. Luan, however, couldn't help glancing toward him. So, you really got both sisters pregnant? Wang Xinshan looked around the classroom. Tell me, isn't someone like that a complete scumbag? The entire class nodded in agreement. Now that the news had spread, practically everyone knew about it. Jiang Shui alone would have been one thing. Love happened. But both sisters? That was simply shameless. Absolutely a scumbag. Damn right. Someone should break his legs. We can't let him get away with it. The classroom erupted with righteous indignation. Ye Fang slowly opened one eye and glanced at Wang Xinshan. This guy? Only then did Wang Xinshan notice something odd. Everyone's gaze wasn't directed at him. Instead, every single student was staring at Ye Fang. Some looked ready to skin him alive. Hey, old Yi, why aren't you joining in? Everyone's watching you. Thinking Ye Fang simply wasn't participating, Wang Xinshan slapped him on the shoulder. Come on, don't ruin the atmosphere. Ye Fang rolled his eyes. It seemed cultivating peacefully in this classroom was impossible. Looking at everyone's united expressions, he calmly asked, why don't you guess why I'm not cursing? How am I supposed to know? Then guess why everyone's staring at me. Because you're not joining us? Ye Fang could only shake his head helplessly. At that moment, Luan patted Wang Xinshan's shoulder before smiling meaningfully. Brother, your information's a little outdated. The scumbag you've been cursing this whole time is sitting right next to me. Me? Wang Xinshan immediately pointed at himself before frantically shaking his head. Don't frame me. I can't take the blame for something like that. Ye Fang was speechless. Now that's a real brother. He'd suspected everyone. Except Ye Fang. Luan adjusted his glasses and rolled his eyes. Him. He pointed directly at Ye Fang. Do I really have to make it that obvious? Him. You've got to be kidding. He can actually pull that off? After his initial shock, Wang Xinshan looked Ye Fang up and down suspiciously. He knew exactly what kind of guy his roommate was. There was no way Ye Fang could have won over both Jiang Shui and Jiang Luxia. Luan nodded confidently. So did everyone else. Still unwilling to believe it, Wang Xinshan stood up and carefully examined Ye Fang from head to toe. The longer he looked, the more plausible it actually seemed. Old Yi, you really did this? Ye Fang nodded. Wang Xinshan's mouth slowly fell open. It took him a long time to recover. Then he looked around at everyone else. Are you all working together just to mess with me? Even Ye Fang felt like giving him a thumbs up. This was trust. Yesterday, your brother was stuck in bronze rank. Today everyone suddenly claims he's reached Glory King. Even if it's true, you still refuse to believe it. Luan immediately pulled out his phone. See for yourself. He showed Wang Xinshan the joint bounty announcement issued by the wealthy heirs. Target, Ye Fang. Class of 2026, Department of Archaeology. Class of 2026. Department of Archaeology. Ye Fang. Luan rolled his eyes. How many Ye Fangs do we have in this class? That finally shut Wang Xinshan up. He stared at Ye Fang with an incredibly complicated expression. There was disbelief, jealousy, admiration, and something he couldn't quite put into words. I'm going to the restroom. Being stared at from every direction was becoming irritating. Ye Fang stood up and walked out of the classroom. The moment he stepped outside, someone quietly began following him. That person took out a phone, snapped a picture of Ye Fang's back, then immediately sent it to someone. Ye Fang noticed everything from the corner of his eye. He simply didn't care. While meditating earlier, he had already completed his first successful circulation of spiritual energy. He had officially entered the first layer of qi refining. Immortals and mortals existed on completely different levels. Ordinary people simply weren't worth worrying about. After entering a restroom stall, Ye Fang casually spread out his divine sense. Outside, quite a few people had gathered. Most of them were students from the athletic department. They entered in an orderly fashion. Two even remained outside to guard the restroom entrance. Judging by how smoothly they coordinated, this clearly wasn't their first time cornering someone. Ye Fang merely shook his head. Students really have too much free time. Bang! A heavy knock slammed against the stall door. Ye Fang remained silent. He continued using the restroom as though nothing had happened. The two athletes exchanged glances. The taller one suddenly lifted his leg and kicked the stall door. Boom! The loud crash echoed through the restroom. Yet, the door didn't budge. Not even an inch. Instead, the tall student felt as though he'd kicked solid rock. Frowning, he stepped back several paces, then launched an even stronger kick. Boom. Another deafening impact. The door remained perfectly still. Everyone was stunned. Brother June. What's going on? Normally, one kick was enough to blast open a restroom stall. Why wasn't it working today? Had the school secretly reinforced the doors? The brat probably locked it. The student known as Brother June frowned. We'll wait until he comes out. Something felt strange. It didn't sound like a locked latch resisting the impact. There had been no metallic vibration. It was more like someone inside was casually holding the door shut. Given his strength, even if someone had braced against it, the door should have at least shifted slightly. Instead, those two kicks had felt as though he'd struck an immovable mountain. Inside the stall, Ye Fang was calmly relieving himself. One finger lightly rested against the door. That single finger had effortlessly stopped both kicks. Young people these days. They're far too impatient. After finishing, Ye Fang flushed the toilet. Then he calmly opened the stall door. His gaze swept across the waiting group. It had been a very long time since he'd fought ordinary humans. A little exercise wouldn't hurt. I thought you were planning to stay in there until tonight. Brother June cracked his neck. The muscles across his body bulged. Without another word, he threw a heavy punch straight at Ye Fang. Ye Fang casually rotated his wrist. Though the movement appeared effortless, it generated a sharp gust of wind. In one smooth motion, he caught Brother June's wrist. Hashtag chapter 7. Bro, you're seriously cultivating? Arg. Brother June felt as if his wrist had been caught in a steel vise. A sharp wave of pain shot through his arm, draining the color from his face. Kids should learn some manners. Ye Fang smiled faintly at him. What? Someone went to jump old Yi. Lewin nearly dropped his phone after reading the message. What do you mean what? Everyone knows those rich brats put out a bounty. A bounty? Come on, let's go. Wang Xinshan leaped to his feet. He knew exactly what those wealthy heirs were capable of. Plenty of students had been hospitalized after crossing them. The two sprinted toward the restroom. When they arrived, however, they found Ye Fang calmly washing his hands. He looked perfectly fine. Not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Old Yi, you're okay? Lewin and Wang Xinshan stared at him in disbelief. Ye Fang smiled. Do I look like someone who's been beaten? I heard people came looking for trouble. Before Ye Fang could finish, miserable cries echoed from inside the restroom. The two peeked in. The athletic students were scattered across the floor, some lying down, others curled up in pain. Not a single one was still standing. Both Lewin and Wang Xinshan froze with their mouths hanging open. What the? Drying his hands, Ye Fang said casually. Maybe I know a little self-defense. The shock in their eyes was impossible to hide. These were varsity athletes, especially Brother June, whose family ran a martial arts academy. Yet Ye Fang had defeated every single one of them by himself. Oh right. Help me ask for leave. I'm heading back to the dorm. With that, Ye Fang walked away. Lewin and Wang Xinshan stood rooted to the spot, watching his departing figure before looking back at the defeated athletes. What's gotten into old Yi? I feel like he's become a completely different person. Wang Xinshan couldn't shake the feeling that Ye Fang now carried the aura of someone accustomed to being in command, especially his eyes. Calm, composed. He had only ever seen that kind of gaze on powerful business leaders. Whenever he accompanied his father to meet those people, he barely dared to breathe. Maybe it's because he's about to become a father. Lewin answered quietly. Wang Xinshan nodded seriously. So, if I become a dad too, will I mature like that? Lewin rolled his eyes. I swear, I want to smash someone with my 500-degree glasses. Then he headed back toward the classroom. Hey, wait up. Back in the dormitory, Ye Fang surveyed the room. It was a 3-person dorm. Although nowhere near as luxurious as a private suite, it was still far better than most men's dorms. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. The spiritual energy inside his body remained thin, but he could clearly feel that he was absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi much faster than before. Ordinary cultivators only developed divine sense after reaching the foundation establishment realm. Although Ye Fang was merely at the first level of qi refinement, his soul was still that of a great Luo golden immortal. His divine sense had yet to recover its former reach, but it was already comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. More importantly, there was the miniature world imprinted upon his soul. With his current cultivation, he could finally pry open a tiny crack. Thinking of the countless treasures hidden inside, Ye Fang couldn't help feeling excited. The instant he tore open the crack, 3 streaks of light shot out. The rift immediately snapped shut. So my cultivation still isn't high enough. I'll have to grow stronger before I can open it again. I wonder what level I'll need to fully unlock my world. Putting that thought aside, he examined the items that had fallen out. A bottle of chi-gathering pills, one high-grade spirit stone, and a broken sword? His feelings were complicated. The chi-gathering pills were meant for beginners who had yet to begin cultivation, allowing spiritual energy to enter the dantian more quickly. Now that he had already stepped onto the path of cultivation, they were completely useless. As for the high-grade spirit stone, in the cultivation world, it served as currency. Here, however, its only purpose was to accelerate his cultivation. Using such a valuable spirit stone this way was somewhat wasteful, but strength was exactly what he needed. Finally, there was the battered black sword. Its blade was entirely black. Yet the moment spiritual power flowed into it, countless ancient runes across its surface lit up, mysterious and profound. Ye Fang had discovered it by chance within an ancient ruin back in the cultivation world. It supposedly contained an extraordinary technique. Unfortunately, even numerous great Luo Golden Immortals had failed to decipher its secrets. The only clue was that one had to resonate with it using newly awakened divine sense at the foundation establishment stage. By the time Ye Fang had obtained it, he was already an immortal. He had long missed that opportunity, leaving the sword to gather dust in his miniature world. The fact that it was among the very first items to emerge after reopening the world. Perhaps it was fate. With that thought, Ye Fang decided to refine the high-grade spirit stone first before investigating the mysterious black sword. Holding the spirit stone in his hand, he activated the Three Saints Heart Sutra. The rich spiritual energy instantly transported him back to the cultivation world. His cultivation skyrocketed. Second level of chi refinement. Third, fourth, until it finally stopped at the 7th level of chi refinement. Not because he had reached his limit, but because the high-grade spirit stone had been completely drained. Looking at the now dull and lifeless stone, Ye Fang sighed. A pity. A high-grade spirit stone is priceless, and I only got one. Looks like all that's left is this black sword. He was equally curious about what secrets it held. Night fell. After grabbing barbecue skewers outside, Luan and Wang Xinshan returned to the dorm. The first thing they saw was Ye Fang sitting cross-legged on his bed. What is old Yi doing? Wang Xinshan walked over curiously. Ye Fang slowly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed through his dark pupils. Cultivating. Cultivating. The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Come on, old Yi. Stop joking. Spirits aren't even allowed after the founding of the country. And cultivation only exists in novels. In real life. Before Wang Xinshan could finish, a flying sword shot out from behind Ye Fang with a sharp whistle. In the blink of an eye, it hovered silently before the stunned pair. Wang Xinshan's voice stopped abruptly. Luan's pupils contracted violently. The smiles on both their faces froze solid. Bro, you're actually serious? The divine hidden sword art. This thing really is incredible. Ye Fang murmured with satisfaction. Seeing the two standing there completely dumbfounded, he simply willed the sword with a thought. The black blade flew back into his hand. He stood up from the bed. The sword vanished once more. Both men swallowed hard. When they looked at Ye Fang again, their eyes were filled with shock. And all. Hashtag chapter 8. Someone is playing a very big game. Old Yi, you're seriously cultivating? Luan's voice trembled with shock. As he stared at the black flying sword hovering in midair, everything he thought he knew about the world was crumbling. Yeah. Ye Fang answered casually, while continuing to manipulate the black sword with his divine sense. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The creator of this technique was truly devious. The sword could actually be hidden within one's divine sense, striking without warning. Wherever one's divine sense could reach, the sword could appear out of thin air. If I'd mastered this technique during the foundation establishment stage in my previous lives, one glance would have been enough to take someone's head. Killing would have been as easy as reaching into my pocket. Ye Fang decided to test the sword's power. As spiritual energy poured into the blade, black radiance erupted from its surface. Whoosh! The sword slashed toward the only table in the dormitory. Crack! The table split neatly into two. The cut was so clean and smooth that it looked as though it had been sliced by a laser. Luan and Wang Xinshan both sucked in a cold breath. If that slash had landed on a person, their jaws hung open. Seeing their expressions, Ye Fang smiled. Back when he had first entered the cultivation world and learned how to fly on a sword, he had often wondered what expressions his two best friends would make if they ever saw it. Now, he finally had his answer. The two exchanged glances before turning toward Ye Fang simultaneously. Godfather, I want to learn cultivation. Ye Fang was speechless. It's not something you can learn just because you want to. You need to possess a spiritual root first. The two looked at each other again before staring at him expectantly. Brother, do you happen to have any spare spiritual roots? If I don't have one, can I become a demonic cultivator instead? Ye Fang's face darkened. Cultivation follows the righteous path. As for demonic cultivation, calm down first. Let me check whether either of you has a spiritual root. Only then did the pair reluctantly suppress their excitement. The way they looked at Ye Fang became even more fervent. Hold out your hand. Who's first? Me. Luan immediately stretched out his hand. If he didn't have a spiritual root, he'd accept reality sooner rather than later. Ye Fang placed 2 fingers on Luan's wrist, as though taking his pulse. Half a minute later, he opened his eyes in surprise. You actually have a spiritual root. And it's a rare wisdom spiritual root. What's a wisdom spiritual root? It's a spiritual root with exceptional comprehension. You'll learn formations, alchemy, and similar disciplines far more easily than ordinary cultivators. Ye Fang looked at Luan strangely. Wasn't this guy always at the bottom of the class rankings in high school? How is he supposed to have a wisdom spiritual root? If he is one, then mine definitely can't be bad. Wang Xinshan eagerly thrust out his own hand. Ye Fang checked him the same way. Moments later, he looked up in surprise again. You have one too? What do you mean? I have one too. Wang Xinshan rolled his eyes before suddenly freezing. Wait, you mean I have a spiritual root too? You do. It isn't a wisdom spiritual root, nor is it a single or dual element root possessed by true prodigies. It's a triple element spiritual root. Although it's still considered a genuine spiritual root, cultivating with it is much more difficult. Wang Xinshan looked disappointed. So, old Yi, am I hopeless? Not necessarily. Although yours is a triple element root, it's also a mutated spiritual root. Wind, lightning, and ice. I've never seen anything like it, not even in the cultivation world. Ye Fang wasn't exaggerating. He had encountered plenty of mutated spiritual roots beyond the 5 elements, such as lightning roots. But one combining 3 mutated attributes like Wang Xinshan's. That was a first. Wang Xinshan immediately grinned. When I learn sword flight, I'm going to show off in front of all my ex-girlfriends. I'll let them know what it means to be immortal while they're still mortals. Ye Fang's expression turned serious. It's best not to flaunt your abilities. It could get you killed. Back in the cultivation world, he had seen countless people proudly display their talents, only to attract the attention of terrifying old monsters. Almost none of them met a good end. Wang Xinshan nodded solemnly. I understand. Luan suddenly remembered something. Old Yi, what did you mean earlier? Why is it strange that both of us have spiritual roots? Ye Fang nodded. If only one of you had one, it'd be a miracle. But both of you? That's unusual. Only about 1 in 1,000 people possesses a spiritual root. And most of them have 4 or 5 element pseudo-spiritual roots. As for roots like yours, that's incredibly rare. Wang Xinshan laughed. Don't tell me everyone in our class has spiritual roots. He had meant it as a joke. Instead, both Ye Fang and Luan turned to stare at him. Why are you looking at me? Old Wang. When you applied to Tiannan University, what major did you choose? Performing arts. I figured there'd be lots of beautiful girls. But somehow I got assigned to archaeology instead. He looked utterly confused. Luan pointed at himself. I applied for fine arts because the admission score was lower. But I got transferred into archaeology too. I thought fine arts had filled up. So I checked. There were still empty seats. That's when I suspected someone had manipulated the admissions. But by then it was too late. I had no choice but to enroll. Both men turned toward Ye Fang. After thinking for a moment, he answered, I applied for computer science. When I arrived, I discovered I'd been assigned to archaeology. Silence filled the room. Even Wang Xinshan finally understood. Something was definitely wrong. All 3 of them had applied for completely different majors. Yet somehow they had all ended up together in the archaeology department. Without any explanation. Damn, I just remembered something. When freshmen first enrolled, a lot of girls in our class were crying. They'd all been forcibly transferred into archaeology. Could our class actually be a cultivation class? The shock in Luan's eyes rivaled what he'd felt moments earlier after witnessing sword flight. Whether it is or not, we'll know after checking the other dorms. Wang Xinshan made a suggestion. Neither Ye Fang nor Luan objected. The 3 of them spent the next hour visiting other dormitories under the pretense of making friends. When they returned, all 3 wore grim expressions. The results confirmed it. Only students in the archaeology department possessed spiritual roots. Students from every other major had none. That was practically conclusive evidence. Someone behind the scenes was orchestrating an enormous plan. Just then, Lewin remembered something. Old Ye, come look at this. This was a news article from back then. It disappeared only a second after it was uploaded. I deleted it too, but I took a screenshot first. He pulled out his phone and opened the image. It was a news report about Tiannan University's admissions. The article included a photograph and a long list of names. Ye Fang and Wang Xinshan leaned in to look. I thought it was fake news. I figured someone made it up for attention. Wang Xinshan's voice trembled. His shock was now mixed with lingering fear. After reading it, Ye Fang frowned. So, all kinds of monsters have started emerging. Hashtag chapter 9. She can only bear my child. There were reports of an entire television production crew disappearing without a trace while filming. A real estate developer had unearthed an empty coffin with no body inside. By nightfall, everyone who had seen the coffin had been found drained of blood, their deaths horrifying to behold. There were even sightings of tigers as large as elephants. The strangest incident closest to Ye Fang had supposedly taken place in the women's dormitory at Tiannan University. People claimed they had seen the ghost of a senior student who had died years ago. Has spiritual qi begun to recover? Ye Fang frowned. When spiritual qi returned to the world, wild beasts would absorb it, growing larger and stronger. As for the dead, they could become aberrant beings, bound by the laws of the ghost realm. He had experienced two extraordinary worlds. The first was the cultivation world, where he had reached the realm of a great Luo golden immortal before failing to attain sainthood. The second was the ghost realm. Relying on the divine sense of a great Luo golden immortal, he had even cultivated using ghostly energy, carving a bloody path through that terrifying world. In the end, however, he had absorbed too much ghost qi while attempting a breakthrough. His inner demon had run rampant, and he had ultimately destroyed himself. Now, after finally returning to Earth, were those ghostly horrors following him here as well? I'm starting to get scared. Earlier, Wang Xinshan had only treated those reports as bizarre news stories. Now they made his scalp tingle. Even Lewin shivered. Enough. The two of you should stop worrying about things beyond your control. I'll write a cultivation manual for you. Practice drawing spiritual qi into your bodies. Once you reach the first level of qi refinement, even if you can't defeat whatever you encounter, at least you'll be able to run. With that, Ye Fang began teaching them the cultivation method. Luwen's wisdom's spiritual root immediately showed its value. He memorized the entire technique after hearing it only once. Wang Xinshan, on the other hand, struggled much more. Fortunately, neither of them was truly slow. After Ye Fang gave each of them a qi-gathering pill, both successfully entered the first level of qi refinement before dawn. From there, their cultivation journey would depend on themselves. The next morning, students passing by their dorm happened to glance inside. All three roommates were sitting cross-legged on their beds in meditation. The sight left everyone dumbfounded. After sitting still all night, Lewin and Wang Xinshan could no longer endure it and volunteered to buy breakfast. Ye Fang also experienced genuine hunger for the first time in a long while. Ever since reaching the fasting stage in the cultivation world, he had survived almost entirely on pills. As for the ghost realm, being able to stomach the food, there was an achievement in itself. Bring me a serving too. Got it. The two left. Ye Fang focused inward once again. To his surprise, the crack within his mutated spiritual root had reopened. So it opens periodically? That's better than never opening at all. Seizing the opportunity, he tore open the entrance to his miniature world once more. 3 more objects fell out. A beaded bracelet, a ring, and a bottle of disease-cleansing pills. After examining them with his divine sense, he quickly understood their functions. The bracelet could withstand attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators. It could also emit a burst of Buddhist chanting capable of shaking an enemy's mind. The ring was a storage ring, an indispensable item for virtually every cultivator. As for the disease-cleansing pills, they could eliminate many illnesses from the body. They remained useful for ordinary people and qi refinement cultivators. After reaching Foundation establishment, however, cultivators could inspect their own bodies with divine sense, making such pills largely unnecessary. Today's haul was acceptable, neither exceptional nor disappointing. Just as Ye Fang was about to resume cultivating, his phone rang. Looking at the smartphone he had only recently bought, he felt a hint of nostalgia. He answered the call. Old Ye. It was Lewin. Jiang Shue's been cornered at the school gate by one of her pursuers. Are you coming? Ye Fang's expression changed. Where? The front gate. I'm on my way. He immediately rushed out. With the speed of a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, his figure became little more than a blur. Within minutes, he reached the university entrance. Luan and Wang Xinshan were already waiting there. A large crowd had also gathered. At the center stood Jiang Shui. Today she looked like a lotus emerging from clear water. Her graceful temperament, coupled with her silky long hair, gave her an almost ethereal beauty. Many of the male students were completely mesmerized. Standing before her was a well-dressed young man with refined manners. He extended his hand toward her. Jiang Shui, think it over again. How could a loser like Ye Fang possibly deserve you? Our families are a perfect match. I'm already pregnant. A trace of annoyance flashed through Jiang Shui's eyes as she rejected him outright. The young man's expression darkened. Then get rid of the baby. I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Luo Zhang. What I do with my pregnancy is none of your business. The moment he suggested an abortion, Jiang Shui's expression turned icy. She wanted this child precisely because she wished to escape an arranged marriage. With a child of her own, her family would no longer have a reason to force her into marrying someone she didn't love. And now, this man wanted her to abort the baby? There was no way she would agree. So you're actually going to give birth to that bastard? Luo Zheng's voice became cold. You haven't embarrassed yourself enough already? Jiang Shui said nothing. Her silence spoke louder than words. Luo Zheng glared at the stubborn woman, furious. The Luo and Zhang families had been close for years. He had known Jiang Shui since childhood. The first time he saw her, he had already decided she would become his wife. He had even chosen Tiannan University because of her. Everywhere he went, he boasted that Jiang Shui belonged to him. But now, she was carrying another man's child. To him, it felt like a humiliating slap across the face. Whenever he walked outside, he felt as though everyone was laughing at him. Realizing there was no longer any room for compromise, he stepped forward. Forward. Come with me. I'll take you to the hospital right now. No. I'm keeping this baby. This is my child. I'll raise them for the rest of my life. You dare? If you give birth, I'll make sure that child dies the moment it's born. Luo Zheng reached out and tried to drag her away by force. Jiang Shui struggled desperately. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves. Many wanted to intervene, but none dared offend Luo Zheng because of his family's influence. At that moment, Ye Fang stepped forward. He casually grabbed Luo Zheng's wrist and squeezed lightly. A sharp pain instantly shot through Luo Zheng's arm. He reflexively let go. Looking up, he glared at Ye Fang. Who the hell are you? Ignoring him completely, Ye Fang tightened his grip. Luo Zheng's face turned deathly pale from the pain as he struggled frantically. I'm the baby's father. Ye Fang spoke calmly. Although he wore a faint smile, Luo Zheng suddenly felt an icy chill creep down his spine. You're? Ye Fang. That's right. Got a problem with that? You? For the first time, Luo Zheng had the terrifying feeling that if he pushed any further, Ye Fang would crush his wrist without hesitation. Fear overcame his anger. Suppressing his rage, he sneered. Fine. Very fine. I'll remember you. I don't care how you tricked Jiang Shui into falling for you. But I swear, I will never let her give birth to this child. This baby should never have existed. The only children Jiang Shui will ever have will be mine. #### Chapter 10. Something unclean has entered your home. After delivering his warning, Luo Zheng clutched his aching wrist and stormed off. The crowd looked at Ye Fang with sympathy. He had completely offended the Luo family now. A murderous glint flashed through Ye Fang's eyes. If it weren't for the crowd surrounding them, killing Luo Zheng on the spot would have been a little too much. I'll deal with him somewhere no one can see. Turning to Jiang Shui, he asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. She shook her head gratefully. She hadn't expected Ye Fang to come to her rescue, especially after how awkward everything had become yesterday. Good. I'm leaving then. Call me if you need anything. Without another word, Ye Fang turned and walked away, leaving only his retreating figure. If people didn't like him, there was no point in lingering. Watching his back, Jiang Shui felt something she hadn't expected, a sense of security. The onlookers gazed at Ye Fang with envy. Now that's what a real protector looks like. Just then, after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Shui seemed to make up her mind. She hurried after him and grabbed his arm. Ye Fang. Her voice was soft, yet irresistibly pleasant. He turned around. What's wrong? You offended Luo Zheng today. He'll definitely try to get back at you. Please be careful. If anything happens, call me. Her gentle voice and anxious expression were enough to make anyone's heart race. Call you? I'd rather you call me if he comes after you again. Halfway through his sentence, Ye Fang frowned. His eyes carefully scanned Jiang Shui from head to toe, his expression suddenly turning serious. Embarrassed by his intense gaze, Jiang Shui blushed. What are you staring at? Has your family recently brought something unclean into your house? What? She froze, completely bewildered. Instead of answering, Ye Fang stepped closer. They were so close that Jiang Shui could smell the faint, pleasant scent coming from him. He slowly raised his hand and gently lifted a strand of her silky hair between his fingers. Her breathing immediately became shallow. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her heartbeat sped up, and her entire body stiffened. After carefully examining the tip of her hair, Ye Fang finally let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too serious. Looking into her eyes, he said seriously, living there isn't good for your health. Throw away whatever your family recently brought home. What are you talking about? Jiang Shui instinctively took a step back, her face burning. Being so close to him instantly reminded her of that reckless, passionate night they had shared. Her face grew even redder. Ye Fang also realized how intimate their distance had become. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he quickly withdrew his gaze from her chest. Ahem. You've been feeling unwell lately, haven't you? You've been having nightmares every night. Your body feels weaker than usual. Your family has probably started experiencing similar symptoms too. His words stunned Jiang Shui. She really had been feeling unusually weak these past few days. She used to sleep soundly through the night, but recently she'd been plagued by nightmares and poor sleep. She had assumed it was because of the pregnancy and hadn't dared tell her parents, fearing they would worry. Now, hearing Ye Fang describe everything so accurately, hope flickered in her eyes. How did you know? Because something unclean has entered your home. Ye Fang had never visited the Jiang residence, so he couldn't identify exactly what it was. Then, what should I do? Would you come to my house and take a look? The words slipped out before she realized it. The moment she said them, her face turned even redder. Ye Fang looked equally awkward. How am I supposed to do that? Your family already dislikes me enough, especially your sister. I'd just be asking for trouble. Then something occurred to him. Hold out your hand. Huh. Though confused, Jiang Shui obediently extended her hand after seeing the seriousness in his eyes. Ye Fang gently took her wrist. His palm was warm. The touch of their skin sent her heart pounding even faster. After holding her wrist for a few seconds, he released it. The next instant, a string of Buddhist prayer beads had appeared around her wrist. Wear this. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Huh? When did you put this on me? Jiang Shui lowered her head to examine the bracelet. The beads were smooth and lustrous, radiating a peaceful, calming aura. Thank you. Her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with gratitude and a hint of shy affection. Ye Fang smiled and nodded. You're welcome. I'll be going now. Wait. You haven't given me your contact information yet. Huh? Don't we already have each other's contact? Ye Fang thought for a moment. After all, they'd shared a one-night stand. Didn't they at least have each other's number? Jiang Shui realized the same thing. Blushing deeply, she pressed her lips together but didn't look away. Ye Fang wasn't one to overthink such things. He took out his phone, powered it on, and opened WeChat. Although everything on it had been familiar to him only yesterday, countless lifetimes seemed to separate him from those memories. Jiang Shui smiled happily after scanning his WeChat QR code and adding him. Then, I'll head back. Ye Fang waved and left. Watching him disappear into the distance, Jiang Shui tightly held the prayer beads in her hand, her cheeks still tinged pink. As soon as she was out of sight, Luan and Wang Xinshan immediately closed in on Ye Fang from both sides. Not bad, old Yi. I always thought you were the quiet type. Luan laughed as he patted Ye Fang on the shoulder. Wang Xinshan looked equally impressed. Those moves you pulled just now were amazing. You practically had Campus Belle Jiang completely mesmerized. Ye Fang smiled helplessly. You're overthinking it. Her energy was unusually heavy. Something was obviously wrong. So you weren't just making that up to impress her? The two asked curiously. Of course not. There's definitely something wrong with her. Ye Fang answered with certainty. Luan and Wang Xinshan exchanged another glance. Their roommate was becoming harder and harder to understand. What do you want to eat, old Yi? Anything. After spending what felt like countless years in the strange realm without a proper meal, Ye Fang genuinely wasn't picky anymore. That world was horrifying. A feast that looked delicious at first glance would reveal its true appearance the moment spiritual sight was activated. One look was enough to make anyone vomit on the spot. So now, to Ye Fang, food was just food. However, when the three of them arrived at the campus cafeteria, they found it unusually crowded. What's going on? Why is everyone blocking the entrance? Some kind of event. Curious, Wang Xinshan walked over, grabbed a random student, and asked, "Hey, brother, what's happening?" "What else?" Someone ate the cafeteria food and started throwing up. Everything they eat comes right back up. Then they probably just have stomach problems. They should go to the campus clinic instead of blocking the entrance. It's different this time. The one who keeps vomiting is Chen Xiaoyao. Chen Xiaoyao. The moment Wang Xinshan heard that name, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately turned back toward Ye Fang and Luan. "Let's eat somewhere else. If we stay here, we're probably going to end up in trouble." Chapter 11 directly exposed the room. "Chen Xiaoyao? Who's that?" Ye Fang looked at Luan, who also gave him a strange look. "Are you really unaware, or are you pretending not to know?" "That's Chen Xiaoyao, the infamous witch of our school. I think I vaguely remember it. But there are some things I can't quite recall." Ye Fang vaguely remembered the name, but couldn't recall the person. Luan and Wang Xinshan exchanged a glance, feeling that Ye Fang was really faking it. How could they not remember someone so famous? Is she famous? Of course, firstly because of her good looks, she's small and cute, with a loli-like face. But her personality is the opposite of her appearance. She's bold, a witch, and is known as the Little Witch. When Wang Xinshan spoke of Chen Xiaoyao, it seemed as if some unpleasant memory came to mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Ye Fang was taken aback by this. "A grown man like you is afraid of a little girl?" "A little girl? You call that a little girl?" Wang Xinshan was furious. He glanced around the cafeteria, then pulled Ye Fang and the other man to a secluded spot, where he said, "You have no idea how terrifying this witch is. I have seen her. My dad took me to a banquet that was full of important people, including Chen Xiaoyao. Let me first tell you about her background. Her biological father is unknown, but her mother is the deputy general manager of Tiannan City, the number 2 person in power. That's why all the prominent business figures in Tiannan City are vying to curry favor with them. I only got the chance to meet her because of my dad." At this point, Wang Xinshan swallowed hard and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Let me tell you, the moment I saw her, I was somewhat attracted to her. Honestly, I've never seen such a refined girl before. She looked like a work of art standing there. Those celebrities and child stars are nothing but a fart in front of her." After Wang Xinshan explained it to him in detail, Ye Fang's long-buried memories were gradually awakened, and a delicate, doll-like face appeared in his mind. "She's quite pretty." Ye Fang nodded. At this point, Wang Xinshan continued, "My dad told me not to get any funny ideas, and I was smart enough to know better. I knew I was no good, so I only dared to greet people discreetly. But other people don't have a father as good as mine. Some ignorant rich kid went to talk to him. I was watching from a short distance away, but gradually I realized something was wrong." Chen Xiaoyao left the young man who had struck up a conversation speechless. And then, when he wasn't looking, guess what happened? They drugged the other person, and their speed was incredibly fast. They were clearly experienced. Then the drug took effect, and that young master sprayed shit from his crotch. The smell was so strong and pungent, especially since everyone at the banquet was a celebrity. In front of so many people, how can I ever face anyone in Tiannan City again? That's outrageous. Wasn't she caught red-handed afterward? Luan asked in surprise. At this moment, Ye Fang began to recall his memories of Chen Xiaoyao, then slightly opened his mouth, his eyes becoming strange. Wang Xinshan shook his head. "Of course not. Do you think she's stupid just because she's called a witch? She acted so innocent that even if you checked the surveillance footage, you wouldn't find any evidence. And that's not all. She even bankrupted someone's company." "Is that so?" Luan immediately became interested upon hearing this. Wang Xinshan continued. "Back then, there was a futures trader in Tiannan City who sent his son to curry favor with Chen Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, his son has a bad reputation. It seems that he took advantage of his family's wealth to sleep with a girl and then used money to settle things with her parents. When the girl found out, she committed suicide. At the time, Chen Xiaoyao pretended not to know anything about it, and intentionally or unintentionally revealed some of Tiannan City's future plans to the boy. What to do, what to need, and then it's all just bullshit. As a result, they bankrupted the person, and afterwards they were equally innocent. Just because her mother is a vice president doesn't mean everything she says is true. This is a good thing." Luan felt that Chen Xiaoyao was not a bad person at all, but rather quite cute. Taking revenge for a girl was a good deed, no matter how you looked at it. Wang Xinshan shook his head. It's a good thing, but Qin Xiaoyao is the best at lying. I've fallen for her tricks before. Now I have to take a detour when I see her. And sometimes I even have to act as her lackey. As they were talking, Wang Xinshan suddenly noticed that Ye Fang's expression was somewhat complicated, and couldn't help but ask, Old Yi, what's wrong? Did you offend her? Ye Fang nodded. I guess so. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinshan became somewhat frightened. Hey, how did you offend her? Did you offend her badly? If you didn't, just apologize and be nice, and it should be fine. It's a blood feud. Oh. Wang Xinshan was startled, and after a moment he asked, Brother, what? What did you do to offend her? I slept with her. Uft. Cough, cough, cough. Luan spat out the water he had just drunk and stared at Ye Fang in disbelief. No, buddy. Are you Alexander Dumas? Sleep with every girl you see? Wang Xinshan was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. After a long pause, he swallowed hard before stammering. Old Yi, are you kidding me? Ye Fang shook his head. I'm serious. I definitely slept with her. Wang Xinshan didn't believe it at first, but seeing Ye Fang's serious expression, he believed it a little more. He stammered. Then how did you do it? Ye Fang touched his nose, recalling the situation, though his memory was somewhat hazy. All he could remember was that pained, pitiful little face. He then said, She approached me first, then drugged me, intending to lock me in a pigsty and humiliate me, but I killed her instead. When she sensed something was wrong, she revealed her identity to me. But at the time, I had a terminal illness, and when I told her, she said I was mentally challenged, and that's how it happened. Wang Xinshan was somewhat envious, but quickly realized. Then aren't you finished? It's not that bad. I'm a cultivator now. She can't do anything to me. Ye Fang wasn't afraid of Qin Xiaoyao. With his current strength, Qin Xiaoyao really couldn't touch him. At worst, we can just run away. Wang Xinshan and Luan exchanged a glance. Shocked, astonished, and deeply moved. After a long pause, Wang Xinshan finally gave a thumbs up. Old Yi, you're awesome, really awesome. For most of us, just holding hands would be a huge blessing, but you went straight to the bedroom. Luan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. All right, it's all in the past. If she comes looking for trouble, I'll take it. After all, it wasn't me who provoked her in the first place. Ye Fang didn't want to say anything more, so he waved his hand and changed the subject. Let's think about what to eat for breakfast this morning. Chapter 12 I'm pregnant? Wang Xinshan nodded. That's right. Since you're already here, I'll treat you to a good meal to calm your nerves. How about we go out to eat? Luan felt that the cafeteria was about to become uninhabitable, and sitting here, he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Who's treating? Ye Fang asked with a smile. My treat, Wang Xinshan said, indicating that he had money and would pay. The three of them hit it off immediately, got up, and walked outside. When they left the cafeteria, they saw Qin Xiaoyao being taken to the infirmary. Fortunately, their university has a medical program, and Qin Xiaoyao seems to be a student in that program as well. Now that's great. She can be a free teaching material for her seniors and teachers. Wang Xinshan and Luan walked ahead, discussing how many beautiful women they should find after they became immortals and ancestors. Wang Xinshan even fantasized about having a harem of 3,000, envying neither lovers nor immortals. Ye Fang lagged behind, looking at the relatively peaceful campus, and then thought of the strange world of his previous life, where the sky was filled with the dark red light of the sun and the moon was always a blood-red full moon. The sky was dark and gloomy, without a trace of blue. Every year, the spring rain falls like bright red blood, and danger lurks everywhere. A moment's carelessness can lead to instant death. The world today is no longer filled with that apocalyptic despair. Instead, it is fresh and bright. That's great. A smile appeared on Ye Fang's lips. Although the air in the city was not as good as in the countryside, it was still much better than the stench and bloodshed of that strange world. He unconsciously raised his hands, stretched in the sunlight, and took a deep breath. That's great. It's so good to be alive. If I could, I would prefer to do it all over again. For some reason, his mindset became more open. The wind no longer howls, and the clouds are not so heavy. The sunlight felt warm and cozy on my skin. The beauty of life may lie in that one moment of heart-fluttering emotion. It wasn't even the most insignificant moment. Ye Fang suddenly felt that his past life experience wasn't such a nightmare after all. But the pain and death were so real. Old Yi, why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up, or we won't be able to catch up with those people. Oh, Ye Fang responded and withdrew his hand, then strode after Wang Xinshan and Luan. Just as he was leaving the campus, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. He subconsciously released his divine sense to scan his surroundings and saw that someone was watching him from the direction of the teaching building. But that gaze vanished the instant he looked at it. Ye Fang paused for a moment, but then stopped paying attention. At this moment, Wang Xinshan and Luan were already calling him. Without thinking further, he strode over. He didn't care who the other party was. As long as he was strong enough, he would be safe and sound. Ye Fang didn't believe that anyone could cultivate faster than him now that spiritual energy had just begun to recover. At this moment, in the corridor of the academic affairs office, a girl dressed in a purple Taoist robe was panting heavily, her fair and jade-like face filled with horror. She had just sensed the aura of a cultivator on Ye Fang, and it's extremely terrifying. Just one glance was enough to make her feel suffocated. It's him, really. The woman gasped for breath for a while before calming herself down. Immediately, she took out her phone and dialed a number. This is Chu Lingling from the Bureau of Suppressing Strange Things. We have discovered someone who appears to be a cultivator. Their aura is very strong, possibly even stronger than mine. After saying that, she added, it's at Tiannan University. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before a response came. Are you a student from the archaeology class? I don't know. What is his temperament like? I don't know. Keep an eye on him. If he's not of good character, take him down on the spot. If he's of good character, nurture him. Our future may depend on these young people. Yes. Chu Lingling hung up the phone and stared at the direction where Ye Fang's figure disappeared for a long time before finally arriving at the principal's office. Medical Affairs Office. I'm pregnant. How is that possible? Chen Xiaoyao listened to the old professor's words with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Meanwhile, the medical students gathered around Chen Xiaoyao all stared wide-eyed. They were invited by the old professor to listen to his lecture. If any of these medical students get sick, their teachers will pull them out and use them as an example for everyone. During this period, it's best if you get some minor illnesses. If you do get some strange illness, then congratulations, you'll become the brightest star in the medical school. This is just the treatment for ordinary students. Chen Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was a celebrity at the school, the most beautiful girl in the medical department. For many boys, their dream girl remains only in their dreams. In reality, those who dared to pursue her were all scolded like dogs by Chen Xiaoyao. Everyone looked at her like a mother looking at a cat. The news that such a celebrity is pregnant is like dropping a bomb in their minds. Although many boys were envious, or even jealous, of the man who got Chen Xiaoyao pregnant. But after the initial envy, there was more confusion. Who was this hero who managed to win over Chen Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao, you're a medical student too. You know your own body best. Pregnancy tests and urine tests can detect it. There's no way to fake it. The old professor smiled gently. But it's really impossible. Chen Xiaoyao muttered to herself, her mind blank. She was pregnant, carrying the child of a dead man. What kind of mess is this? Judging from this pulse, it should have been 5 or 6 weeks already. The old professor shook his head. You young people nowadays are in university. It's up to you to decide whether to stay or leave. After saying that, he got up and left. Chen Xiaoyao still looked dazed. The medical students looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Chen Xiaoyao realized what was happening and looked at her classmates. What are you looking at? So, Sister Yao, the child's father is dead. Chen Xiaoyao interrupted them directly, waving her hand. You can all leave now, let me calm down. The group looked at each other, and then dispersed in a panic. After all, this kind of thing is not something that anyone would find easy to accept. After everyone left, Chen Xiaoyao held her head in her hands, her eyes reddening. This sudden event caught her off guard. After a long while, she took out her phone, instinctively wanting to notify her mother, but hesitated when she thought of her mother's serious face. 2 words immediately came to mind. It's over. If she finds out I'm pregnant out of wedlock, she'll definitely beat me to death. The moment the thought popped into her head, Chen Xiaoyao subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. Are you thinking, oh no, my mom's going to kill me? For a moment, Chen Xiaoyao was at a loss. She subconsciously walked to the window of the academic affairs office and looked at the youthful and energetic crowd on the playground. In the crowd, she saw a familiar face. Chapter 13 Die of One's Own Making. That is. Chen Xiaoyao froze on the spot, staring blankly for a long time. Isn't this the man who took her virginity? She still remembers that night in that desolate place, his madness on her. During that time, She took out her frustrations on her cousin, who was being cheated on by a scumbag. Since she couldn't find a suitable hunting ground, she found a secluded spot. He said he prefers outdoor sex to going to hotels. With her looks, no boy could resist her charms, and Ye Fang was no exception. After achieving her goal through deception, the medicine she gave Yi took effect. Originally, she wanted to buy a sow, but time was tight and the task was heavy. So she simply tied Ye Fang up and watched him play with her until he was burning with lust. Everything went smoothly according to plan. She had considered countless ways to escape, but she never expected that the rope she used to bind Ye Fang was a fake, and Ye Fang managed to break free. The moment Ye Fang took off his clothes, Chen Xiaoyao felt a pang of regret. She loudly told Ye Fang that she was the daughter of the vice mayor of Tiannan City, and if he dared to touch her, he would definitely regret it. At that time, the other party still had a sliver of reason left, and he just sarcastically pulled out his diagnosis and said that he didn't have many days left to live. That's great. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Everyone else is dying. What good are your threats? Then she was in trouble. It has to be said that the drug she had given him was really strong. In 3 whole hours, it quickly rendered her unable to resist, leaving her completely at Ye Fang's mercy. During that time, she even thought the other party was really going to kill her. Chen Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed red, which was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, that bastard had a conscience. The next day, he carried her to a hotel, cleaned her up, and then left. You bastard, since you're about to die, I'll let you off the hook. Chen Xiaoyao took a deep breath, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Anyway, I wasn't planning on getting married, so having this child is a blessing in disguise. At least, with this little guy around, I won't have to get married in the future. But how am I supposed to tell my mom? By the way, you can say you did IVF yourself. I'm such a genius. After finding a solution, Chen Xiaoyao's mood improved again. Jiang family villa. Jiang Shui lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, her feelings complicated. She looked at her lower abdomen, gently stroked it with her hand, and smiled softly. I thought I might never be able to have children again in my life. I never imagined it would actually exist. Little guy, you're really something. Jiang Shui touched her belly again. Mommy will protect you. Her face showed determination. Then he picked up the phone, looked at Ye Fang's contact information, and wondered what that guy was doing. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Jiang Shui subconsciously looked over to see her older sister, Jiang Luxia, walking in. Sister. Jiang Shui tried to sit up, but Jiang Luxia quickly came over and said, Don't move, lie down. Jiang Luxia sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Jiang Shui, and stroked Jiang Shui's hair with affection. Are you feeling wrong? You're talking about Ye Fang? Yes, being taken advantage of by a scumbag and getting pregnant with his child is not a good thing for you. Jiang Luxia looked at her younger sister, who was innocent and pure, and didn't know how to fight back when she was bullied. How did I end up with such a silly younger sister? Jiang Shui shook her head. I'm not upset. I'm very happy, sister. I'm having a baby. Jiang Luxia was slightly taken aback, looking at Jiang Shui's serious expression, and sighed inwardly. He reached out and hugged Jiang Shui. As long as you're happy, I respect your choice. Jiang Shui hugged her sister back, her nose slightly sore. But sister, you also have a child. Aren't you going to have it? Of course I'll have the child. Although I don't like the father, our Jiang family needs a descendant, and I'll never be able to get married anyway. So this outcome is a good thing. Jiang Luxia is now the head of the Jiang family. People like her, or rather, all people who stand at the top, have transcended gender. Women have to treat themselves like men, and men sometimes have to treat themselves like women. Whatever is beneficial to the group, that's what it is. The same applies to Jiang Luxia now. For the Jiang family, they need an heir, but she doesn't want to get married. What will happen to the family if she gets married? Even if you were to marry into the family, the risks would be too high. There are too many men who exploit their family's wealth and status to become rich. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a child in her womb may be an opportunity given to her by God. Hey sis, Ye Fang might not be as bad as you think. Jiang Shui suddenly whispered something. Jiang Luxia raised an eyebrow, her eyes showing some surprise. She grabbed her younger sister's shoulders and looked her up and down. Did that scumbag Ye Fang say something to you? No, it's just my feeling. He's not a bad person. Jiang Shui quickly shook her head. She trusted her intuition, which was always very accurate. The moment she saw him, she instinctively felt disgust. She knew he must be a bad person. Just like Luo Zhang. The other person's act was flawless during our first meeting, but I instinctively disliked him, and what happened afterward proved my intuition to be correct. Because he had been pretending to be a respectable person for too long, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. Jiang Shui now trusts Ye Fang. There is a very comfortable feeling when you are with the other person. Jiang Luxiao looked at her younger sister's serious expression and shook her head helplessly. Xiaoxue, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. No matter how good Ye Fang is, it's just an act. If he were truly devoted to you, why would he have slept with your sister? Jiang Shui was speechless. Her cheeks flushed slightly, unsure how to refute. What the other party said was indeed true, and she couldn't refute it. Jiang Luxiao ruffled Jiang Shui's hair. All right, let's not talk about that scumbag anymore. Let's go downstairs to eat. As the two walked out of the room and downstairs, a gust of cold wind blew in, and Jiang Shui suddenly shivered. Sister, are our windows open? The wind blowing in is really cold. Wind? What wind? Jiang Luxiao frowned and looked out the window, then shook her head. The windows are tightly closed. Where is the wind coming from? Jiang Shui turned around in confusion, then suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, and her gaze fixed on a certain spot. At the edge of her vision, the curtain swayed, as if something was inside. Jiang Luxiao noticed it too, quickly walked over, and pulled open the curtains. In a corner of the room, a ghostly green eye, gleaming with an eerie light, was staring at her. Chapter 14, he definitely wants to have both of us sisters to himself. Jiang Luxiao's pupils contracted, and she instinctively grabbed Jiang Shui's arm, pulling her 2 steps behind her. The thing slowly emerged from behind the curtains. It was a black cat about half a person's height, with terrifyingly green eyes. And attached to its tail is a humanoid puppet, which moves slowly forward like a doll, with empty, lifeless eyes and a strange curve at the corner of its mouth. Jiang Shui clung tightly to her sister's back, looking at the eerie black cat, a chill running through her soul. The black cat seemed to sense their fear, let out a low hiss, and the puppet on its tail opened its arms and pounced. Jiang Luxiao reacted quickly, grabbing a painting from the aisle and smashing it at the puppet. With a muffled thud, the puppet was smashed and sent flying backward, falling apart completely. The black cat let out a startled roar, transformed into a cloud of black mist, and vanished quickly, leaving only a faint fragrance in the room. Jiang Luxiao's face paled slightly as she stared at the spot where the black mist had disappeared, and she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Jiang Shui trembled and hugged her sister tightly. Sister, what happened? Jiang Luxiao shook her head, released Jiang Shui, and shielded her behind her. After checking the room and the floor to make sure there was nothing amiss, she gently comforted her. It's all right. It's just a house cat. Don't be afraid. Just a house cat. Jiang Shui subconsciously touched the Buddhist prayer beads on her wrist, and a sense of security arose in her heart. Upon arriving in the living room, Jiang Shangxing was sitting at the dining table. Seeing that the two looked unwell, he immediately inquired about their condition. Jiang Luxiao recounted what had just happened. A black cat? Could it be someone else's pet that ran away? Jiang Shangxing casually replied, then said, Eat, eat. You two are pregnant, so don't be frightened. Be careful, and remember to close the windows tightly in the future. Without giving it much thought, the two sat down at the dining table. Jiang Shui, however, remained somewhat uneasy, glancing at Jiang Luxiao several times, seemingly wanting to speak, but then stopping herself. When they had almost finished eating, Jiang Shangxing finally appeared. Luxiao, Xiaoxue, what are your plans regarding Ye Fang? I have no intention of letting my child have anything to do with him. Jiang Luxiao refused without hesitation, and Jiang Shui opened her mouth, but dared not speak up for Ye Fang. Jiang Shangxing hummed in agreement, seemingly expecting this, and did not insist. In that case, Dad will respect your decision. Jiang Shangxing patted Jiang Luxiao on the shoulder. Go back to your room and rest early. Jiang Luxiao nodded and got up, pulling Jiang Shui up to go upstairs. At this moment, Jiang Shui secretly tugged at Jiang Luxiao's hand. Sister, let's sleep together tonight. Good. Jiang Luxiao hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. After all, what had just happened? The two went upstairs. The room was large, and each bedroom had its own bathroom. After Jiang Shui finished showering, she lay down next to Jiang Luxiao. Jiang Luxiao, holding her younger sister, felt much more at ease and slowly fell asleep. Not long after, Jiang Shui suddenly opened her eyes with some unease, turned her head, and subconsciously looked towards the direction of the room window. In the shadows, a ghostly green eye was staring at her from the darkness, a strange smile playing on its lips. Jiang Shui's heart sank. She subconsciously tried to grab Jiang Luxiao's hand, but she grasped nothing. Jiang Luxiao is gone. At that moment, the black cat silently appeared by the bedside and stared at her. Jiang Shui tried to scream, but no sound came out of her throat, and she couldn't move her body. She could only watch helplessly as the black cat approached her step by step. Just as the black cat was about to extend its sharp claws, the Buddhist prayer beads on Jiang Shui's wrist suddenly emitted a faint golden light. As a bell rang, the golden light emanating from the Buddhist beads illuminated the room. The black cat let out a startled roar and vanished in a puff of black smoke. Jiang Shui immediately sat up, panting heavily. Her arm holding the prayer beads was covered in cold sweat. Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue, Jiang Luxiao's voice rang in her ears. Jiang Shui looked up and saw Jiang Luxiao sitting up, covered in sweat. The two looked at each other, and Jiang Shui burst into tears, hugging Jiang Luxiao tightly. She could no longer control her emotions and started crying uncontrollably. Jiang Luxiao was also still shaken, so she hugged Jiang Shui and gently patted her back to comfort her. After a while, Jiang Shui calmed down, and Jiang Luxiao asked, "Xiao Shui, where did you go just now?" "Now, I've always been here." Jiang Shui hugged her sister tightly, still feeling lingering fear as she pressed herself against her warm body. Jiang Luxiao touched her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was nothing wrong. "I just woke up and saw you weren't by my bedside, so I got a little anxious. Besides, I couldn't open the door either, and that cat with the puppet almost tied to its tail appeared again." Jiang Luxiao was genuinely frightened this time. She wasn't afraid of others playing games with her in the business world, but these inexplicable and bizarre events were truly beyond her tolerance. It made her wonder if ghosts really exist in this world. "Sister, let's invite Ye Fang over to our house." Jiang Shui thought back to what had just happened. If it weren't for the Buddhist beads in her hand saving her, who knows what else that black cat might have done. "Ye Fang, why are you suddenly bringing her up?" Jiang Luxiao frowned, looking at her silly younger sister. "I just think he's a capable person." Jiang Shui bit her lip, but finally spoke up. "Him? He's capable." Jiang Luxiao rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. What skills could he possibly have? Skills to deceive girls? Okay, don't mention him anymore, and don't associate with him anymore. He's no good person. If I had a choice, I would never have had his child. Speaking of children, Jiang Luxiao suddenly thought of something. After the child is born, he absolutely cannot be allowed to have contact with Ye Fang. This scourge will only harm the child. Jiang Shui opened her mouth as if to refute, but then closed it helplessly. She couldn't explain why, but she simply trusted Ye Fang. Moreover, at the moment the black cat appeared, only Ye Fang's Buddhist beads had any effect. She believed that Ye Fang was truly capable. However, her older sister harbored deep prejudice against Ye Fang. From her perspective, Ye Fang was a guy who wanted to possess both of them at the same time and was trying to take advantage of them. Jiang Shui fell silent and did not try to persuade her sister any further. She silently hugged Jiang Luxiao. With her sister by her side, she felt much safer. With the addition of Ye Fang's Buddhist beads, she felt even more at ease. Her sister might not go looking for it, but she could go to Ye Fang to deal with that black cat. With this in mind, Jiang Shui fell asleep peacefully. Jiang Luxiao was somewhat frightened, whether what she had just witnessed was a dream or reality, but she still fell into a deep sleep and did not have any nightmares. Chapter 15: The School Beauty Came to Find You. Meanwhile, in a basement in Tiannan City. Cough, cough. Who is it that has broken my magic? An old man with gray hair suddenly coughed up blood violently, and his face immediately turned pale, clearly suffering a severe backlash. On his right hand, at his wrist, a brown tail had been replaced by a piece of broken, withered grass. He opened the incense burner on the table. A few burning incense sticks remained inside, but they had already gone out. The black cat could no longer produce black smoke, and even its true form was revealed. Damn it! Who is it? The old man cursed angrily under his breath. Could it be those guys from the Bureau of Suppressing Strange Things? But then I thought about it again and realized it was impossible. The Bureau of Anomalies is currently preparing for future catastrophes. As long as he doesn't cause any major disturbance, the Bureau of Strange Things won't bother with such trivial matters. The thought that a master could break his spell sent a chill down his spine. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the basement. Master Xianyang. His voice carried a hint of anxiety. "What's up?" The old man gave a deep shout, quickly calmed himself down, and a fierce look flashed across his face. The subordinate outside pushed the door open and entered, where a young man strode in. Master Xianyang, is the matter settled? As the candlelight from the basement illuminated the young man's face, his familiar features were revealed. Luo Zheng. Seeing that the old man's face was even paler than when he had seen him that morning, Luo Zheng frowned and asked, "Did you fail?" Master Xianyang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and nodded with a gloomy gaze. Luo Zheng's face darkened, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Just who is this expert? Master Xianyang shook his head. I don't know for now, but he is definitely a fellow practitioner of my kind. Luo Zheng immediately asked anxiously, "Then what should we do?" A ruthless glint flashed across Master Xuanyang's face as he said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I have more methods than just these. But you need to find the person who is blocking my spell and kill him." What? Luo Zheng frowned. He wasn't some ignorant nobody. Because of his father, he had already come into contact with the so-called cultivator world. The methods used by Master Xianyang, who kill people silently through bizarre means, are simply beyond the resistance of ordinary people. But Master Xianyang said that he had encountered a setback. It was obvious that the other party was also a cultivator. Even you are no match for him. So do you expect me to find other cultivators to deal with him? Luo Zheng frowned. This Xianyang Taoist was introduced to him by his father. As for the other cultivators, he didn't really know many of them. No need. The other guy is just like me, not much stronger. As long as there are more of us, we can kill him. Cough, cough. As Master Xianyang spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His injuries were getting worse. The person who broke his magic was even more powerful than he had estimated. Luo Zheng frowned deeply as he looked at his severe injuries, but finally nodded. I understand. I will go find someone. Jiang Shui's matter? Is it still possible to accomplish that? Don't worry, I have my own methods. Master Xianyang smiled sinisterly. He did indeed have some trump cards up his sleeve. However, the cost of using it even once is extremely high, so caution is necessary. Seeing this, Luo Zheng could only nod. He trusted Master Xianyang very much. If he said there was a way, then there must be a way. After instructing his men to take care of Taoist Xianyang, Luo Zheng quickly left to find help. Master Xianyang watched Luo Zheng's retreating figure, narrowed his eyes, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Humph! If this world hadn't not been in a state of complete recovery, would I be putting myself before a mere brat? I slept without any dreams. When Jiang Luxiao woke up in the morning, she felt refreshed and invigorated, her usual fatigue gone. For some reason, she has been having nightmares lately, and her overall energy and spirit have been somewhat depleted. But last night, I slept soundly all night. When Jiang Luxiao woke up, she habitually looked to her side and saw her younger sister sleeping soundly under the covers. Jiang Shui's face also carried a hint of tranquility. Jiang Luxia gently touched her cheek. Jiang Shui opened her eyes groggily. Sister? Time to get up and go to school. Jiang Luxia smiled gently, shook her head, and then gently lifted the quilt to help Jiang Shui get dressed. Jiang Shui was still a little drowsy, but she quickly woke up because she noticed her sister's unusual behavior. Sister, you look much better today. Jiang Shui looked at Jiang Luxiao in surprise. Jiang Luxiao slept very well last night, shaking off the fatigue of the past few days. Jiang Luxiao smiled and said, Yes, it seems like I slept very well last night. After hearing this, Jiang Shui subconsciously touched the Buddhist prayer beads on her hand, which must also be the effect of these beads. He gave me something so good without even thinking about it, which is enough to show my importance in his heart. Your Buddhist prayer beads look very precious. Where did you get them? This is Ye. I bought it online. Jiang Shui quickly changed her mind before she could finish speaking, afraid that her sister would notice something. After all, her sister didn't really like Ye Fang. Jiang Luxia didn't think much of it. She gently stroked her hair and didn't say anything more. She then helped her wash up, change clothes, and go to school. Ye Fang and his two companions had finished breakfast and arrived at the classroom. Ye Fang's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone stared at him, whispering among themselves. Ye Fang has gotten used to it. Old Ye, you're a celebrity at Tiannan University now. Luan jokingly patted him on the shoulder. Instead of wasting time on this, you might as well improve your own strength. When Ye Fang mentioned this, Luan and Wang Xinshan's expressions immediately fell. As soon as Ye Fang returned to the dormitory last night, he immediately began cultivating. The two of them didn't want to fall behind, so they followed suit. As a result, there was no progress whatsoever after an entire night. Still at the first level of qi refining. Cultivation is all about letting things take their natural course. The foundation is the most important, and you can't rush it. Ye Fang patted Luan on the shoulder and said. Luan and Wang Xinshan exchanged a glance and could only nod bitterly. Cultivation is indeed not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires a gradual approach. But this is too exhausting. As the three were talking, Jiang Shui suddenly came to the classroom door and craned her neck to look into the classroom. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of the entire class. After all, the school beauty is always the most eye-catching person wherever she goes. When everyone saw Jiang Shui come to their class, they almost instantly realized who she was there to see. The next second, everyone's eyes were focused on Ye Fang. Even Luan, who was standing next to him, sidled up to him and said jokingly, Old Yi, your wife and child have come to see you. He was greeted, of course, with a glare from Ye Fang. When Jiang Shui saw Ye Fang in the classroom, she showed a hint of joy and immediately walked into the classroom, heading straight for Ye Fang. Chapter 16 has a rather high hit rate. The distance between the entrance and Ye Fang's location is very short. However, she also attracted the attention of countless boys. Perhaps it was because she wanted to be a mother, but Jiang Shui's youthful innocence was enhanced by a maternal glow, making her even more charming. In addition, she was wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt, a white pleated skirt, and a pair of pure white sneakers today, which made her look elegant and refined, adding even more charm. Even the boys who were used to her beauty couldn't help but catch their breath. Jiang Shui walked up to Ye Fang, and the two exchanged a glance. You look beautiful today. Ye Fang casually made a compliment, and Jiang Shui blushed. She reached out and pinched the hem of Ye Fang's clothes with 2 fingers, then pulled it out. In this classroom, she was simply too conspicuous. Unfortunately, Jiang Shui pulled on it but couldn't budge it. Looking back, she saw Ye Fang still sitting in his seat, and she angrily puffed out her cheeks and stomped her feet. She stared at him with a pitiful expression, like a wronged little wife. Ye Fang was amused by this action and quickly got up, letting her pull him away. Jiang Shui was finally satisfied. This scene made the boys in the class beat their chests in frustration, filled with envy and jealousy, their eyes turning red with envy. Jiang Shui pulled Ye Fang along until they reached the corridor. This scene was witnessed by 2 girls wearing white coats who were returning to the teaching building. One of them happened to be Chen Xiaoyao. When she saw Ye Fang being pulled out of the classroom by a girl, her face immediately darkened. Qingqing, what happened? What? Another girl, Qingqing, was taken aback. Following Jiang Shui's gaze, she also saw the man and woman in the corridor and immediately laughed. Xiaoyao, don't you know? This has caused quite a stir. What's up? Chen Xiaoyao frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on Ye Fang. At this moment, Gu Qingqing quickly explained, You should know that girl, right? She's Jiang Shui, the school beauty who's just as famous as you. And I haven't heard of that boy before, but he's quite famous now. His name is Ye Fang. Ye Fang, so that's his name? Huh? You know him. Are they together now? As Chen Xiaoyao asked her question, her gaze fell on the 2 people who had disappeared at the end of the corridor, her eyes narrowing slightly. Is this a classic rich girl falling in love with a poor boy trope? He then clenched his fists, his anger rising steadily. Gu Qingqing, completely oblivious to Chen Xiaoyao's unease, laughed and said, More than that, she's already pregnant. It was revealed just these past few days, and it's all over the school forums now. What? You already have a child? What does that mean? Chen Xiaoyao stared wide-eyed at Gu Qingqing in disbelief, her mind reeling. Is that bastard Ye Fang even human? He's practically a Alexander Dumas. Yeah, it's in Jiang Shui's belly. Sigh. I never thought that one of the most beautiful girls in our school would end up with such a terrible person. Gu Qingqing shook her head, her tone full of regret. He's really something, managing to fool even Jiang Shui? Chen Xiaoyao's lips twitched, her eyes practically spitting fire with anger. What a bastard, what a scumbag. Could he have forced himself on Jiang Shui as well? No, judging from the way the 2 of them looked just now, he probably used the same tricks those blonde-haired thugs used on Jiang Shui. They used deception. But why are you so domineering towards yourself? Can't you be a little more considerate of women? Besides, I'm the petite and cute type, so I should be more lovable and endearing. But what did that bastard do? That's not all. Not only Jiang Shui, but I've also heard that he's gotten involved with Jiang Shui's older sister. Gu Qingqing leaned close to Chen Xiaoyao's ear and said mysteriously, Not only that, Jiang Shue's sister, is also pregnant. What? Jiang Shue's older sister, Jiang Luxia. Gu Qingqing nodded vigorously. Chen Xiaoyao was also very impressed with Jiang Luxia, who was a strong-willed and intelligent career woman. She is shrewd and capable, with top-notch looks, and her neat short hair adds a touch of wild beauty. She had also met Jiang Luxia. A woman like that must have seen the world. How could she be fooled by Huang Mao's few words? Or is it that Ye Fang, that bastard, also used force on Jiang Luxia? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoyao burst into laughter and anger. When someone gets extremely angry, they can actually laugh out loud. At this moment, Gu Qingqing finally realized that her best friend had also been deceived by a scumbag. Is this a case of being moved by the scenery? He immediately advised, Xiaoyao, why don't you take this kind of thing more lightly? Your man is just dead. Maybe he wasn't such a jerk after all. Chen Xiaoyao took a deep breath, barely managing to calm herself down. But she couldn't calm down. She, Chen Xiaoyao, had always been the one to tease men. She had never been teased by a man like this before. This is an utter disgrace. No, this revenge must be taken. Qingqing, does Ye Fang have a terminal illness? Chen Xiaoyao asked in a deep voice. If the other party is about to die, then I won't bother with revenge. Gu Qingqing nodded again, then shook her head, leaving Chen Xiaoyao somewhat confused. What do you mean? I saw it on the forum. I heard that Ye Fang was diagnosed with a terminal illness before, but it seems to have been a misdiagnosis. Misdiagnosis? Huh. Chen Xiaoyao was so angry that she burst out laughing. What a misdiagnosis. They're making a fool of her. Seeing Chen Xiaoyao laughing so hysterically, she was a little scared. Xiaoyao, what's wrong with you? Ye Fang may be a scumbag, but he has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter. When Chen Xiaoyao was extremely angry, tears unknowingly streamed down her face. This scene completely stunned Gu Qingqing. She and Chen Xiaoyao have been best friends since childhood, and the number of times she has seen Chen Xiaoyao cry can be counted on one hand. The only time she cried was when Aunt Chen stood her up on her birthday. Otherwise, when have I ever seen her like that? But why did Chen Xiaoyao, who was standing in front of me, cry after hearing about Ye Fang? Thinking about Chen Xiaoyao's unusual behavior earlier, Gu Qingqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a crazy, yet not impossible, idea. She pointed tremblingly in the direction where Ye Fang had disappeared. Xiaoyao. That man. Could it be Ye Fang? Her response was Chen Xiaoyao's silence. Silence is sometimes a form of acquiescence. As if she had stumbled upon a shocking revelation, Gu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, Ah! But when Chen Xiaoyao gave her a look, Gu Qingqing immediately covered her mouth with both hands, but the shock in her eyes was impossible to hide. Oh my god! Just who is this Ye Fang? Putting aside how you managed to get your hands on these goddess-level women, with your accuracy rate, isn't it a bit too high? Chapter 17, The Infant Ghost Drives Away the Cat. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao finally calmed down and said through gritted teeth, Help me investigate Ye Fang's background. Gu Qingqing nodded like a chick pecking at rice, assuring him, No problem, I've got it covered. Chen Xiaoyao took a deep breath and looked in the direction where Ye Fang had disappeared. Her eyes no longer held any resentment, but instead burned with raging anger. You just wait. Ye Fang. Jiang Shui grabbed Ye Fang's clothes and ran all the way to the backyard of the school. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Shui stopped walking. Ye Fang looked at Jiang Shui, whose face was flushed, chest heaving, and sweat dripping down her body. She looked quite cute. At least he had never seen her like this in the other two worlds. Thank you. Jiang Shui's sudden thanks caught Ye Fang off guard. Thank me for what? Thank you for your prayer beads. Jiang Shui shook the Buddhist prayer beads in her hand as she spoke. I gave it to you just in case. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy. Ye Fang glanced at Jiang Shui. Now that spiritual energy is reviving, these strange things are also starting to increase. A rich girl like Jiang Shui is bound to be a prime target for others, so Ye Fang simply went with the flow. Jiang Shui stared at Ye Fang with her beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had carefully examined the man in front of her. He had sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and soft lips. Her clean facial features, when combined, give her a look that grows more attractive the more you look at her. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. What a strange feeling. She had never felt this way before. She either disliked others or felt that the person in front of her was worth befriending. He's a good friend. But like this. My heart was beating very fast, something I'd never experienced before. Jiang Shui suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and thanked her again. No matter what, thank you. Come on, stretch out your hand. I'll replenish your spiritual energy. As Ye Fang spoke, he grabbed Jiang Shui's small hand. The touch was exquisite, like warm jade. Jiang Shui blushed again, and she was reluctant to pull her hand away from Ye Fang's. Ye Fang, however, didn't have that much time to think. In a short while, he replenished his spiritual energy within the prayer beads, and then withdrew his hand. All done. This is it. It's a low-grade magic artifact, so it doesn't consume much spiritual power. Jiang Shui was somewhat bewildered by Ye Fang's words, but then she thought of the black cat at home and couldn't help but recount what had happened yesterday. A black cat? And there's a puppet tied to its tail? Yes, I woke up in a daze and found that my sister was gone. Then, with a clang of the bead, the black cat disappeared, and I saw my sister again. Oh, and my sister also said that she's in the same situation as me, and her room door is also locked. Jiang Shui recalled the scene from last night. If it weren't for the Buddhist prayer beads Ye Fang had given her, who knows what would have happened? The baby ghost drives away the cat. I never thought that someone would be able to use this method at this time. Ye Fang was somewhat surprised. This spell was a mid-stage qi refining spell, which was fine for bullying ordinary people without spiritual power, but it seemed rather vulnerable when it came to a cultivator like him. Do you know what this is? Yes, someone is using this evil magic to try and harm you and your sister. What? Jiang Shui's face turned pale instantly with fright. Recalling the terrifying incident from the previous night, she instinctively tightened her grip on the prayer beads. Can you handle this? No problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes lit up, and she looked up at Ye Fang. Then, can you help me? Help me? After all, you have to take responsibility for me. You can't just watch your wife be bullied. As she said this, a sly glint flashed in Jiang Shui's eyes, and her face, which had been filled with panic, became more adorable. Ye Fang's lips twitched. The change in attitude was so rapid. You're asking me to take responsibility for you? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? No, you're not. Huh? How do you know I'm not? I have a very keen intuition about whether people are good or bad, and you are definitely not a bad person. Jiang Shui looked at Ye Fang firmly, seemingly convinced that Ye Fang would not harm her. Ye Fang shook his head and chuckled, not expecting that this little girl's intuition was quite accurate. To resolve this, I need to go to your house first. That guy wants to cast spells over long distances, but at a lower cultivation level, he needs some kind of medium to trigger it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes lit up, but then another problem arose. How was she going to bring Ye Fang into her home? Their security is very tight, especially when a stranger appears. It seems your family really dislikes me. Ye Fang shrugged. Jiang Shui bit her lip upon hearing this, then suddenly grabbed Ye Fang's arm and mustered her courage to say, "Come with me." This time, it was Ye Fang's turn to be stunned. Feeling the soft touch on my arm, I have to admit, this little girl is quite bold. And it feels pretty good. Where to? Come to my house. My sister's at work now, and my dad's probably off playing chess with the old men in the park. Jiang Shui said confidently. Just as Ye Fang was about to say that this might not be a good idea, Jiang Shui suddenly tightened her grip on his arm and dragged him toward the school gate. Jiang Shui's house is a villa, so security is naturally tight. After the two arrived at the entrance of the community by taxi, Jiang Shui took Ye Fang directly into the community. Ye Fang glanced around and found the environment to be quite nice, but it was far inferior to places with abundant spiritual energy like the cultivation world. Snow Girl, what's wrong with you? A security guard in his 40s was about to step forward to ask what was wrong, but when he saw Ye Fang, his expression immediately changed. Miss Jiang, what's going on? My friend came home with me. Jiang Shui took Ye Fang's arm and said confidently. The security guards naturally dared not disrespect Jiang Shui, and could only look at Ye Fang with suspicion before letting the two of them in. Only after the two figures disappeared from sight did the security guard solemnly dial his superior's number. Jiang Shui led Ye Fang home, and the unique fragrance of a young girl filled the air, making one's heart flutter. He couldn't help but glance at the little girl, his gaze almost imperceptibly landing on the high bulge in Jiang Shui's chest. A fair neck and a delicate face. In addition to her good figure, Ye Fang's gaze then fell on Jiang Shui's lower abdomen, where it was slightly bulging. This appearance gives it a unique charm. Jiang Shui noticed Ye Fang's gaze, and her blush deepened, but she didn't let go of Ye Fang's arm. She simply tidied her hair and asked, What are you looking at? Let me see if my child has grown up." Ye Fang's words made Jiang Shui even more embarrassed, but he forced himself to remain calm and and said, "You're not allowed to look." "Okay, then I won't watch anymore," Ye Fang said, turning his gaze away, and Jiang Shui recovered somewhat. But inside, she felt a little flustered. This was the first time she had brought a boy home, and this feeling didn't seem unpleasant. Chapter 18. I want to take responsibility for her. Jiang Shui suppressed her unease and secretly led Ye Fang to her family's large villa. 2 bodyguards are standing guard at the door right now. Jiang Shui glanced towards her home from the corner, then looked back at Ye Fang, who remained calm. "Why are you still so calm? Didn't I tell you it's no big deal?" Ye Fang smiled. "It's nothing." Jiang Shui sighed and glanced at the bodyguard at the door again. "They are all bodyguards that my family hired at a high price, and they are connected with my sister and father. If I bring a strange man home, the moment I bring him in, those 2 will be here to kill me. Do you believe me?" Looking at Jiang Shui, Ye Fang suddenly thought of the security guard. "Your family seems to already know, right?" However, he did not expose him. He just glanced at the bodyguard at the door and scanned the area with his divine sense. He found that there were many surveillance cameras around, and it would be quite difficult to enter from the front. "Give me your hand," Ye Fang suddenly said. Jiang Shui instinctively obeyed and handed it over. Ye Fang grasped her hand and pulled her close. Jiang Shui was caught off guard and cried out in surprise as she was pulled into Ye Fang's arms. The sudden closeness made Jiang Shui stiffen, and the unique scent of the young man immediately filled her nostrils. My heart started pounding rapidly. Her little face instantly turned bright red, almost dripping with moisture. Ye Fang put one arm around Jiang Shui's soft waist and picked her up in his arms. The moment her feet left the ground, Jiang Shui instinctively wrapped her arms around Ye Fang's neck, looked up with her clear eyes, and saw the boy so close to her, her heart pounding even faster. What are you doing? Hold on tight, or you'll fall," Ye Fang said, then lightly touched the ground with his toes and soared into the air. Jiang Shui exclaimed in surprise and hugged Ye Fang even tighter. I felt light as a feather, as if I were floating on clouds. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards at the door heard the noise and immediately looked around the corner. But Ye Fang had already lightly touched the wall with his toes and leaped into the air towards the villa. The 2 of them immediately missed their target, while Jiang Shui, clinging tightly to Ye Fang's chest, felt the wind whistling past her ears. Her body swung through the air, everything rushing past her eyes, causing her to close her eyes and bury her face in Ye Fang's chest, her heart pounding wildly. She had never experienced this kind of thing before, except for the swings she had ridden as a child. But at this moment, she was both nervous and excited, clinging tightly to Ye Fang's neck, not daring to let go even a little. With one arm around Jiang Shui, Ye Fang lightly touched the walls of the villa with his toes and arrived at the second-floor window in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Jiang Shui and leaped inside. The moment Jiang Shui landed, she felt her feet firmly planted on solid ground. He opened his eyes, looked up and saw the boy's face so close to his, feeling his body pressed against his, and his heart raced even faster. Ye Fang smiled slightly. "Come down." Jiang Shui responded and let go of Ye Fang's embrace. Her breathing was rapid, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Ye Fang, feeling her heart pounding like a drum. After a long while, he finally calmed down. "Was that flying just now?" "No, it's just a jump." "Jump. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I'll take you flying," Ye Fang replied casually. Jiang Shui looked at Ye Fang with sparkling eyes and held out her hand. "Pinky promise." Ye Fang's lips curled into a smile. Having witnessed the cruelty of the world, and then seeing its beauty, one naturally wants to grasp and hold on to it. He reached out and hooked his hand around Jiang Shui's fair index finger. After the 2 made a pinky promise, Jiang Shui's face flushed, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is it a done deal?" "Yes, after all, I am the child's father." Ye Fang's sudden remark made Jiang Shui blush even more. "What are you saying, you rascal?" As he spoke, he punched Ye Fang in the chest. Ye Fang looked at Jiang Shui, then suddenly reached out and lifted a strand of her hair. Jiang Shui blushed even more, and her breathing became rapid as Ye Fang's actions made her more anxious. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Ye Fang's heart couldn't help but flutter. It seemed that he had seen too many murders committed from behind in the strange world. A woman who is missing half a face, or has an extra half a face. The stimulation to Ye Fang was like that of a veteran who had just been discharged from the army. He found everything beautiful, not to mention Jiang Shui in front of him, whose eyebrows and eyes were like paintings and whose skin was like jade. Under Ye Fang's gaze, Jiang Shui's heart raced, and she was incredibly embarrassed, but she didn't try to dodge. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. After a while, Jiang Shui couldn't stand it anymore and looked around. "Let's go in. This is my sister's room." Ye Fang nodded, his gaze lingering on Jiang Shui for a moment before turning away. Jiang Shui blushed even more, bit her lip, and reached out to grab Ye Fang's clothes, but Ye Fang grabbed her hand instead. Their fingers intertwined, and Jiang Shui's heart raced. Turning her head, she saw the smile on Ye Fang's lips curving upwards again, and then she remembered Ye Fang reaching out to stroke her hair earlier. "Why? Why are you holding my hand? I'm afraid you'll get lost." "You." Jiang Shui was so angry at this reason that she laughed. This was her home. How could she get lost? "Humph, always trying to be clever." She said that, but she felt sweet inside, and her cheeks were so red they were almost bleeding. She simply didn't struggle and let Ye Fang hold her hand. Just as Jiang Shui was about to push open the balcony door, the curtains that had been covering the room inside were suddenly pulled open, revealing a delicate face that was looking at the two of them with a gloomy expression. Ye Fang also looked over and saw Jiang Luxia. She was a woman who looked somewhat like Jiang Shui, only more mature and with a more noble air. But the two sisters, who looked the same, each had their own unique beauty when they stood together. At this moment, Jiang Luxia also recognized Ye Fang, and her face turned even uglier, as if she was about to breathe fire. Because Ye Fang was still holding her sister Jiang Shui's hand. "Shui'er, what are you doing?" The voice was cold, carrying a hint of suppressed anger. Jiang Shui's expression also showed a slight panic, and she quickly let go of Ye Fang's hand. But Ye Fang showed no intention of letting go. Ye Fang looked at the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him, pushed open the door, and led Jiang Shui inside. "Sister, no." Jiang Shui tried to explain, but Ye Fang had already pulled her closer. Jiang Luxia's anger intensified. She stared at Ye Fang and said coldly, "Ye Fang, let Shui'er go." Ye Fang kept walking, completely ignoring Jiang Luxia's words. He came to Jiang Shui's side, looked at Jiang Luxia, took Jiang Shui's hand in his, and said calmly, "I have to take responsibility for her. I can't let the child be born without a father." From beginning to end, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Luxia, and his tone left no room for discussion, only an unquestionable statement. Extremely domineering. Hearing Ye Fang's words, Jiang Shui's heart beat even faster, feeling the warmth from Ye Fang's palm. Jiang Luxia stared at Ye Fang, her anger practically about to explode. Chapter 19. Jiang Luxia's curiosity. But Ye Fang didn't care at all. He met her gaze, then moved his eyes down, finally stopping at her lower abdomen. Under that gaze, Jiang Luxia trembled, and her breathing became slightly rapid. She is carrying Ye Fang's child. She unconsciously placed her hands on her lower abdomen, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. In her eyes, Ye Fang was a scumbag who coveted the Jiang family's wealth. She couldn't understand why she got pregnant this time, and in less than a month. But Ye Fang's gaze before her made her unable to remain calm. Because Ye Fang had absolutely no intention of letting Jiang Shui go. Jiang Luxia was also puzzled at this moment. The Ye Fang in front of her was completely different from the one before, especially after their absurd night together. She retrieved and destroyed the surveillance footage, and Ye Fang in the footage also acted as if he were the boss. That arrogance surprised even her. What gives this guy such confidence? As it turned out, she did check and found that Ye Fang's information was quite complete. But his parents are completely shrouded in mystery. Only the name. Most importantly, her own father, Jiang Shangxing, did not object to the marriage. He also knew Ye Fang's parents, but when he asked him about the specifics, Ye Fang fell silent. They remained tight-lipped about the identities of Ye Fang's parents, unwilling to utter a single word. This made her even more confused about what Ye Fang really was, and added a touch of complexity to her heart. Which one is he? At one point, it was even thought that Ye Fang's arrogance came from his parents. But the composure and confidence that Ye Fang exudes from the bottom of his heart is something that those spoiled brats can't learn. The other party's identity is mysterious, and they are acquainted with my father. Even if you're very angry, you shouldn't go too far. Jiang Luxia's mind was in turmoil as she looked at Ye Fang with complicated emotions. After weighing her options, she finally suppressed her anger. At this moment, Ye Fang was still staring at Jiang Luxia. As the two stared at each other, Jiang Luxia's breathing quickened, and she ultimately gave in first. "I won't interfere in your affairs." Jiang Luxiao finally spoke coldly, her gaze fixed on Ye Fang, and she subconsciously took a step back. So, what are you here for? Sis, do you remember the strange thing that happened last night? Under Ye Fang's domineering protection, Jiang Shui mustered up her courage slightly and spoke. You mean, as Jiang Luxiao recalled the strange events of the previous night, a chill and fear rushed straight to the top of her head. She is not afraid of guns, not afraid of business battles, and can even remain calm in the face of kidnapping. But that unseen and intangible thing made her heart pound. We were about to be caught yesterday, but Ye Fang saved us with the things he gave me. Me, Jiang Shui said, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Ye Fang. Jiang Luxiao also looked at Ye Fang, her gaze filled with surprise and doubt. He also believed Jiang Shui's words. After all, he had witnessed that bizarre scene himself. What is that? Does such a thing as evil magic really exist in this world? It didn't exist before, but it will soon, and there will be more and more of it in the future. Ye Fang felt that the spiritual energy was becoming increasingly dense, and he didn't know what kind of things would emerge from it in the future. Hearing Ye Fang's words, Jiang Luxiao's expression became even more solemn, and her eyes flickered uncertainly. Finally, she looked at Jiang Shui, her voice softening considerably. Shui, what exactly happened? Ye Fang knows the specifics better than I do. Jiang Shui looked at Ye Fang. Jiang Luxiao's gaze also fell on Ye Fang, becoming much calmer, but still scrutinizing. Ye Fang's gaze met Jiang Luxiao's again. The infant ghost exorcises the cat is a minor spell used by ghost cultivators in the qi refining stage. It can be used remotely or at short distances. Judging from your actions, the other party must be controlling it remotely through a medium. Jiang Luxiao only half understood. What kind of medium are you talking about? Just look for it, and you'll find out. Anyway, it was only recently delivered to your house. Ye Fang said confidently. Jiang Luxiao frowned slightly. It seemed that nothing much had come up in the house recently. Let's go find them. Ye Fang didn't stand on ceremony and pulled Jiang Shui outside. Jiang Luxiao hesitated slightly, but ultimately suppressed her anger and complicated feelings and followed. Although Ye Fang is still in the qi refining stage, he already possesses divine sense. Although the Jiang family's villa was large, everything appeared transparent under Ye Fang's divine sense scan. After a thorough search, Ye Fang stopped in front of a room. When Jiang Luxiao saw that room, her heart skipped a beat. That room was where she worked. Jiang Luxiao's expression also changed, and a chill rose in her heart. Ye Fang pushed open the door and entered the room. Jiang Luxiao and Jiang Shui followed closely behind. Upon entering, Ye Fang immediately noticed a painting on the wall. He walked over, stared at the painting for a moment, then pointed and said, "That's it." Following Ye Fang's finger, their eyes fell on the oil painting on the wall. Sunlight streamed through the window and shone on the oil painting, creating a soft halo. In the sunlight, a strange woman dressed in red is smiling at them. When did this painting arrive in your room? Ye Fang looked at Jiang Luxiao, but the latter was clearly somewhat bewildered. This painting has been hanging for a long time, at least a year. More than a year? Are you sure? Sure. Jiang Luxiao thought about it carefully and nodded. This painting was obviously done just a few days ago, and the cat blood you used on it isn't even completely dry yet. Ye Fang said confidently. Jiang Luxiao and Jiang Shui both had their pupils shrink and their expressions change drastically. Is it drawn with cat blood? Jiang Shui subconsciously shrank back behind Ye Fang, looking rather petite and delicate. Jiang Luxiao was already wondering who the mole was in her family. Not counting the garden, this villa is over 800 square meters. Cleaning such a large villa must require a lot of people. It seems that someone secretly replaced his painting without his knowledge. Moreover, this mole could freely enter and leave his office. She quickly formed a guess in her mind. I'm destroying this painting for you. If they want to harm you again, they'll have to get into your villa. No matter how big or small your villa is, they'll have to sneak inside to cast their spells. As Ye Fang was speaking, he reached for the painting. At that moment, the painting seemed to come alive, and blood began to flow slowly from it. The eerie woman in red seemed to be smiling at them. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept over us. Jiang Luxiao and Jiang Shui both subconsciously took a step back. Ye Fang, however, was not afraid. With a casual sweep, his divine sense black sword burst forth from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the painting shattered and exploded. As the painting shattered, the eeriness within vanished without a trace. The air returned to normal, and the chill dissipated. All right, problem solved. Ye Fang turned to look at Jiang Luxia, his voice calm. The latter looked at Ye Fang with more complexity and awe. Chapter 20. Should I call him husband? Jiang Luxia had now identified the person she suspected. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the phone and ordered, "Call all 3 cleaning maids over here." Just then, a nanny ran over in a panic. Mr. Jiang, something bad has happened. Sister Zhang has suddenly fainted, and her mouth and her eyes are bleeding." Jiang Luxia and Jiang Shui were both startled. Ye Fang had already taken the lead and walked towards the door. "Let's go take a look." The group of people hurriedly arrived at the first floor. A nanny in her 30s was lying on the ground, her face deathly pale, with blood gushing from her lips and eyes, a truly bizarre sight. Standing next to her was a nanny who also looked flustered. Upon seeing this, both Jiang Luxia and Jiang Shui's expressions changed. "What are you standing there for? Call 120. Jiang Luxia sternly shouted at the nanny who was still staring blankly. Yes, yes." The nanny was startled and hurriedly went to get her phone to make a call. "Just call the police. The person is already dead, beyond saving." Ye Fang's voice was calm, as if a dead person was no different from an ant to him. His previous world was a world of life and death. The dead walk in the city, while the living hide in the shadows, barely surviving. Encountering dead bodies there is as common as seeing trash on the roadside. "What's going on?" Jiang Luxia stared intently at the nanny on the ground, her eyes dark and gloomy. The nanny next to her was so frightened that she trembled and kept shaking her head, unable to say a word. "He's dead. What else could it be? I'm asking how he died. It must have been the owner of that painting who, after realizing he had lost his connection with the medium, chose to kill the nanny who might have exposed his information." Ye Fang spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something perfectly normal. Jiang Luxia's pupils contracted sharply, and her breathing became rapid. "Horrible. That's absolutely terrifying. Is it really possible to kill someone remotely? Is this also one of your methods?" "Almost. But why have I never encountered this before?" Jiang Luxia felt like her worldview was being reshaped. These things, which originally only existed in movies and television, have now appeared in reality. It had a huge impact on her. If human beings could achieve that level of capability, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Because once superhuman power appears, the operating logic of society will be completely changed. Ordinary people are less than ants in the face of power. There aren't many people like that. Before Jiang Luxia could even breathe a sigh of relief, Ye Fang continued, "There will be more and more of these in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luxia's heart leaped into her throat. She wasn't one of those foolish women whose minds were filled with rigid rules. She knew that if the world's order collapsed, chaos would be inevitable. They even wondered what would happen to the Jiang family if one day someone similar to Ye Fang, or even surpassed Ye Fang, appeared. What a tragic end she and Jiang Shui met. "There's nothing more for me here, so I'll be leaving now." Ye Fang had no desire to get involved in troublesome matters. He would rather spend his time in a scenic place to cultivate properly. Jiang Shui felt a pang of reluctance when she saw Ye Fang about to leave. She instinctively stepped forward and tried to hug Ye Fang's arm. But someone was a step ahead of her. Jiang Luxia grabbed Ye Fang's clothes directly. This scene was unexpected not only by Jiang Shui, but also by Ye Fang. You should know that when they met last time, Jiang Luxia made no attempt to hide her dislike for him. When Jiang Shui saw her older sister grab Ye Fang, her mouth dropped open in surprise. Jiang Luxia blushed slightly after realizing her action, but she quickly concealed her embarrassment and looked at Ye Fang solemnly, saying, "What you said before, that you would protect us and the child, that you would take responsibility, does that still stand?" "Nature." Ye Fang's voice was calm. Jiang Luxia's tense heart finally relaxed completely. She took the initiative to loosen her grip on Ye Fang's clothes, then seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and took out a gold card from her body and handed it to Ye Fang. "This is a supplementary gold card to this card, which allows unlimited overdraft. In the future, if you need money for anything, you can just swipe the card." Ye Fang took the card and glanced at Jiang Luxia. "Am I being kept by a sugar daddy?" At this moment, Jiang Luxia dared not look Ye Fang in the eye. It was too shameful for her to take the initiative to ask a man to take responsibility for her. But at this moment, Ye Fang placed the card in Jiang Luxia's hand. "Take it. I don't need the money right now." "You." Jiang Luxia's pupils dilated, and she looked at Ye Fang in disbelief, her hand holding the gold card tightening. "I don't have the habit of being kept, and besides, I could easily make a lot of money here by just going out and wandering around. Ye Fang said casually. Jiang Luxia. Like I said, just give me a call if you need anything. As Ye Fang was about to leave after speaking, Jiang Shui suddenly stepped forward and took his arm, pressing her two full breasts against Ye Fang's arm. Her eyes held a pleading look, making her look incredibly pitiful. Can you not go? I'm a little scared, Jiang Shui said, then hugged Ye Fang's arm tightly. Although Jiang Luxiao was also reluctant to see Ye Fang leave, seeing Jiang Shui's expression, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. You won't let me leave? You want me to stay overnight? Ye Fang raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face. Jiang Shui blushed instantly and buried her head in Ye Fang's chest. She buried her head in the ground like an ostrich, trying to hide the shyness on her face. The soft, fragrant embrace made Ye Fang's heart melt, and his playful side was aroused. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We're both unmarried, and we're already living together. Jiang Luxiao's face flushed even more. Humph. We already have it, and you're still saying these things. After speaking, she buried her head even deeper. The boy's aura made her feel very at ease, but her heart was pounding faster. Jiang Shui hugged him even tighter, pressing her delicate face against Ye Fang's chest and rubbing against him. She was very confident in her looks. As the school beauty, she had been pursued by countless boys since childhood. She no longer wanted to hide her feelings from Ye Fang. Feeling the two soft mounts, Ye Fang couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. Then tell me, in what capacity did I stay? Ye Fang's voice was playful, with a hint of provocation. Jiang Shui's face turned even redder, and her lips almost touched Ye Xia's chin. Boyfriend. A sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz could be heard. Ye Fang's smile deepened. Just a boyfriend. Jiang Shui trembled slightly, too embarrassed to look up. Then, what should I call you? We're already pregnant, and he's just a boyfriend? Ye Fang pulled Jiang Shui out of his arms and looked at her flushed cheeks. How about you call me husband? Chapter 21. Should I shout too? Jiang Shui bit her lip, finally mustering her courage, and said in a clear, beautiful voice, just like her husband. After shouting those words, Jiang Shui felt incredibly ashamed, her whole body burning up. Ye Fang pulled her into his arms, stroking her smooth back with one hand, feeling the silk-like touch, and his smile grew even brighter. A young girl's shyness is the most touching. Say it again. Ye Fang whispered in Jiang Shui's ear as he held her close. Jiang Shui looked up, her watery eyes meeting Ye Fang's. The tenderness in Ye Fang's eyes made her heart flutter like a deer, and her already flushed cheeks burned even more. Husband. This time her voice was a few decibels louder than before, but she still buried her head in Ye Fang's arms in embarrassment. What? Speak louder? I didn't hear you. Ye Fang's smile deepened as he asked with great interest. Jiang Shui trembled. Then, as if she had gone all out, her voice was even louder than before. Husband. After shouting this, Jiang Shui was so ashamed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ye Fang was finally satisfied. He kissed her forehead and stopped teasing her. Jiang Luxiao watched the two being affectionate, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. How about you use a different term of endearment, like darling or husband? Ye Fang felt as if he had received a fluffy kitten and couldn't put it down, teasing it with a smile. I've already called you husband. Jiang Shui immediately raised her head angrily, her beautiful face showing a coquettish glare at Ye Fang. That glare made Ye's heart melt completely. Before entering this strange world, Ye Fang might have remained unmoved by beauty. After all, the cultivation world is known for its abundance of beautiful women. There's nothing ugly. If you randomly pick a woman from any sect, she might not be stunningly beautiful, but she's certainly attractive. Not to mention the top beauties in the immortal realm. They're either aloof and gorgeous, single-mindedly focused on cultivation, or they kill their husbands to prove their Tao. Either she's alluring and seductive, captivating and charming, until she's drained dry. In short, the more beautiful things you see, the higher your standards will be. But when you get to the weird world, oh my God, you're lucky if you can find a normal face. You say you haven't met any beautiful women? It's not that there aren't any, but they're all bosses from bizarre worlds, whom Ye Fang has thoroughly offended. If I were still living in that bizarre world, I would definitely be hunted down to death by them. But never before, being stared at by those clear eyes, has made my heart feel so soft, as if it were melting. What's wrong with calling me again? Ye Fang felt himself immersed in the gentle fragrance. Jiang Shui herself was extremely embarrassed and could only look to her older sister for help. Sister. Her voice was sweet and coquettish, with a hint of pleading. I. Jiang Luxia looked into her younger sister's watery eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Should I shout too? She couldn't bring herself to say it. In her more than 20 years of life, she had never thought about calling someone else her husband. But facing her sister's expectant gaze, Jiang Luxia gritted her teeth. I can't let my sister bear this alone. Trying not to be so shy, Jiang Luxia mustered her courage and parted her pink lips slightly. Husband. Husband. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, even weaker than Jiang Shui's. But this sudden husband startled the other two people present, leaving them stunned. Ye Fang looked down at Jiang Luxia, whose cheeks were flushed and even her ears were tinged with red. Sister, I just asked you to talk to him. Jiang Shui was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She never expected that her sister would call her that too. In her memory, her older sister was always a proud daughter of heaven, a goddess-like figure. Strong, calm, rational, and more mature than any of his peers. As a child, she was spoiled by her father and could be fearless of anyone, but she could not be fearless of her older sister. Her mother had passed away, so her eldest sister was like a mother to her. She hadn't expected her sister to call Ye Fang that. I never expected that my sister would show such a girlish side to me twice today. This was something Jiang Shui had never seen before. Ye Fang's gaze swept back and forth between Jiang Luxia's slightly flushed cheeks and her burning ears. Jiang Luxia was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. It was too embarrassing. Looking up, she saw that Ye Fang's smile was getting wider and wider. Jiang Luxia's face turned even redder, as if it were about to bleed. Stop laughing. Good. Ye Fang finally stopped smiling. Just then, the police and an ambulance arrived one after the other, breaking the silence. The medical staff came to Sister Zhang, did a simple examination, and then shook their heads. The pupils were completely dilated. The person was gone. When the police arrived at the scene and learned that the person was already dead, they immediately became serious, and the statement-taking began in an orderly manner. The first to witness what happened were the two nannies who worked with Sister Zhang. The answer they received left the police somewhat puzzled. There was no one else around. And then he suddenly died? This is strange no matter how you look at it. After Zhang Jie's body was loaded into the ambulance, the forensic doctor conducted a brief examination and found no other suspicious signs. The police also began to review surveillance footage. It just so happens that the entire process of Sister Zhang's death was captured on surveillance footage. In the video, Sister Zhang first opens the door and goes out. Then suddenly she screamed, fell to the ground, and remained motionless. The police were also incredulous when they saw this scene. If they hadn't actually encountered it, they would have thought it was a ghost movie. To Ye Fang's surprise, the police simply copied the video, warned them not to tell anyone, and then left. They didn't even handle the scene or collect any evidence before leaving. Because the so-called evidence appears so ridiculous in the face of supernatural forces. The murderer wasn't even at the scene, so why bother with evidence? Ye Fang wasn't the only one to notice the anomaly. Jiang Luxia, watching the police leave, also understood what was going on. The higher-ups already knew about Ye Fang's existence as a superhuman. They've even started dealing with it covertly. At this point, Jiang Luxia made up her mind. Ye Fang, don't leave, stay. We need you to protect the child. You can marry whoever you like, me or Xiaoxua. When Jiang Luxia said this, she didn't expect Ye Fang to marry her. She's only suitable as a business partner, not as a wife. Most importantly, she left a very bad impression on Ye Fang. She was too assertive, too rational, and didn't know how to be charming or coax a man. Jiang Luxia knew she had no redeeming qualities as a wife, not even as a younger sister. Chapter 22. You're not really at the school beauty's house, are you? Unexpectedly, Ye Fang said, okay. Jiang Luxia was taken aback at first, then her eyes reddened slightly. She felt a sense of being cared for and a sense of relief that she no longer had to bear everything alone. Jiang Shui was so excited that she hugged Ye Fang's arm and nestled her cheek against him. It's a promise, you'll stay. Feeling the sister's dependence on him, Ye Fang felt much happier. Having two sisters like these by my side seems pretty good. The two women quickly began tidying up the room. Fortunately, the Zhang family's villa was decorated with a large character. To prevent any further accidents tonight, Jiang Shui suggested that they stay in the room next to each other, and Ye Fang naturally agreed. Tonight, with Ye Fang finally in charge, both women can finally sleep peacefully. Lying in bed, Zhang Luxia found it difficult to fall asleep. She never dreamed that she would say the word husband to a man today. Feeling a strange mix of sweetness and shyness, she turned over. Her ears turned slightly red, and she buried her face in the pillow. Ye Fang also took out his phone to notify his two roommates that he might not be returning to the dorm tonight. Luan. Wang Xinshan, wait, buddy. Where did you go if you're not coming back? You're not at Zhang's house, are you? Ye Fang. Ye Fang's silence left the two of them completely bewildered. Wang Xinshan, in particular, just casually asked, how did you actually end up moving in? Wang Xinshan. Bro, are you really at Zhang Xiaohua's house? Does that mean you're not going to become Zhang's son-in-law? Luan. So, will you marry the elder or the younger? Ye Fang. Can I marry them both? Wang Xinshan. Luan. No, bro, you really want to eat the sister's rice bowl? But then, Luan suddenly thought of something. How many months pregnant are they? About 4 weeks. Ye Fang replied into his phone. Immediately, both brothers on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a moment of silence, Luan added, Brother, the internet says you can't have sex during the first and last few months of pregnancy. For the sake of my future godson, you have to hold back. I'm not as thirsty as you think. After Ye Fang finished speaking, the graceful curves of Jiang Shui and Zhang Luxia's bodies appeared in his mind, and his eyes slowly became hot. But he quickly shook his head to calm himself down. He was once a great immortal, a half-step saint, so how could he let lust disturb his peace of mind? Taking a deep breath, Ye Fang closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Just as he was probing the crack in the small world deep within his spiritual root again, he discovered that this time the crack was unusually large. You're sure to find some good stuff. But why is this happening? He couldn't open the rift in the small world this morning. Could it be because of his intimate contact with Jiang Shui? However, Ye Fang didn't think about those things for the time being and started taking things out of the small world. Several streaks of light flew out from Ye Fang's dantian and landed in front of him. Ye Fang immediately took stock of the items. 1 bottle of superior-grade spiritual energy pills. 1 phoenix egg. Intermediate-grade talisman. Vajra protector talisman. The celestial treasure. 1,000 deceptions and 1,000 faces. Ancient treasure. Thunder-suppressing sword. A bag of low-grade spirit stones. Looking at these things, Ye Fang's eyes lit up. The pills and the high-grade spiritual energy pills were enough for him to recover to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. A bag of low-grade spirit stones contains only 100 or so, which are used as currency in the cultivation world. They are now of little use. One can only absorb the spiritual energy within them for cultivation. Phoenix eggs, they can only hatch if there is a special connection. Back in the cultivation world, Ye Fang tried to form a contract with it, but it refused, so he threw it into a small world to fend for itself. As for the intermediate-level talisman, it is even more advanced than a magic weapon, and it is specifically designed for defense. It can withstand an attack from a golden core cultivator without any problem. This could be given to Zhang Luxia for self-defense. Most importantly, it's the heavenly treasure. Even in the cultivation world, this thing is something that golden immortals would fight tooth and nail for. 1,000 faces, 1,000 deceptions, is an item Ye Fang obtained in the strange world. This thing is a bit special. It will choose its own master. If it is not suitable, it will be of no use even if you get it. It doesn't recognize you. Ye Fang also tried to form a contract with it, but it did not recognize him. According to those strange beings, this mask had been waiting for its true master since its creation, but no one had ever actually used it. Ye Fang looked at the silver-white mask in front of him, and upon closer inspection, he could even see the barely visible symbols on it. I tried again to perform the blood oath ceremony, but it was to no avail. I was unable to establish any connection with the owner. He has so many magical treasures. Why did they give him this unusable thing? The only thing that would be useful to him is the ancient Treasure Town Thunder Sword. Not bad. At least now we have other means of attack besides using the Divine Sense Black Sword. With that thought, Ye Fang took out the thunder-suppressing sword. The blade felt cold to the touch and contained violent lightning power. With a thought, lightning surged on the sword, its power quite satisfying Ye Fang. Just then, there was a knock on Ye Fang's door. Ye Fang glanced outside and saw that it was Jiang Shui, so he replied, "Come in." Jiang Shui pushed open the door, clutching a pillow in her arms, wearing pajamas, her face showing both shyness and nervousness. She clearly wanted to share a bed with Ye Fang. "What are you doing?" Ye Fang asked the question knowing the answer already, and at that moment, Jiang Shui noticed the items in the room. What are these? I just found this in my old warehouse. Just then, Jiang Luxia's voice came from outside the door again. Xiao Xue, what are you doing? This will cause an accident. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Luxia came up behind Jiang Shui. At this time, she had not changed her clothes and was still wearing her business attire. Mr. Jiang, you've come at the right time. I have something to give you. After all, you're going to the company, and those who want to harm you will make their move. I'm giving you something that can keep you safe. As Ye Fang spoke, he casually raised his hand, and a talisman floated from the ground into her hand. It is a mid-grade talisman, the Vajra talisman for body protection. In that instant, Jiang Luxia's heart began to beat faster. Just as she was about to take it, Ye Fang suddenly withdrew it, revealing a meaningful smile. I still want to hear you call me husband. Jiang Luxia blushed to the roots of her neck, and the shame and indignation in her eyes were undisguised. She knew that this bastard was doing it on purpose. Ye Fang hadn't originally intended to pull this stunt, but Jiang Luxia's fleeting moment of attraction had caused a crack to open in his inner world, giving him a strange idea. Does the more he interacts with women, the wider the rift becomes? Chapter 23, My First Time Sleeping with a Stranger. Jiang Luxia was extremely ashamed and indignant, but she knew that Ye Fang would not really take it back. Finally, she bit her lip lightly, lowered her head, parted her red lips slightly, and whispered, Husband. Ye Fang felt something inside his body being unlocked, and the surge of spiritual energy made him feel that wonderful sensation even more acutely. Give. This time, Ye Fang didn't tease her anymore and directly handed the talisman to her. Jiang Luxia took the talisman, her face still flushed, and stared at it with some curiosity, asking, How do I use this? You can fold it up and wear it on yourself like a lucky charm. As Ye Fang spoke, Jiang Luxia did as he was told, folding the talisman into a heart shape and carefully putting it on. Will it get wet? This is a mid-grade talisman treasure. Don't even mention getting it wet. You could even put it on a fire and it wouldn't burn. Ye Fang was speechless. A fire capable of burning away talismanic artifacts must be at least from the cultivation world. It would be strange if ordinary fire could burn it. Jiang Luxia was relieved upon hearing this. She glanced at Ye Fang out of the corner of her eye and found that she no longer disliked him much. She doesn't dislike capable people. What she dislikes are men who lack ability but try to win women's favor with their smooth talk. Ye Fang, however, is clearly not the latter. Jiang Luxia's gaze toward Ye Fang became increasingly complicated. All right, it's getting late. You should all go back and get some rest. Ye Fang waved his hand as he spoke. Jiang Shui hugged her pillow and just looked at him, seemingly waiting for Jiang Luxia to leave first before she stayed. If you're scared, you can sleep in my room, or I can come to your room. Ye Fang was also helpless. He couldn't very well sleep with the other person. He wasn't a eunuch. He also felt that his control over himself had decreased. Perhaps it's because he hasn't encountered many normal women in the strange world, or perhaps his cultivation level has decreased, making him more prone to losing self-control. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's face lit up with joy, but she shyly said, I'll sleep in the bed. Ye Fang nodded, and Jiang Luxia glanced at the two of them, but ultimately didn't say anything more. She glanced at Jiang Shui silently, and before leaving, she said to Ye Fang, Take good care of her. After saying that, he turned and went out, making sure to close the door behind him. The atmosphere became slightly romantic for a moment. Jiang Shui placed the pillow on the bed, turned to look at Ye Fang, her face shy yet expectant. Ye Fang was a little troubled. Things seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. Go to sleep. As he spoke, Ye Fang sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the items on the ground. He first put the heavenly treasure, 1,000 deceptions, into his storage ring. He then gazed at the phoenix egg and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Jiang Shui asked, Ye Fang, what is that egg? She noticed the huge egg as soon as she entered the room. She thought it was a toy, but her eyes were always drawn to it. Phoenix egg. Ye Fang responded calmly. Jiang Shui blinked, her expression blank, and after a moment exclaimed, Phoenix. These people had also heard the legends about the phoenix from legends. It was a phoenix from the heavens, not something that could be possessed by mortals. At that moment, the phoenix, which she had only ever seen on television, appeared right in front of her. How could she not be excited? Ye Fang. Jiang Shui rushed over and wrapped her arms around Ye Fang's neck, her eyes filled with excitement and joy. With a soft body pressing against him, Ye Fang's mind was also wandering, and the faint fragrance made it difficult for him to control himself. "Let me go," Ye Fang whispered a low shout, but Jiang Shui wouldn't listen, only looking at Ye Fang and saying, "Husband, asterisk asterisk." "What?" Ye Fang's heart suddenly raced as he listened to that sweet voice that could melt his bones. "Can I have that egg?" Jiang Shui said coquettishly, while blinking her big eyes at Ye Fang. The expectation in her eyes was irresistible. Ye Fang finally gave in and could only hand her the phoenix egg. "You can have it if you want it, but let's make it clear first. Whether it hatches depends on fate." Jiang Shui was even more excited after receiving it, her eyes gleaming. Seeing her infatuated expression, Ye Fang found it somewhat amusing. "This thing is only good for decoration if it's not meant for someone. If you like it, then take care of it. Can this still hatch?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes immediately lit up. Asterisk degree asterisk. "Of course, these are phoenix eggs, not chicken eggs. They'll become dead eggs if you put them in the refrigerator." As Ye Fang talked about the grilled fish, Jiang Shui nodded happily. Then, holding the phoenix egg, he asked, "How do I know if she and I are destined to be together?" "It's very simple. You drop a drop of blood onto the egg. If it reacts, it means it approves of you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui initially wanted to bite her finger like she did on TV, but after looking at her own finger, she didn't have the courage. So she found a needle and pricked her hand. A drop of blood was gently dripped onto the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg suddenly shone brightly, enveloping Jiang Shui in an instant. Ye Fang let out a soft exclamation, feeling somewhat surprised and bewildered. "No, phoenix egg, what do you mean? I'm not worthy to be your master, am I?" A moment later, the light faded, the phoenix egg returned to normal, and Jiang Shui exclaimed with delight, "Did we succeed?" Ye Fang nodded with a complicated expression, inwardly thinking, "This phoenix egg is really poorly made." He was quite famous in the cultivation world back then, but despite his best efforts, he couldn't get it to recognize him as its master. Jiang Shui held the phoenix egg, her face flushed with excitement. "That's wonderful." After the initial excitement subsided, Jiang Shui remembered Ye Fang and quickly walked over to hug him, saying, "Husband, thank you." Seeing her excited and delighted expression, Ye Fang smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. I don't need it anyway." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes lit up with admiration as she looked at the phoenix egg, unable to put it down. "Old Ye Fang, let's give each other a high five to celebrate my successful contract with the phoenix egg." Yun, carrot carrot. "Okay, now you should go to bed." Ye Fang now only wants to focus on his cultivation and see if he can expand the effect of the crack to obtain more items. Okay, Jiang Shui was completely immersed in joy. She hugged the phoenix egg, went to bed, covered herself with the blanket, and looked at Ye Fang. Seeing her like this, Ye Fang couldn't help but chuckle. "Why aren't you asleep?" Jiang Shui's face was slightly flushed and her big eyes blinked. "Because there's a man in the room. This is the first time I've ever had a strange boy next to me while I'm sleeping." Her voice was soft and gentle, making one's heart flutter. But Ye Fang rolled his eyes after hearing this. "When we booked a room last time." Stop talking about it." Jiang Shui's face turned even redder when she mentioned that crazy night, and she immediately covered her face with the blanket. Chapter 24, Perfect Tao Foundation. Upon seeing this, Ye Fang couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, then sat back down and continued cultivating. Jiang Shui pulled back the blanket and looked at Ye Fang's serious cultivation. Her initial shyness gradually subsided, but she still looked at Ye Fang with tenderness in her eyes. Jiang Shui gradually drifted off to sleep. After Ye Fang scanned the area with his divine sense, he began to enter a state of cultivation. However, he could feel that the spiritual energy in the air was much denser than before. "This is really strange." The speed at which the concentration of spiritual energy increased surprised Ye Fang. "Keep in mind that this was only a few days after I came back. Although the increase in spiritual energy concentration is small, if the timeline is extended and the concentration increases infinitely, it will eventually reach the concentration of the cultivation world. At that time, this place will truly be a place where all kinds of plants and even monsters can grow." Thinking of this, Ye Fang couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Jiang Shui, who was fast asleep on the bed. At this moment, she was holding a phoenix egg the size of a pillow, with a smile on her lips, as if she was dreaming of something wonderful. Ye Fang couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had to improve his strength, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to protect his own woman. Jiang Shui was fast asleep when she suddenly rolled over, her sleeping posture somewhat unladylike, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. Ye Fang glanced at it a few times, then looked away, focused his mind, and continued cultivating. The three Holy Heart Sutras purify the mind and spirit. He gradually became immersed in cultivation. At the same time, he began to absorb top-grade spiritual pills like they were free. Although the cultivation world emphasizes that haste makes waste, but that applies to people who have only practiced once, because they don't understand anything, so they need to build a solid foundation. Ye Fang is different. He has already practiced twice. This is the third time. In his first time cultivating immortality, he was timid and cautious, walking on thin ice, not daring to be the slightest bit presumptuous, for fear of making a mistake that would destabilize his foundation. On his second trip to the eerie world, he was confident and cautious, but dared to act boldly, and thus achieved remarkable results. This time, Ye Fang didn't want to miss any more opportunities for improvement. Now that we're here, we should do our best to seize the greatest opportunity. The spiritual energy circulated and swept throughout the body, gradually expanding the dantian. If one were to use their divine sense to look inward at this moment, they would see that Ye Fang's qi was becoming brighter and brighter under the nourishment of spiritual energy. At the same time, an invisible vortex formed around Ye Fang, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Although spiritual energy is scarce, he has spiritual energy pills. This highly concentrated spiritual energy pill is specifically designed for cultivation, and it allows for extremely rapid progress. During the cultivation process, Ye Fang gradually became immersed in it, devoting himself wholeheartedly to it. Qi refining level 7. Qi refining level 8. Time passed by, second by second. Ye Fang's high-grade spiritual energy pills are visibly decreasing rapidly. Sometimes, when there wasn't enough spiritual energy for Ye Fang's body to absorb, he would simply open the bottle cap and pour it into his mouth. Perhaps because of his dual spiritual roots of saint and dark, Ye Fang felt that he encountered an unprecedented realm during his qi refining stage. 14th level of qi refining. What does that mean? Supreme Foundation Establishment. This is a realm that cultivators can only occasionally encounter during the qi refining stage. Before entering the Foundation Establishment stage, he reached the unprecedented 14th level of qi refining. Then, the spiritual energy transforms into liquid, completing a qualitative change. In my previous life in the cultivation world, this would have been practically nothing more than a legend. But now it's actually happening to Ye Fang. He was immersed in a mysterious state, and the spiritual energy around him was being absorbed at a vortex-like speed. I don't know how much time passed. With a snap, it seemed as if something broke open. Ye Fang suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura surged. An invisible barrier seemed to have been broken. 14th level of qi refining. Ye Fang took a deep breath, slightly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly, dazzling and awe-inspiring. Beside him was an empty high-grade spirit energy bottle, and the first rays of morning sunlight shone in. Jiang Shui slept soundly, undisturbed by any noise. Ye Fang smiled slightly, slowly stood up, stretched his body, and felt as if he had been reborn, full of power. At this moment, the bones and skin seemed to faintly glow, full of vitality. This feeling is amazing. Ye Fang clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a smile appeared on his lips. 14th level of qi refining, the foundation of supreme Tao. Thinking of this, Ye Fang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Turning his head to look at the empty spirit pill, his expression became complicated. This high-grade spiritual energy pill was enough for him to break through to the peak of foundation establishment, but now it's gone as soon as he broke through to the 14th level of qi refining. No wonder no one in my previous life had ever reached the 14th level of qi refining. This level of exertion is beyond what most people can bear, and even if they could, they wouldn't be able to enter that profound and mysterious state of mind. The most crucial point is that this opportunity only comes once. If you fail, your spiritual energy will liquefy. Congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation. Turning around, Ye Fang saw Jiang Shui's unseemly sleeping posture and couldn't bear to look. Jiang Shui was holding a phoenix egg, and her thin nightgown had slipped off, revealing a large expanse of white skin. Ye Fang could even vaguely see the kitten on Jiang Shui's panties through her pajamas. What shocked Ye Fang even more was that Jiang Shui's upper body was completely exposed, with only a nightgown covering her. However, due to her unseemly sleeping posture, Most of Jiang Shue's full breasts were exposed, and even faint red plum blossoms were faintly visible. Ye Fang quickly looked away. At this moment, Jiang Shui seemed to sense something and opened her sleepy eyes. Seeing Ye Fang looking at her, Jiang Shui blushed and quickly got up. In the rush, her pajamas slipped down, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Jiang Shui gasped in surprise, quickly covering herself with her hands and pulling the blanket over herself, her face flushing even more. Seeing Ye Fang turn his back, Jiang Shui quickly dressed and stood up, saying, You're awake? Ye Fang, with his back to Jiang Shui, nodded and said, Yes, he's awake. For a moment, the air fell silent again. Just then, Jiang Shui's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her older sister calling. Jiang Shui glanced at Ye Fang and whispered, It's my sister's phone call. As she spoke, Jiang Shui answered the call, and Jiang Luxiao's voice came from the other end. The meal is ready. You and Ye Fang, remember to eat. The driver will take you to school in a bit. After saying that, she hung up the phone. After a night of calm, Jiang Luxiao recalled what she had shouted the previous night and felt incredibly ashamed. She didn't dare face Ye Fang early in the morning and went straight to work. Jiang Shui glanced at Ye Fang, and the two quickly finished their breakfast and headed towards the school. On the way to school, Chen Xiaoyao, enduring morning sickness, drank water handed to her by her best friend Gu Qingqing, and the two walked side by side. Are you all right? It's nothing. I just feel a little nauseous. As she was speaking, she saw an MPV pull up and stop at the school gate. She remembered that the car belonged to Jiang Shui's family. Just as Chen Xiaoyao was about to turn and leave, the car door opened, and a man got out. A man she hated so much that she couldn't sleep all night. Ye Fang. Chapter 25. You may have Stockholm Syndrome. Gu Qingqing, who was munching on a steamed bun, followed Chen Xiaoyao's surprised gaze and saw Ye Fang getting out of the car. This scene truly shocked many people. No, that's Jiang Shui's car. Why is it a boy coming down from up there? Who is he? You don't recognize him? Ye Fang, didn't you check the school for him? Ye Fang? That's Ye Fang. But why did he get out of John's car? Could it be that they have officially announced their relationship? My God, that's amazing. He got out of the car, and Jiang Shui, with his help, also got out of the car. But Jiang Shui was a little angry at this moment. She originally intended to bring the phoenix egg to school, but Ye Fang stopped him. It's best to keep good things to yourself. If it were targeted by someone with ulterior motives, it could easily lead to death. Jiang Shui thought about it and agreed, so she reluctantly left the phoenix egg at home. The two walked side by side toward the school. The two's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention, and Ye Fang had become a prominent figure at the school. As she drew closer, Chen Xiaoyao's face gradually paled. She seemed to want to avoid him, yet she was unwilling to give up, and instead stared intently at Ye Fang. Xiaoyao, the father of your child is with another woman right now. Gu Qingqing munched on a steamed bun and whispered in a tone that suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. Chen Xiaoyao clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Even though the pain was so intense that it broke her skin, her face remained expressionless. Oh, Xiaoyao, what should we do? Qingqing, spread the word. What news? Spread the word that Ye Fang is the father of my child. Chen Xiaoyao gritted her teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. Gu Qingqing opened her mouth wide, and the half-eaten bun fell to the ground. This seems like it won't be easy to suppress this matter, so are we just going to release it like this? Little. Hey, my steamed bun. After her initial shock, Gu Qingqing was about to speak when she suddenly realized that her large meat bun had fallen to the ground. She quickly picked it up and patted it, saying, Luckily, it didn't fall for more than 3 seconds, so it's still edible. After saying that, he took a bite. Xiaoyao, this isn't a good idea. If this gets out, your mom will definitely find out. Gu Qingqing, biting into a steamed bun, looked at Chen Xiaoyao with concern. A look of sorrow appeared in Chen Xiaoyao's eyes, but her determination was unwavering. You said it yourself, he is also the father of my child. What's wrong with me fighting for a father for my child? You don't even like him. What's the point of trying to win him over? Gu Qingqing couldn't quite understand Chen Xiaoyao's actions. Even if I don't like him, he is still the father of my child. It's better for the child to need a father's love in the future than to have none at all. Chen Xiaoyao spoke with unwavering conviction, causing Gu Qingqing to roll her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. Xiaoyao, are you very concerned about Ye Fang? I care about him. Where did you see that I care about him? I just don't want my child to be without a father. That's all. After Chen Xiaoyao finished speaking, she saw Gu Qingqing take a bite of her steamed bun and then continue. Since you don't care, just tell your future children that their father was hit by a car and died when they were born. It's better to have a short pain than a long one. Isn't that better? This child also needs a father's love. Chen Xiaoyao was taken aback by Gu Qingqing's question. Hey, Xiaoyao, haven't you noticed? You've lost your usual composure when you're facing Ye Fang. You haven't fallen for him, have you? You think I'd fall for someone who raped me? Gu Qingqing, you're asking for it. Such things do happen. For example, Stockholm Syndrome, where the victim falls in love with the abuser. Speaking of which, your situations are somewhat similar. For example, you were imprisoned for several hours and bullied to the extreme, and then Ye Fang showed a hint of mercy. You'll think that's love? Oh, and you can even describe someone like you with a single letter. M. Gu Qingqing, are you looking for trouble? Hurry up and leak this information. We can't hide it forever. My mom will find out soon enough. I'm so glad she became a grandmother at such a young age. Gu Qingqing looked at Chen Xiaoyao, speechless at her decision, but seeing that she had made up her mind, she had no reason to stop her. All right. After Gu Qingqing finished speaking, she ate the bun in a few bites and went to take care of her business. Chen Xiaoyao stared intently at Ye Fang's back. She would fall in love with Ye Fang? What a joke. In her heart, Ye Fang was a scumbag, a bastard, a toad, a bug, a disgusting person. Thinking this way, I felt inexplicably much more at ease. Ye Fang felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced around and saw Chen Xiaoyao standing not far away, watching him. His gaze was as cold as frost. Ye Fang didn't pay any attention and directly led Jiang Shui to enter the academy. Then he felt another malicious gaze, and the other person even ran up to him angrily. Jiang Shui, why did he get out of your car? Luo Zheng immediately questioned Jiang Shui. He's my boyfriend. Is there a problem with him getting out of the car? Jiang Shui raised her head, took Ye Fang's arm directly, and asserted her dominance. Luo Zheng's face darkened further, and he stiffened his neck as he asked, Your boyfriend? He stared intently at Ye Fang, forcing out a sentence through gritted teeth. What makes you think you're qualified to be Jiang Shui's boyfriend? Before Ye Fang could speak, Jiang Shui stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Whether he's qualified or not isn't up to you. It's up to me. Carrot. Luo Zheng's gaze changed, as if he were breathing fire, staring at Ye Fang. Those gazes seemed ready to pounce at any moment and start a fight. But Ye Fang remained unfazed, calmly saying, Get out of the way, don't block my path. Luo stared at him like a venomous wolf, his teeth grinding together. In the end, he only gave Ye Fang a vicious look before turning and leaving. Ye Fang raised an eyebrow. Was this a fight to the death? However, he was never afraid of trouble. After Luo Zheng walked away, Ye Fang suddenly looked at Jiang Shui, whose face was already flushed with embarrassment because of her actions just now. This also attracted the attention of those around her. Noticing the gazes falling on her, Jiang Shui felt that her behavior just now was a bit too impulsive. Just as she was about to escape, Ye Fang suddenly leaned over and said, You're fed up with him, aren't you? Want to get revenge? Ah. Jiang Shui didn't understand Ye Fang's meaning. Ye Fang's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Luo Zheng. I can handle him. Do you believe me? What you up to? Never mind all that for now. If I do it, shouldn't I get a reward? Ye Fang pointed to the other side of his face that hadn't been kissed. You're so wicked. Humph, if you can do it, then do it. After Jiang Shui finished speaking, Ye Fang just snorted coldly. In the distance, Luo Zheng suddenly let out a scream, then knelt on the ground, clutching his groin. Chapter 26. Did you do this too? This too? At that moment, Luo Zheng felt as if someone had cut him, and a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his very bones in his most intimate area. Young Master Luo, what's wrong? People around him noticed Luo Zheng's unusual behavior and gathered around to check on him. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Zheng's forehead, and the pain made his face turn deathly pale. He felt like he was about to faint in the next instant. But with so many people watching, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. However, the pain of castration made him walk unsteadily. What's wrong? But at this moment, Gu Qingqing heard the screams and ran back out of curiosity. She saw Luo Zhengzheng staggering as he walked from afar. Xiaoyao, what's wrong with him? Gu Qingqing was puzzled. Everything was fine just now, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? I don't know. He said some harsh words to Yi just now, and then he did this. Chen Xiaoyao kept her eyes fixed on Ye Fang, but after she finished speaking, she saw Ye Fang look over. Instantly, Chen Xiaoyao had a guess in her mind. but on the surface she remained calm and expressionless. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, understood that Luo Zheng's behavior must be due to Ye Fang's intervention. What did you do? I turned him into a eunuch. I originally wanted to kill him, but letting him die like this would be too easy for him. Ye Fang said calmly. Jiang Shui was initially shocked, but her gaze remained fixed on Ye Fang. How did you do that? A cultivator's divine sense is a tool for exploration, and it can also be used as a weapon. Ye Fang explained calmly. But at this moment, Jiang Shui's eyes were already sparkling. But to those around her, that look was one of complete infatuation. Many boys were inwardly groaning. No, why? Jiang Shui, she actually fell for him so quickly? Aren't you the hardest girl to pursue at Tiannan University? It wasn't that no one had tried to win her over before, but regardless of their persona, almost everyone failed after just one encounter. But what about now? How is there any difference between her appearance and that of a naive and innocent girl? Luo Zheng leaned against the wall, his face ashen. He finally understood that the pain he had just experienced must have been caused by Ye Fang. This is worse than killing him. Just you wait, you just wait. Luo Zheng's eyes were filled with extreme resentment, but he dared not say another word in front of Ye Fang. He called his trusted aide and had him take him to the hospital. Although he was in excruciating pain, he had also come to understand some things. Last night, Master Xian Yang's magic failed. It must have been Ye Fang's doing. Otherwise, the goddess she admired wouldn't have actually fallen for this good-for-nothing. Ye Fang, you just wait. Luo Zheng gritted his teeth and, supported by two trusted confidants, struggled to leave, his gaze towards Ye Fang filled with extreme resentment. Ye Fang didn't care. He didn't even feel guilty about killing Luo Zheng. After sending Jiang Shui back to her classroom, Ye Fang returned to his own archaeology class. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Just before, when Ye Fang got out of Jiang Shui's car, someone took a picture of him and uploaded it to the campus network. By this time, the news had spread throughout the entire school, and everyone knew that Ye Fang and Jiang Shui were related. The boy's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. How could the goddess have fallen for her like that? The girl was curious and wanted to see what was so special about Ye Fang. After all, someone who caught Jiang Shui's eye must have something unique about them. Compared to them, Wang Xinshan winked at Ye Fang and gave him a thumbs up. Luan pushed up his glasses and gave the other person a meaningful look. Ye Fang simply walked over to the two of them and sat down. Wang Xinshan came right up to him. Old Yi, did you spend the night at Jiang Xiaohua's house last night? Because he asked the question urgently, Wang Xinshan didn't lower his voice, and all the classmates heard it, causing an uproar. Luan also asked with his eyes, being incredibly gossipy. Ye Fang simply smiled faintly, no. But as soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of boos erupted in the classroom. Wang Xinshan looked even more disbelieving, his face practically screaming. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? No matter how much he pressed, Ye Fang only said, I don't know. I'm not clear. Wang Xinshan was speechless. Dude, the whole school knows now, and you're still trying to hide it. What's the point? Huh? Holy crap. Luan, who was scrolling through his phone, seemed to have seen some explosive news. He suddenly looked up at Ye Fang with a look of utter disbelief. Ye Fang frowned slightly. What's wrong? Luan handed the phone to Ye Fang. Old Yi, you did this too. Ye Fang took a closer look and immediately frowned slightly. What is that, making such a fuss? Wang Xinshan leaned over for a look, then exclaimed in shock. Holy crap. No, this, old Yi you. Luan opened the campus forum, where an extremely explosive message was displayed. Vice President Du's daughter, Chen Xiaoyao, is pregnant. The child is Ye Fang's. Chen Xiaoyao is a prominent figure at Tiannan Academy, and given her status as the daughter of the vice president, this news instantly went viral on the entire forum. The whole school was in an uproar. At this point, the students in the class, tagged by their various friends, started gossiping like crazy. Those who were closest to the person involved all cast curious glances at Ye Fang. This happened suddenly, but the comments below didn't seem very credible. This is fake news. It's very likely that someone created this fake news. How is it fake? Yesterday, someone leaked the news that Chen Xiaoyao was pregnant, but it was quickly suppressed. Bringing it up again now is definitely suspicious, especially since the target is Ye Fang. Brothers, do you think Chen Xiaoyao did this on purpose because she doesn't like Jiang Shui and is trying to ruin their relationship? That makes sense. The competition among women can be fierce. Looking at the various speculations below, Chen Xiaoyao, the person involved, felt somewhat numb. No, what's wrong with these people? My child is also Ye Fang's. Why don't they believe it? Chen Xiaoyao felt a little numb as she looked at the messages on the campus forum. This is probably what reputation is all about. Gu Qingqing helplessly shrugged, completely baffled by Chen Xiaoyao's question. What's wrong with my reputation? The same news story. If you change the female protagonist's name, the ending might be different. Jiang Shui rejected all the boys, but in the eyes of both girls and boys, she was a pure and innocent girl. There's a high chance they'll be fooled by a blonde guy like Ye Fang. As she spoke, Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Chen Xiaoyao. And you, the infamous witch of our Tiannan University, let alone sleeping with you. Even if Ye Fang were tricked into castrating himself by you, no one would find it surprising. Chapter 27. With great power comes great authority. No, is it really that exaggerated? Chen Xiaoyao's lips twitched. She felt like she'd been insulted. Just look at the comments below, and you'll see. Gu Qingqing pointed helplessly downwards. Chen Xiaoyao glanced over and, sure enough, the vast majority of the comments below were unanimously in favor of the idea that it was impossible. My sister Chen isn't a naive and innocent girl like Jiang Shui. How could she possibly be fooled by Ye Fang? That's right, this must have been something Sister Chen orchestrated herself to deal with that scumbag Ye Fang. But didn't the medical students say last night that Chen Xiaoyao is pregnant? Hey buddy, don't believe everything people say? What if it's just a smokescreen? That makes sense. After reading the numerous comments above, Chen Xiaoyao was somewhat dumbfounded. I'm clearly pregnant, so why doesn't anyone believe me? Now that Ye Fang and Jiang Shui's relationship has been exposed, if you're rumored to be pregnant with him, everyone's first reaction will definitely be to question it. Gu Qingqing shook her head and sighed softly. Then what should I do? Chen Xiaoyao was also at a loss, because she really thought she was pregnant. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qingqing said, how about we release some more evidence? If it's solid proof, everyone will naturally believe it. I have no evidence whatsoever. Chen Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. She really didn't. Just ignore him. You don't like him anyway. At worst, you can raise the child yourself. Gu Qingqing's suggestion surprised Chen Xiaoyao. But Chen Xiaoyao was already wearing a white coat, looking out the window with a forlorn expression. Make this a big deal, then confirm it. Ideally, let the whole school know I'm pregnant. It would be best if everyone knew that the vice president's daughter was having an affair and had gotten herself pregnant. Huh? Xiaoyao, are you crazy? What are you trying to achieve by doing this? Just to cause trouble for Ye Fang, let alone what kind of trouble you could possibly cause. Halfway through her sentence, Gu Qingqing suddenly realized something and paused. Did the vice president not come home again last night? He hasn't been back for the past few days? Chen Xiaoyao's silence says it all. Gu Qingqing's body trembled, and she looked at Chen Xiaoyao in disbelief. So, you did all this to get your mother's attention? Then they'll make a big scene, so that even our vice president will focus his attention on her daughter. Chen Xiaoyao gave a bitter smile and said nothing. Hey, what's going on here? Gu Qingqing sighed and reached out to pat Chen Xiaoyao on the shoulder. My best friend is really something. Despite her carefree attitude, she's actually quite sensitive. Chen Xiaoyao composed herself and smiled again. Let's do it. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingqing nodded. Okay, I'll help you. Chen Xiaoyao gave a grateful smile. Gu Qingqing took out her phone and started replying to posts on the campus forum. In just a few tens of minutes, the news of Chen Xiaoyao's pregnancy became even more sensational. Even the girls in Jiang Shui's class who were close to her sent her messages, asking if the matter was true or false. Jiang Shui looked at the message and was at a loss. He had no choice but to take out his phone and send a message to Ye Fang. Is it true? Ye Fang glanced at his phone, then hesitated for a moment. Her situation is similar to yours. Jiang Shui was also taken aback when she saw the reply. She originally thought Ye Fang would lie and make up all sorts of excuses, but she didn't expect Ye Fang to admit it so readily. But that was before. Back then, her relationship with Ye Fang was just a one-night stand, and she had no right to interfere with him. But now, she and Ye Fang have made their relationship public. Jiang Shui held her phone, unsure of what to say. It took him a while to reply. Aren't you afraid I'll get angry? Asterisk. Ye Fang smiled calmly at this. If I lied to you and got caught, wouldn't you be even angrier? Since that's the case, why can't we just talk everything out? Jiang Shui felt a strange sense of relief as she read the message. But then she asked, if both she and I wanted you to take responsibility, who would you choose? I want both. I'm not an irresponsible person. Humph, carrot, you're really greedy. Don't do that again. Putting down her phone, Jiang Shui took a deep breath, feeling a sense of desperation. As for what will happen next, she is no longer afraid. Seeing this, Ye Fang also put down his phone. Seeing this, Wang Xinshan quickly stepped forward and asked, Old Yi, how did your explanation go with Jiang, the school beauty? It's okay, she's a good person. That's it. Otherwise what? She didn't make a scene? What's all the fuss about? If the father of her own child is another woman and she's pregnant, wouldn't she be furious? No, her sister is pregnant too, but I haven't seen her explode. For a moment, Wang Xinshan was speechless. It seemed that was really the case. He had even won over Sister Fang. Taking down the others doesn't seem like a big deal. Ox. Wang Xinshan gave Ye Fang a thumbs up. Ye Fang smiled but didn't explain further. Old Yi, something's not right. This forum is getting way too popular. It's not only not been suppressed, but it's even spread to the outside world. Looking at the campus network, Luan sensed something was wrong. Someone of Chun Xiaoyao's status would have any scandalous news suppressed. For example, yesterday, the news of Chun Xiaoyao's pregnancy caused a huge uproar at the school, but the heat was quickly suppressed. All posts have been deleted without a trace. But today, the hype hasn't died down. Instead, it's gotten even hotter and hotter, and it's even spread to foreign websites. Perhaps someone is stirring things up. Ye Fang didn't care much about this. If the other party wanted him to take responsibility, then he would. If not, he wouldn't force it. You're really calm. Luan admired Ye Fang for remaining so composed in a situation like this. What? Is this something serious? Old Yi, Luo Zheng came to cause you trouble this morning, didn't he? And that's just a minority. Soon, all of Chun Xiaoyao's suitors will be making their moves on you. Luan couldn't help but remind him. Ye Fang was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. Then let them come. It'll be a good opportunity to test my new sword. Luan was helpless. What else could he say? Ye Fang's nonchalant attitude left him completely speechless. But isn't she a witch? Why does she have so many suitors? Ye Fang asked casually. Although she's a witch, her looks are simply stunning. Plus, she has a mother who's a vice president. Whether it's for her looks or power, there are always people eager to make a move. Luan looked helpless. Ye Fang smiled, not paying much attention. The times are about to change. Power will come from strength, and the resurgence of spiritual energy will turn ordinary people who would die from a single bullet into tough and uncontrollable individuals. At that time, the greater the strength, the greater the power. Chapter 28, The Beautiful Class Teacher. Seeing Ye Fang's nonchalant expression, Luan was about to say something when he suddenly came to his senses. Since they've all become immortal cultivators, who's afraid of those suitors? Soon, Luan smiled with relief, realizing that with such confidence, there was indeed no need to care about these things. Ye Fang also closed his eyes, planning to find some time, ask for leave, and go to a secluded place to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Huh? Mr. Yi, we're getting a new homeroom teacher. Luan looked at the notification on his phone. Ye Fang opened his eyes, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A new homeroom teacher? Luan nodded. Yes, the original teacher is just temporarily in charge. Ye Fang was slightly surprised. But at that moment, a well-informed person shouted in the classroom. Brothers, good news. Our new homeroom teacher is a stunning beauty. In an instant, all the boys were excited and eagerly awaited the arrival of the train. Soon, a tall, slender young female teacher with long, flowing hair and wearing a purple Taoist robe walked into the classroom. All the boys were immediately impressed and amazed. Holy crap, why is he wearing a Taoist robe? Do all female teachers dress like this? What a stunning beauty. And she looks so young. That figure. Everyone got excited. Dressed in a Taoist robe, she possessed an outstanding temperament and exquisite features, making her captivating. Hello everyone. I'm your homeroom teacher. My name is Chu Lingling. Chu Lingling stood on the podium, smiling at the whole class. Her voice was also clear and crisp, making people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. For a moment, all the boys were stunned. Chu Lingling's gaze swept across the entire class, and when she saw Ye Fang, her smile faltered slightly. But she quickly returned to normal. Starting today, I will be your homeroom teacher. The class was silent for 2 seconds, then burst into enthusiastic applause. Everyone in the class kept their eyes fixed on the beautiful girl on the stage. Wang Xinshan leaned closer and whispered, Old Yi, what do you think of this teacher? She refining level 3, not bad talent. Ye Fang glanced at it with his divine sense and spoke calmly. Qi refining level 3? Wang Xinshan was stunned. He asked about appearance. So how did you answer with cultivation? Wait, Is this female teacher a cultivator? Old Yi, is this for real? No, there are cultivators here. Wang Xinshan couldn't help but confirm again. Ye Fang nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinshan also became interested, staring at Chu Lingling with disbelief in his eyes. Wait, are there really that many cultivators in this world? At this point, Chu Lingling had finished her brief introduction and the class officially began. Although everyone isn't all here yet, I've already gone to inform them. However, I need to explain something to you first. I imagine many of you are quite puzzled as to why you're in the archaeology class, right? Chu Lingling smiled slightly and began to explain. Her voice is clear and pleasant, which makes her very likable. Next, I will explain to everyone that, first of all, our world will not be peaceful in the future. As Chu Lingling explained, she raised her jade-like hand, and flames began to dance at her fingertips, emanating a faint spiritual energy. The entire classroom fell silent, and all the students stared wide-eyed at the scene. The flame at Chu Lingling's fingertip transformed into a fist-sized flame, hovering in the air and radiating light. A truly magical sight. The world is undergoing a transformation, and spiritual energy will be revived. Ordinary people will experience significant improvements in the future. Therefore, you will be the first class selected for training. Chu Lingling withdrew her jade finger, and the flames dissipated. Everyone was shocked. Some even rubbed their eyes, staring at Chu Lingling in disbelief. No, Teacher Chu, what's going on? Was that magic? Spiritual energy is reviving. Holy crap, we're really going to cultivate immortality. The entire class erupted in gasps of amazement. Everyone was already whispering among themselves, excited, expectant, curious, and thrilled. Chu Lingling smiled slightly. I will explain the specifics to everyone later. Let me make it clear first that the benefits you are currently enjoying are the best in the school. I think you have already noticed that. They live in triple rooms, receive other subsidies, and even have a variable monthly income, definitely more than the average person. Hearing this, all the students became excited. You can get paid while you're studying? Is there really such a good thing in the world? Ye Fang glanced at these excited guys and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Benefits and risks are relative. Just like soldiers who defend their country, while enjoying the benefits provided by the state, they must also fulfill their due obligations. At this moment, Chu Lingling spoke up, breaking their excitement. Of course, there are some agreements here. After you sign them, I will teach you how to cultivate, and you will be given priority in receiving cultivation resources in the future. You may face some danger, even death, real death. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the excited crowd. The crowd fell silent and hesitated. Chu Lingling was not surprised at all. Everyone instinctively feared death, so she did not urge them and waited quietly. After a long pause, some brave souls raised their hands and asked Chu Lingling, Teacher Chu, how dangerous is this? Chu Lingling looked at him, her tone becoming serious, very serious. It could even be life-threatening. Of course, there are also many benefits. Not only can it enhance your strength to defend the country in the future, it can also ensure that your family members have no worries about food and clothing. If you're lucky, you might even become famous overnight and acquire wealth that most people can only dream of. Another silence fell. Everyone fell silent. People strive for higher positions, just as water flows downhill. Many of these people are unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Those of you who have made up your minds, come up and sign here. If you don't want to take any risks, I can change your major right now. Of course, in return, all the benefits you enjoyed in the archaeology class will be taken back. As Chu Lingling spoke, she patted the document in her hand. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant for a moment. Teacher, can I talk to my parents about this? This should be confidential. What's there to discuss? Can. Chu Lingling nodded directly. Anyway, we can't hide it from them in the future, so let's just discuss it with our parents if we want. Once permission was granted, everyone began to whisper among themselves. The whole class was buzzing with discussion, and some people were even calling their families. However, at that moment, Ye Fang stood up and walked towards the podium, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Is this a choice between staying or leaving? Is he really that fearless? He is already hooked up with Jiang Shui, a wealthy woman, so there's absolutely no need for him to take risks for these benefits. Chapter 29, Cultivating Immortality, is a double-edged sword. If you don't wield it, someone else will. Looking at the surprised looks on these people's faces, Ye Fang was speechless. What was the reasoning behind this? Cultivating immortality is a double-edged sword. If you don't wield it, someone else will. He learned many things in the world of cultivation and the world of the supernatural. Wealth is something you have to hold on to truly own it. Otherwise, someone might say, this treasure is destined for me. And then, that's it. You can only watch as the wealth you've accumulated over half a lifetime is looted. So Ye Fang went to the podium, took a document, and signed it directly. He didn't know how deep China's understanding and preparation for cultivators was, but joining was never a bad idea. After Ye Fang went on stage, Luan and Wang Xinshan followed him up. If my own brothers are all involved, why shouldn't I? The rest of the people looked at each other. Finally, gritting their teeth, people began to come up one after another. Nonsense. The three worst students in the class have all taken the exam. Why shouldn't they? Of course, some of these are measures that people have no other choice. They desperately need the treatment afforded to archaeology teams. Teacher Chu, now that the signatures are done, can we leave? Ye Fang didn't want to stay in the classroom either. He preferred to cultivate alone. The main reason I came to the classroom was to accompany Jiang Shui. Chu Lingling looked at Ye Fang. Before entering the classroom, he had also looked at the information of the students in the class. Among them, Ye Fang's identity was the most mysterious, and his parents seemed to be very mysterious as well. Despite her status as a member of the Zhenyi Bureau, she was unable to find out anything. I only found two names, Yi Ping and Mei Xuanxiang, and then nothing else. She informed the bureau chief, who simply said to treat it with a normal attitude, observe the young man's talent, and if he was good, he could be asked to help with some tasks. Chu Lingling snapped out of her thoughts, glanced at Ye Fang and the other two, and noticed that they all had spiritual energy overflowing from them. She immediately understood. You've been drawing spiritual energy into your bodies? Drawing qi into the body is a very troublesome thing. Just like many people who have practiced for many years but still haven't been able to draw qi into their bodies. And these three people in front of us actually did it. Chu Lingling's suspicions about Ye Fang's identity deepened. Hearing Chu Lingling's words, the three of them nodded. Since you've all done it, I won't insist. You can go now, but you still need to come back for class. Having received permission, Ye Fang and the other two quickly left the classroom. As for the remaining people, Chu Lingling looked at them and knew that some of them would definitely run away. This was not shameful. The fear of death was an instinct of every living being. But it will be too late to regret it after today. Opportunities don't come all the time. Old Yi, where are we going? Wang Xinshan asked curiously. Make money, and then see if you can find some good stuff. Now that spiritual energy has just started to recover, many good things will gradually turn into treasures by attracting spiritual energy, especially those ancient things. The older they are, the better. Having experienced that bizarre world, Ye Fang naturally knew how to find treasures. After all, the things there are all strange and can change due to spiritual energy. Seeing Ye Fang's confident demeanor, Luan and Wang Xinshan's eyes also lit up with excitement. However, as soon as Ye Fang stepped out of the school gate, several black vans followed behind him. Ye Fang's divine sense also noticed this, and his gaze sharpened. Are you two ready to fight? Fight! Wang Xinshan was taken aback, then pointed to himself. Who are we supposed to fight? I don't know, maybe a dozen or so. Ye Fang didn't turn his head and continued walking. Wang Xinshan and Luan immediately became excited. They had both drawn their inner energy into their bodies and were eager to test their skills. The three then walked onto a road that was rarely traveled, and there were no surveillance cameras in the area. They're here. Ye Fang suddenly stopped, his body tensing slightly. Sure enough, several cars behind them came to a sudden stop, and more than a dozen people got out carrying wooden sticks and steel pipes. One of the leaders was cursing, "You've got some nerve, kid. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Today we'll cripple your limbs as a lesson to you." Teach me a lesson? Who sent you, Luo Zheng? Ye Fang scanned the area with his divine sense and quickly located Luo Zheng's vehicle, a Maybach. At this moment, he was receiving in 4 drip and taking painkillers, holding binoculars and looking in this direction, as if he were about to witness his own death. Ye Fang was somewhat impressed by this. How could someone who had just been castrated by himself be able to come over so quickly and instruct others to cause him trouble? That's none of your business. Brothers, beat them up. At the command of the leader of the thugs, more than a dozen men rushed towards Ye Fang. Ye Fang and his 2 companions also made their move immediately. Wang Xinshan and Luan both only guided qi into their bodies, yet they were remarkably agile. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted a passing Rolls-Royce. The window rolled down, revealing a woman wearing sunglasses with a foxy air about her. She looked at Ye Fang and his companions and raised her eyebrows slightly. A minute later, more than a dozen thugs were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Ye Fang and the other two were completely unharmed, and even their clothes were intact. In the Maybach, Luo Zheng's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he pressed hard on his aching groin. Court death. Ye Fang slowly walked towards the Maybach, his gaze fixed on Luo Zheng. Don't come any closer, Luo Zheng shouted, trembling. He immediately pulled out a pistol and fired a shot at Ye Fang without hesitation. Bang! The bullet was fired, but it was shattered in midair by Ye Fang's divine sense sword. Then, Ye Fang moved swiftly and instantly appeared by the car window, throwing a punch before Luo Zheng could fire. The glass shattered, and Luo Zheng screamed as he fell onto the passenger seat. Ye Fang reached out and grabbed him by the neck, pulling him out. Luo Zheng, now I want to ask you, do you still want to play with me? Let go. As Luo Zheng was speaking, he was still thinking of shooting Ye Fang at close range, but Ye Fang didn't give him a chance at all. He grabbed the gun in Luo Zheng's hand and crushed it to pieces with his bare hands right in front of him. Seeing this, Luo Zheng was completely terrified. Don't kill me. It's too late. There are no security cameras here. If I kill you, no one will know it was me. As Ye Fang spoke, he was about to make a move. Luo Zheng panicked and was about to speak when Ye Fang threw him aside. Then, Ye Fang turned to look in the direction of the Rolls-Royce. Luo Zheng behind him was instantly pierced through the heart by the divine sense sword and was dead beyond any doubt. After doing all this, Ye strode towards the Rolls-Royce. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the driver was also terrified. Miss, it's a monk, we. Just as the driver was about to step on the gas, the beautiful woman in the back seat stopped him. No need. This person looks familiar. Perhaps we have some fond memories together. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of allure. Chapter 30 Talking to Each Other. When Ye Fang killed Luo Zheng, Wang Xinshan and Lu and were completely dumbfounded. This is outright murder? That can't be right. Won't doing this cause even more trouble? Although they had knocked out the people who had attacked them earlier. But upon closer inspection, it all came to light. What is Lao Yi doing? Before the two could react, Ye Fang walked straight toward the Rolls-Royce. Wang Xinshan and Luan exchanged a glance and could only follow. Ye Fang also walked to the car window and looked at the woman who seemed familiar. A figure flashed through his mind. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face to Ye Fang. Little cowherd, we meet again. Hu Tianmei smiled and opened the car door, getting out of the car. Wang Xinshan and Luan were both slightly stunned by this scene. What a beautiful woman. Like a beauty in a painting. Her face is without the slightest flaw. She wore a simple white dress and exuded a remarkable aura. This kind of woman is unforgettable once you see her. What caught their attention even more was the woman's slightly protruding belly, which radiated maternal glow. It's you. Ye Fang recognized her too. She was the woman who had bewitched him back then. No wonder she looked familiar. Little cowboy, long time no see. You're still as violent as ever. The woman covered her lips and chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling like autumn water, exuding a unique charm. Ye Fang looked at the woman and felt that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Old Yi, do you know her? Luan leaned closer to Ye Fang and asked in a low voice. You, aren't you General Manager Hu? Upon seeing the woman's identity, Wang Xinshan instantly remembered who she was and was somewhat surprised. Hearing this guy speak, Ye Fang couldn't help but glance at him. You know her? I know her. This is Hu Tianmei, the chairwoman of Tianmei Fashion Company in Tianhai City next door. She's also a well-known businesswoman in Tianhai City. Wang Xinshan answered with admiration in his eyes, and when he looked at Hu Tianmei, he dared not look her in the eye. It seems, there really is such a person. Ye Fang nodded slightly, then looked back at Hu Tianmei. Little cowherd, you really are forgetful. I can forget you, Hu Tianmei said, her eyes also unable to help but look Ye Fang up and down, her gaze as if she wanted to devour him. This made Ye Fang feel somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, Luan and Wang Xinshan exchanged a glance, finding the form of address rather strange. Old Yi, when did you become a gigolo? Luan looked at Ye Fang with a complicated expression. He remembered that Ye Fang's family was much better off than his. Although his parents are away from home most of the year, they have never shortchanged him on money. Surely he wouldn't have to become a gigolo? Ye Fang was about to explain when Hu Tianmei spoke up with a smile in her eyes. I was a bit angry at the time, so I went to find a gigolo, and I didn't expect to find him. Ye Fang, Wang Xinshan, and Luan. Holy crap. Old Yi is still as formidable as ever. Wang Xinshan and Lu and couldn't help but look at Ye Fang with admiration. Miss Hu, it was an accident. I went into the wrong room. Ye Fang explained somewhat speechlessly. I went to rescue the girl. I didn't expect to end up in your room. Pharynx. Luan exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing the problem. Wait, one of you was looking for a gigolo, and the other was looking for a prostitute, and then you ran into each other. So what about the other two? After being reminded, Ye Fang finally remembered the scene at that time. At the time, Ye Fang thought Hu Tianmei was a prostitute, while she thought he was a gigolo. Ye Fang was stunned the moment they met. He knew that Hu Tianmei was a woman of the highest caliber, and her demeanor was nothing like that of a young lady. But the first thing the other person said was to tell him to take off his clothes. Ye Fang couldn't resist, and did it. Ye Fang was young at the time, not an old devil who had been tempered by time. It would be strange if anyone could resist such a beautiful woman. When the two woke up the next day, Ye Fang realized that the other party was actually a virgin. He originally intended to give her all his possessions, more than 6,000 yuan. But what was the result? Hu Tianmei got up earlier than him, and then threw him a stack of money, probably more than 10,000. Then he left the hotel without looking back. Looking at the more than 10,000 yuan in his hand, he suddenly realized what had happened. He had been taken advantage of as a gigolo. By the time they realized what was happening, Hu Tianmei had already disappeared. As he left the hotel, he heard a couple arguing. Basically, they woke up one morning to find that both sides were asking the other for money. Then the two realized what the other person did and immediately exploded. Ye Fang, who was the instigator, immediately ran away. Then I deleted the contact number for the lady. At this time, Hu Tianmei chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with a captivating charm as she looked at Ye Fang. Little cowboy, that night was truly unforgettable for me. He clutched his stomach as he spoke, a mocking expression on his face. Ye Fang was a little embarrassed. Ye Fang had indeed entered the wrong room, and the woman was a rare beauty who was quite eager to embrace him. Ye Fang couldn't resist, but given the circumstances at the time, Ye Fang didn't do it on purpose. The way Wang Xinshan and Lu and looked at Ye Fang had changed. No, bro, you did this too? What's wrong with you? Ye Fang looked at the size and estimated it to be nearly 3 months old, which was exactly 3 months since he and Hu Tianmei had been together. Hu Tianmei glanced at Ye Fang with a mocking look and parted her red lips slightly. As you can see, it's your child. Ye Fang. Holy crap. Wang Xinshan and Lu and were both stunned. Putting aside the fact that I'm not a gigolo, even if I were, why would you stay? Ye Fang couldn't understand what kind of thought process women had these days. There's a reason for this. I didn't want to marry someone I hated, and that's how it is. When Hu Tianmei spoke, she radiated maternal warmth. Ye Fang was at a loss for words. Although the other party had taken the initiative at the time, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The child. Looking at Hu Tianmei's protruding belly, Ye Fang honestly never expected this outcome. At this moment, Hu Tianmei's smile faded, and she became serious. Little cowherd, I'm serious. The baby is already 3 months along. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Do you think I can afford to take that responsibility? Money? I don't lack it, but your abilities are exactly what I need. As she spoke, Hu Tianmei stepped forward, grabbed Ye Fang's arm, and leaned her entire body against him. The mature fragrance and the soft body made Ye Fang feel a slight warmth in his heart. Chapter 31. The child's surname has been decided. Hu Tianmei only noticed the 2 people out of the corner of her eye, who were so shocked that they didn't know what the world was like. She fully understands this. Anyone would make this expression when they see their best friend suddenly become a father and have a rich and beautiful woman like her. Thinking of this, she moved even closer to Ye Fang, pressing herself tightly against him. This made Ye Fang's heart flutter even more. Luan and Wang Xinshan were both dumbfounded. His eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. The way they looked at Ye Fang was as if he were some kind of deity. Envy is no longer effective. What they're thinking about now is, how many times has this happened to old Yi? Moreover, none of these people were ugly. They are all of the rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned type. Little cowherd, I still don't know your name. Hu Tianmei's red lips brushed against Ye Fang's ear, her breath as fragrant as orchids, like a warm breeze caressing his heart. This woman is a total vixen. Ye Fang took a deep breath, steadied himself, and whispered, Ye Fang. Hu Tianmei nodded gently. The name is quite good. Now that we've gotten to know each other, the child's surname is settled. Upon hearing this, Luan gasped in astonishment, his face filled with indescribable surprise. Wang Xinshan was still a little confused. You, what's wrong with you? Luan also whispered an explanation in his ear. Most women, especially strong women like Hu Tianmei, will let their children take their surname. It's a way of making a declaration. This child will belong to the woman's family in the future. The man was essentially a dispensable son-in-law. Now, with just one sentence from Hu Tianmei, Ye Fang is directly placed in the position of a father. The child will take your surname in the future, and you will be the child's father. The meaning is self-evident. To have accomplished this much is enough to demonstrate this woman's intelligence. Ye Fang couldn't help but take another look at Hu Tianmei, his eyes filled with admiration. What a clever woman. A child needs a surname. Your surname is Yi, and your child's surname is Yi. Don't you want your child to take your surname? Hu Tianmei's smile was like 100 flowers blooming, and her porcelain-like profile was breathtaking. Ye Fang glanced at her protruding belly and felt somewhat helpless. Was the hit rate a little too high? In the world of cultivation, immortals have very little chance of getting pregnant. For example, there was a very famous couple who cultivated together for over 100 years, almost to the point of being intertwined, but the female immortal's belly showed no signs of pregnancy. Those powerful cultivators were the same, but now, their accuracy rate is off the charts. Although Ye Fang didn't really like Hu Tianmei, his feelings for her were limited to that crazy night. But this child is, after all, his own flesh and blood. What do you want? Although Ye Fang is not a traditional person, he would never be irresponsible. Hearing his words, Hu Tianmei's smile widened, and she hugged him again. I don't need anything. It's just that my child lacks a father, and I lack a husband. Hearing the word husband made Ye Fang's heart tremble. Unlike Jiang Shui's girlish voice, Hu Tianmei's voice was more alluring, and she had a better figure. A mature woman like her is even more alluring and irresistible. You want me to be your husband? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? I just killed someone right in front of you. Ye Fang glanced at Luo Zhang, who was dead beyond any doubt. Hu Tianmei, however, didn't seem to care. She simply rubbed her face against Ye Fang's chest, her fingers lightly tracing circles beneath it, like a bewitching enchantress. Young cowherd, what kind of mischief are you planning? If you come in now, the child might not survive. Holy crap, Ye Fang cursed inwardly. What is this woman thinking? Although my self-control has decreased, I haven't reached that point of intense desire yet. Meanwhile, Luan pulled Wang Xinshan back a long way. These are not words they should be listening to. Seeing Hu Tianmei's confident look, Ye Fang couldn't back down. I'm a bad guy. Aren't you afraid of letting a wolf into your house and eating you up until there's not even a bone left? If you want to eat, then eat. Hearing Ye Fang's words, Hu Tianmei became even more determined in her choice and marveled at her good fortune. People at her level can already sense the changes that are about to happen in the world. If she doesn't find a cultivator like Ye Fang soon, what will become of her when the new era arrives? A beautiful woman walking down the street, 8 out of 10 men would want to sleep with her. However, since this is a society governed by law, ordinary people are not powerful enough to override the rules. Without a strong protector, she would become someone else's plaything within 10 years. She didn't want to be someone else's plaything. Rather than doing that, we might as well take a gamble on Ye Fang. Hu Tianmei smiled radiantly, more beautiful than 100 flowers in bloom. How is it? I advise you to stay away from me now, while I can still control my temper. Ye Fang glanced at her helplessly. This woman was too enchanting. This tacit agreement made Hu Tianmei cover her mouth and chuckle like a cunning fox. Oh dear, are you feeling that bad? It's a pity I'm pregnant now, otherwise I could help you. She said this with a regretful expression, as if she wasn't the one who started the fire. Humph, there's more than one place that can extinguish the fire. As Ye Fang spoke, he began to scan Hu Tianmei's body. For example, her hands, mouth, breasts, back door. Each word was spoken slowly and deliberately, causing Hu Tianmei's pupils to shrink. She didn't dare to provoke him further and subconsciously let go of his hand. No, even her hand was not allowed. Seeing that Hu Tianmei was somewhat flustered, Ye Fang felt smug. I thought you were some kind of high-level player, but it turns out you were just fooled by me. But what he didn't know was that Hu Tianmei wasn't afraid. Rather, she was experiencing a different kind of emotion. She had seen too many hypocrites and two-faced men, and even more men who pretended to be gentlemen on the surface, but secretly wanted to devour you until there was nothing left but bones. Ye Fang's words were direct, simple, and straightforward. This gave her a strange feeling. Hu Tianmei hugged Ye Fang's waist again, rested her head on his chest, and whispered, "Don't bully me, or I'll cry." Her voice was softer and more alluring, making one wish they could transform into a wolf. "Cry or not, it's up to you." Upon hearing this, Hu Tianmei immediately started sobbing. Although it was an act, the sincerity of the tone made it endearing. "You win." Hu Tianmei was also happy, but out of the corner of her eye she noticed her driver and the two brothers Ye Fang had brought. Knowing this wasn't the place to talk, she asked, "Where are you going?" "Go find a place to make money." Ye Fang did not avoid the question. "Making money? You need money? How much?" Hu Tianmei looked surprised. In her memory, Ye Fang didn't seem like someone who was short of money. However, she has plenty of money. Chapter 32. You've come to see Jiang Luxia? I'm not really lacking anything. The main thing is to find some good stuff before the spiritual energy fully recovers. Ye Fang adhered to the principle of winning more and eating first, then talking about it. Get what you can get first. For example, the things in his little world are so numerous that he himself can't even count them all. Many items are like the 1,000 faces of deception. Even if you don't need them, you can put them into your small world first and study them slowly in your spare time, because you might be able to use them in the future. Hu Tianmei nodded in agreement. "Then tell me what you need." I. Halfway through her sentence, Hu Tianmei's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and glanced at it. He looked rather unhappy. "Is there something you need?" Ye Fang asked. Hu Tianmei hesitated for a moment, glanced at it, and didn't think much of it. "My friend called, probably to ask why I haven't arrived yet." Ye Fang glanced at her phone and saw the two contact names, Lavexia and Xia. Green Summer? Could it be the green summer he's thinking of? How can the world be so small? Why did she come to see Jiang Luxia? At this moment, Hu Tianmei thought of something and looked at Ye Fang. "Little cowboy, do you want to come with me to see some beauties? They're very pleasing to the eye," she said, her eyes showing anticipation. Beautiful women, pleasing to the eye? Ye Fang had a sudden thought. It would be acceptable to let Hu Tianmei meet with Luxia. If I bring myself along too, it'll explode. Ahem. No need for that. I have something to do. Ye Fang said, preparing to slip away. "Hey, why are you running away? I'm not going to eat you. Even if we're saying goodbye, we should at least exchange contact information." Hu Tianmei didn't suspect Ye Fang's actions, but she felt that he had the desire but not the courage, which made her quite proud. Ye Fang had no choice but to give out the number before quickly making his escape. Hu Tianmei glanced at his number, then revealed a sly smile. Just then, Jiang Luxia called again, and she finally answered the phone. "Luxia, I'm coming. I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, Hu Tianmei turned her head and found that Ye Fang had already dragged his two friends away. What a little man. After saying that, Hu Tianmei got into the car. At this moment, her mood was no longer as heavy as before, but rather excited and expectant. Ye Fang stopped after walking a distance, looked at his two buddies beside him, and chuckled. "Let's go make some money. Let's put aside making money for now and talk about what happened with that Mr. Hu earlier." Lewin is no longer interested in making money. What he wants to know is how Ye Fang achieves a 100% hit rate. Wang Xinshan went even further, taking out his phone and transferring 500 yuan to Ye Fang directly. "Here's the money, brother. I just want to know, how did you do that?" This is a state of being. Ye Fang didn't know how to explain for a moment. "I'm not in that state anymore. At the time, I knew my days were numbered, and I had some spare money. If I didn't live life to the fullest, how could I do myself justice?" "What's the status?" the two guys asked, even more curious. "It's a state of adrenaline rush. It's all about chance, a bit of luck. It might not work like that next time." That was the only explanation Ye Fang could offer. "You can't exactly say that back then. I was so fearless that I would have slept with any woman, even a ghost, as long as she was pretty, let alone a female CEO. What a pity. So what kind of money are you planning to make with us?" Lewin had considered many possibilities, such as taking on some ghost-slaying mission. They were already at the first level of qi refining, so it wasn't unacceptable for them. Ye Fang smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough. Go to the jade market and get some money." Jade gambling. Upon hearing this, Lewin immediately became furious. "Old Yi, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Don't ruin yourself." Wang Xinshan also expressed his concerns. "The world of jade gambling is too murky. You should be careful. When you're not cheating, that's gambling. When you're cheating, that's withdrawing money." Ye Fang smiled confidently. He then took them to a nearby jade gambling market. As soon as they entered, Luan and Wang Xinshan were both shocked. The pedestrian traffic here is obviously much greater than on the previous street. Besides various vendors selling stones, there are also various tools for gambling on stones, as well as vendors offering to play with stones. There were even several guides explaining the stones, as well as professional stone-cutting masters. Their setup was incomparable to Ye Fang's previous stone gambling stall. This is really gambling on jade. Luan was stunned. Wang Xinshan glanced at it a few times. Old Yi. Actually, there's something you might not know. The good materials are actually already picked over by the company when they're dug up. The rest are things that look like they might yield good stuff. But what's inside after you cut them open? Absolutely nobody knows. Ye Fang simply smiled faintly. That's because you didn't see me using cheat codes. Luan and Wang Xinshan exchanged a glance and could only follow Ye Fang to see what he would choose. As they were making their selections, Ye Fang felt a gaze fall upon him. His consciousness subconsciously swept over it. The other party was no more than 100 paces away, and a richly dressed middle-aged man was watching them. Ye Fang glanced at it, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. Spiritual energy liquefies. Foundation building stage? No. With this level of spiritual energy concentration, how could anyone liquefy spiritual energy without the aid of elixirs? The other party had obviously noticed him as well, and their gaze toward Ye Fang showed interest. At this moment, Ye Fang withdrew his divine sense and continued his selection. But a sense of vigilance had already arisen in his heart. A foundation establishment stage opponent was a bit troublesome. It seemed that he would have to go back and cultivate in seclusion after making money. Although that's what Ye Fang thought, the middle-aged man suddenly became interested in him. Li Tongqin, I'm talking to you. A middle-aged Taoist nun, holding a whisk and dressed in a purple Taoist robe, exuded a cool and aloof air, with a hint of displeasure in her expression. Master Chu, I saw the son of an old friend and couldn't help but be a little distracted. Li Tongqin's voice was silent, tinged with a hint of apology, as he looked at the Taoist nun before him again. Master Chu's expression softened slightly. If you meet an old friend, you are welcome to go and reminisce. My important business, Chu Huiling's, can be put aside for now. After saying that, he was about to get up. Hey, I really didn't mean to get distracted. You know that little guy's parents, Old Yi, and Mei Xuanxiang? A strange look flashed across Chu Huiling's face. Exactly. Li Tongqin nodded slightly. After Yi Ping entered that place, his fate was unknown, and Mei Xuanxiang remained unconscious. These two great generals of our country are in this situation today because of your dereliction of duty, Director. Li Tongqin remained expressionless, offering neither rebuttal nor explanation. Chu Huiling snorted coldly, followed Li Tongqin's gaze, and looked in the direction of Ye Fang. Seeing that he didn't seem like an ordinary person, she frowned slightly. Did you secretly teach him how to draw qi into his body? Chapter 33 Cultivators make money quickly. I didn't send anyone to secretly contact him. Li Tongqin shook his head. He wouldn't admit to doing something he hadn't done. He was also very curious about where Ye Fang had learned the qi guiding technique. Then, Chu Huiling was also puzzled. It's just a coincidence. Let's continue. Li Tongqin didn't say much and continued to discuss business with Chu Huiling. Ye Fang felt the divine sense scrutinizing him again and became even more vigilant. He lowered his head and continued selecting. Finally, after Ye Fang selected a stone the size of a fist, he asked about the price. At this moment, the boss saw that they were three young men, and the jadeite rough stones in their hands did not look like they could yield anything of value. A flat price of 500. Ye Fang also pulled it out directly. Then the stone-cutting master cut the stone on the spot. At this moment, the stone-cutting master looked at the small stone in Ye Fang's hand, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Master, please unravel it for me first. It looks like you won't find anything good in that thing. A voice carrying a hint of sarcasm came over. Ye Fang looked up and saw a slick-haired young man leading a group of people over. Everyone gathered around the young man, looking at the high-quality raw stone in his hand. Oh, it's young Master Zeng. Here to quarry stones again? What kind of material did you buy today? The stone-cutting master also examined the stone and felt that the small stone in Ye Fang's hand had no future. He nodded and helped the young man cut the stone. Ye Fang stared at the young man, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. Ye Fang. When Zheng Xiao saw Ye Fang, he was taken aback at first, then revealed a hint of disdain. I didn't expect to run into you here. What? You want to gamble on stones too? Upon seeing the person in front of him, Ye Fang turned to look at Luan, whose expression was somewhat unpleasant. Who is he? You forgot, Zheng Jian, the one who chased after the school beauty Meng Feiyu with you back in high school. Luan's expression darkened. Ye Fang suddenly remembered, looked at Zheng Jianshi, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. The two did compete in high school, but Meng Feiyu, the school beauty at the time, was a study fanatic with only one goal in mind: to get into a good university. After the college entrance examination, Meng Feiyu was admitted to a university in Beijing as she had hoped. By then, they had not seen each other for 2 years. Ye Fang, you're into jade gambling too. Zheng Jian looked at the fist-sized stone in Ye Fang's hand and revealed a hint of mockery. Isn't this just there to be a foil for myself? Yes. Ye Fang smiled calmly, not taking Zheng Jian's mockery seriously at all. The stone-cutting master has already begun. Instantly, a hissing sound was heard, and stone chips flew everywhere. It's turned green. The stone-cutting master's exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. What was cut out was a piece of pure-colored jade. Zheng Jian's piece also has a very good color, but compared to the price of 1 million, Zheng Jian is obviously not satisfied. Keep going. I bet there's a big green one behind this stone. Zheng Jian's expression revealed a hint of excitement, and his gaze towards Ye Fang held an even greater degree of mockery. I advise you to quit while you're ahead, or you'll lose everything. Ye Fang scanned the Zheng Jian stone with his divine sense and already knew whether it was good or bad. But Zheng Jian didn't care at all, thinking that Ye Fang was just talking nonsense because he felt that if he opened a big green one, he would lose face. Let's continue cutting the stone. It was another stone cut open. Sure enough, it turned green. It wasn't a bright green jadeite, but rather a jadeite with cracks. Seeing this, everyone looked regretful. The stone was now useless. Judging from its condition, it should sell for 1.5 million. But now, even 150,000 is considered too much. Zheng Jian still refused to give up. Keep solving. Finally, the entire stone was cut open, and apart from some impurities, it revealed a piece of yellow-green jade fragments. Barely satisfactory. Zheng Jian looked gloomy, clearly dissatisfied. He asked his master if it could be repaired again, but the reply was that it couldn't be repaired because the quality of the broken jade was no longer good enough for polishing. With over 1 million yuan gone, Zheng Jian's face turned extremely grim. Now it was Ye Fang's turn to cut the stone. At this moment, everyone was waiting to see Ye Fang make a fool of himself. Even the stone-cutting master was nonchalant, only intending to make a perfunctory cut on Ye Fang's stone. Ye Fang said, "Don't cut it, just wipe it." The stone cutter nodded impatiently, and then began polishing according to Ye Fang's instructions. Soon, a gasp of surprise rang out. A flash of red light appeared in the stone-cutting master's hand. Jade has appeared. A collective gasp filled the air around them. Zheng Jian's expression was extremely unpleasant. With trembling hands, the stone cutter polished the stone completely, revealing a piece of translucent red jade to everyone. Ye Fang asked his master to bring the jade. Crystal clear, shimmering with a dazzling luster. Glassy red jadeite. Worth at least 8 million. The stone-cutting master's voice changed. The surroundings were silent, and everyone stared blankly at the red jade in Ye Fang's hand. It is many times better than the broken piece of jade that Zheng Jian built. Impossible. Zheng Jian's face was pale, finding it hard to accept. But the facts speak for themselves. His family is in the jade business, and they rarely make mistakes in their judgments. But today, they suffered a great loss. Losing money is nothing. He's losing face now. And this happened in front of Ye Fang, his former rival in love. Ye Fang didn't care. He picked up the stone and asked, "Now, I'm starting the bidding here. The bid is 7 million. The highest bidder wins, and the money will be transferred on the spot. 7 million, 8 million, 8,500,000. Prices keep rising. Ultimately, the price settled at 11 million. The deal was done, and Ye Fang carefully put the jade away. Because of his 10 million yuan income, many women looked at Ye Fang differently. Rich people are welcome everywhere. Immediately, many women came up to ask for his contact information. Ye Fang glanced at them, and then took Wang Xinshan and Lu En directly to the antique market. Unwilling to give up, Zheng Jian continued to follow behind Ye Fang and the other two. "Olji, how did you do that? More than 10 million. I would have to work for 200 years to earn that much money." Lu En looked shocked, but also a little excited, because he had already vaguely guessed that this was the benefit brought by cultivators. Money that others can't earn in a lifetime. A cultivator can earn in minutes. This scene was also witnessed by the two people upstairs. Is this divine sense? Li Tongchen was somewhat surprised. Isn't it said that spiritual energy must be liquefied to generate divine consciousness? How come? Perhaps his parents left him some method to enhance his spiritual sense. Chu Huiling didn't care at all, and continued, the great change is just around the corner. When the spiritual energy is poured in, the seals all over the world will be unable to hold back. Therefore, we must hold on. As long as we can gather all the cultivators to the Bureau of Suppressing the Strange, China can still enjoy long-term peace and stability as before. As soon as Li Tongchen said this, he was met with a glare from Chu Huiling. Idealism. Chapter 34 Chen Xiaoyao is kidnapped. The antique market is dazzling with its wide variety of goods. Ye Fang was in front, picking things out, while Wang Xinshan began asking about Ye Fang and Zheng Jian. Unlike Luan, he met Ye Fang at Tiannan University, so he wasn't very clear about their past. When Luan told him that Ye Fang had stolen his girlfriend from that guy named Zheng Jian, he immediately became interested. Luan glanced at Ye Fang and said, back in high school, Meng Feiyu was the school beauty. She came from a poor family, but she was very beautiful and did well in school. She was Ye Fang's desk mate. Wang Xinshan nodded, a look of understanding on his face. Back then, many boys in the class tried to woo Meng Feiyu, and Lao Yi was no exception. Then, like everyone else, he just disappeared. Luan said with a smile, think about the current Lao Yi, a womanizer, and then think about the Lao Yi of the past, who was absolutely devoted. Since they both failed, why does Zheng Jian hate Lao Yi so much? Wang Xinshan said, recalling the scene from earlier. Back then, Zheng Jian also really liked Meng Feiyu, but Ye Fang interfered and ruined many of his good plans. How could he not hate her? After explaining, Luan added with a hint of sarcasm, that guy thought he failed to win Meng Feiyu's heart entirely because of Lao Ye's interference. But, histe, Meng Feiyu doesn't care about anyone. She only has her ambition for the future in her eyes. After saying that, Luan looked ahead. Ye Fang stopped in his tracks at this point. Looking at the stall in front of me, I saw an elderly stall owner with gray hair, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, holding a thermos cup, basking in the sun, and squinting his eyes to rest. Seeing Ye Fang stop, he couldn't help but look up and say, young man, what's on your mind? Pick whatever you like. I, Old Li, am an honest man, and I would never quote prices like those others. Ye Fang glanced at them, and his gaze fell on one of the gray-black wooden pendants, which had a dragon and a tiger pattern on it, making it quite peculiar. Although small, it exudes a certain spiritual energy. How much is this wooden pendant? Ye Fang picked up the pendant and asked directly. Old Li glanced at it, and slowly said, 2 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinshan's eyes widened. Old man, you're robbing me. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Fang casually countered, 200. Deal. Old Li smiled and took out the payment QR code. Without hesitation, Ye Fang nodded and transferred the money to Old Li. Luan and Wang Xinshan were dumbfounded. No, didn't you just say 2 million? Humph, I told you to just give it to me. Don't you know how to bargain? Old Li was overjoyed to see the extra 200 yuan in his account. Ye Fang held the wooden pendant, a satisfied smile on his face. The pendant, surrounded by wisps of spiritual energy, was definitely a valuable item. Although Wang Xinshan and Luan were puzzled, they knew that Ye Fang's purchases were generally profitable. Zheng Jian watched the three figures disappear into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was just about to find an opportunity to teach Ye Fang a lesson when a phone call came in. Zheng Jian was immediately delighted and promptly stopped following Ye Fang. The three of them spent half a day browsing, and Ye Fang spent almost the entire time wandering around the antique market, but he didn't see anything good. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had thought he might find something good. You two go back and cultivate diligently. I'll wander around a bit more by myself. Ye Fang looked at the two of them. He had originally wanted to buy them some nice things, but after a long time, he couldn't find anything good. After Luan and Wang Xinshan showed off their skills when Ye Fang was selecting jade, they were both itching to try it themselves. If their spiritual senses are enhanced, will they become as powerful as Ye Fang? Making money is like playing a game. After hearing Ye Fang's words, the two immediately took a taxi back. As Ye Fang left the antique market, it gradually got dark, and Jiang Shui called him. Jiang Shui inquired about his whereabouts. Ye Fang stated directly that he had gone to the antique market to see if he could find anything good, and that he might be back quite late. Ye Fang told Jiang Shui to go back by herself first. Just as Ye Fang was about to buy a car, a minivan drove past him. It was extremely fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Ye Fang frowned slightly, somewhat displeased, but what surprised him even more was that there was a strange aura emanating from the car. At the same time, the 1,000 faces in the storage ring also vibrated slightly. After the spiritual energy revival, strange things have started to happen, haven't they? This ghostly aura is really strong. Ye Fang did not hesitate and followed the van. Although the speed was fast, it was not difficult for him to lock onto it with his divine sense. The van drove through several streets in the night before finally stopping at a very remote construction site. There was no one around. Ye Fang concealed himself in the shadows and observed quietly. The car door opened, and 4 people got out. They were all dressed in black. After getting off the bus, they spread out warily, looking around as if searching for something. Ye Fang, hidden in the distance, sensed their auras, and his expression turned cold. All of them exuded an eerie aura. However, at that moment, one of them shouted, "The target is here." Instantly, the 4 people's attention was focused in one direction. After an SUV stopped, 2 figures got out. Ye Fang recognized one of them as Zheng Jian, and the other was an old man with spiritual energy emanating from him. A sweep of divine sense. Qi refining level 6. Reaching the 6th level of Qi refining at this point is considered a sign of considerable talent. At this moment, Zheng Jian looked at the 4 burly men and asked, "Did you succeed?" The 4 nodded, and the leader replied, "It's a success. With Master Xuanling's help, we hardly put in any effort." The woman walked out of there on her own, as if she were being controlled. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jian burst into laughter. "Good. Very good." With a flick of his finger, Master Xianling cast a spell, and a petite woman in a white coat stepped out of the van like a walking corpse. Ye Fang was also taken aback when he saw the woman. "Chen Xiaoyao. Is she being possessed by someone?" This involves manipulating a person's soul to make them follow you, and the target remains fully conscious throughout the process. But he couldn't speak, just like a piece of wood. Many ghost cultivators rely on this one move to lure mortals into their web, turning them into nourishment on their cultivation path. "Taoist Master, if I capture her, will she be completely obedient to me from now on?" Zheng Jian looked at Chen Xiaoyao with greed in his eyes. Putting aside the fact that she is the vice president's daughter, her looks alone are enough to make anyone lose control. Master Xianling looked at Chen Xiaoyao with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Of course, as long as you connect your soul with hers, she will grant your every wish." Chapter 35 Fellow Taoist, spare my life. Zheng Jian was overjoyed upon hearing this. He could completely turn his life around if he got Chen Xiaoyao. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, exceptionally clear in the deathly silent construction site. "That's quite a spell." Everyone was startled and turned to look at Ye Fang. "Who goes there?" Master Xianling instantly locked onto Ye Fang's location, his expression wary. He raised his right hand, and streams of spiritual energy appeared at his fingertips. Zheng Jian's pupils also contracted, and the moment he saw Ye Fang, his face darkened. "It's you." Ye Fang slowly walked out, his gaze passing over Master Xianling before finally landing on Chen Xiaoyao. The soul tethering technique is generally very complex and not easy to learn, but unfortunately, it was used on the wrong person. As Ye Fang approached step by step, the invisible aura emanating from him made the 4 of them hold their breath. "Who exactly are you?" Master Xianling asked in a deep voice. At this moment, he was truly flustered. He probed with his spiritual energy and found that his opponent's strength was actually above his own. Ye Fang said calmly, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've gone down the wrong path by trying to scheme against her." As he spoke, he looked at Zheng Jian. Zheng Jian's hair stood on end. Enraged, he pointed at Ye Fang and gritted his teeth. "Ye Fang, you're asking for it." Back in high school, Ye Fang always managed to ruin his plans. Now, just when he was about to win over Chen Xiaoyao, Ye Fang ruined his plans again. But at this moment, Master Xianling was already considering retreating, knowing that he was no match for Ye Fang. So he first made a show of force and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you really want to get involved in this matter? Isn't it obvious?" Ye Fang spread his hands, his expression calm, yet exuding a powerful sense of pressure. If he really doesn't care, he can just pretend he didn't see it. Why come out at all? Master Xuanling's eyes darkened, and his previous air of superiority vanished. "You 4 come here. I'll enhance your strength." His strength isn't high. He's just a mortal. 6 to 1, the advantage is mine. Immediately, The four burly men's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and they followed in front of Master Xianling. A spell to enhance physical abilities? Ye Fang thought for a moment and realized that in the cultivation world, this kind of spell was only used by body cultivators, and even then, it was all for strengthening themselves. In the bizarre world, ghostly energy is used to alter other people's physiques in order to enhance their strength and speed. Ye Fang was well prepared. His divine sense black sword was ready to be unleashed, and he had also taken the thunder-suppressing sword out of his storage space. Once he made his move, he would show no mercy. He was confident he could take down all four of them in an instant. Just as Ye Fang was wondering what kind of magic the other party would use, four burly men who came to the side of Master Xianling each had a talisman stuck on their foreheads. What kind of magic is this? Ye Fang frantically recalled in his mind, but this didn't seem like an enhancement at all. Oh. Ye Fang was brought back to his senses when the four people let out a scream. The four people's essence and blood energy instantly began to flow towards Taoist Xianling. I originally thought he was a ghost cultivator, but it turns out he was an evil cultivator who sucks people's life essence. Absorbing the essence and blood of ordinary people does not increase spiritual power much. In just a few breaths, the four people were drained, and a pure power surged into the body of Taoist Xianling. Master Taoist, what is this? Zheng Jian was horrified by the scene. His four strong men quickly withered into dried corpses and collapsed to the ground in just a few breaths. At this moment, Master Xuanling's eyes were blood red, and his aura surged. This was the first time Ye Fang had ever seen such an evil technique. It was indeed bizarre. Meanwhile, Master Xuanling's strength leaped to the 7th level of qi refining. Zheng Jian also took several steps back, looking at Master Xianling with deep fear in his eyes. Master Xianling smiled smugly and looked at Ye Fang. Fellow Taoist, do you still think you can win? However, the next second, Ye Fang touched the ground with his toes, and his figure turned into a blur, appearing in front of Master Xianling. Before Master Xianling could react, Ye Fang had already grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Master Xuanling's expression changed drastically, and the energy within his body struggled desperately as he fought against Ye Fang with all his might. But like an ant trying to shake a tree, his strength was utterly insignificant in front of Ye Fang. The opponent's strength far surpasses our own. Thinking of this, Master Xianling directly lifted his robe, revealing a cloth bag at his waist that emitted a ghostly aura. Ye Fang scanned it with his divine sense and found a ghost infant the size of a thumb inside. You've even practiced this kind of evil magic? What's so evil about magic? As long as it can be used by me, it's a good thing. A good thing? Forcibly removing a 4-month-old fetus from its mother's body and then using the fetus's resentment to refine it into a magical artifact. This is truly a good thing. Ye Fang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had always despised such evil techniques. Whether in the world of cultivation or in the realm of the supernatural, he has his principles. He could never do something like turning an infant into a magical artifact. Seeing the killing intent in Ye Fang's eyes, Master Xianling immediately summoned the ghost infant. Suddenly, the silent surroundings were filled with the cries of an infant, the sound as clear as an ear and as if it could penetrate into one's heart. Zheng Jian's mind went blank for a moment, and his limbs stiffened, as if he were out of control. Ye Fang remained expressionless, and with a swing of the thunder-suppressing sword in his hand, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the crying stopped abruptly. The ghost infant at Xianling Daoist's waist also turned into ashes. This is impossible. Master Xianling stared wide-eyed at Ye Fang as if he had seen a ghost. Puffed. Cough, cough. The next second, Xianling Daoist, suffering from the backlash, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. The radiant complexion he had gained from absorbing the essence vanished in an instant. Ye Fang exerted force with his 5 fingers, and Xianling Daoist's breathing gradually became difficult. The look in his eyes as he looked at Ye Fang finally changed from shock to fear. He dared not struggle or resist any longer, and with all his might, he cried out, "Spare! Spare my life!" Ye Fang's killing intent remained undiminished, and he increased the force in his hand even more. Master Xianling felt his eyeballs begin to roll upwards. Seeing this, Zheng Jian also came to his senses and turned to run without hesitation. "Did I say you could leave?" Ye Fang's voice was cold, and an immense pressure spread out, making Zheng Jian's legs feel like they were filled with lead, unable to move. Ye Fang turned to look at Master Xianling, who was speechless. Ye Fang didn't have a penchant for tormenting people. That was a matter for the underworld. Ye Fang then threw Xianling Daoist to the ground, raised the thunder-suppressing sword, and with a trace of lightning power, slashed at Xianling. Click! It sounded as if something was shattering. His attack was blocked? Ye Fang looked closely and saw that a protective mirror had emerged from the chest of Daoist Xianling. However, under Ye Fang's attack, the protective mirror cracked and was on the verge of collapse. Master Xianling breathed a sigh of relief as his life was spared, but said in a panic, "Fellow Daoist, I admit defeat. This is a magic artifact that my master gave me to save my life. Please reconsider." Chapter 36, Saving the Child. I love your mother. Without hesitation, Ye Fang severed Xianling Daoist's head. Master Xianling stared wide-eyed, his disbelieving head rolling to the side with a thud, the lingering fear on his face refusing to dissipate for a long time. Ye Fang then turned around and slowly walked up to Zheng Jian. Zheng Jian trembled, terror crossing his face. His legs gave way, and he knelt down with a thud. Ye Fang, you can't kill me. It's against the law." Fear spread from his heart to his whole body. Zheng Jian, who was usually aloof and superior, was so frightened that his teeth were chattering. Ye Fang's eyes remained unmoved as he calmly said, "Law? When you kidnapped that girl, didn't you ever think it was illegal?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed from Ye Fang's hand, and Zheng Jian's head, filled with terror, flew into the air. Thump! Master Xianling and Zheng Jian's headless corpses fell to the ground with a thud. Ye Fang waved his sleeve and drifted away, as if he had only done a trivial matter. As night deepened, only Ye Fang and Chen Xiaoyao remained in the vicinity. The boy's figure stood straight, bathed in moonlight, making him appear even more mysterious. Ye Fang came to Chen Xiaoyao's side, but the girl was still standing there like a block of wood. "It seems to be conscious?" Ye Fang watched with amusement, then flicked her head. Chen Xiaoyao's eyes remained lifeless, as if she were a piece of emotionless wood. In that instant, Ye Fang's playful side was aroused. "Hey, if I bully her a little more, will she be unable to fight back?" As he spoke, Ye Fang slowly extended his sinful hand, extremely slowly, as if he were waiting for Chen Xiaoyao's reaction. At this moment, tears welled up in Chen Xiaoyao's eyes and slowly slid down her cheeks uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ye Fang withdrew his hand and gently wiped away her tears. "I won't tease you anymore." A stream of spiritual energy flowed into Chen Xiaoyao's body, clearing away the mark attached to her. Chen Xiaoyao's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly regained her senses and took control of her body. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao looked at Ye Fang with a pitiful expression, her eyes seeming to want to kill him. "Damn it! Why did you take so long to get here? I was so scared." After saying that, she couldn't stop crying and threw herself into Ye Fang's arms, sobbing loudly. She was terrified when her body was out of control. She never wanted to experience that feeling of being manipulated like a puppet again in her life. Her body was beyond her control, but her mind was clear as she watched herself get into a stranger's van. Watching the other person throw away their phone, watching them lead them to a secluded place. At that moment, she was truly desperate. She almost went crazy when she saw Zhang Jian trying to take advantage of her, especially when she thought about the child in her belly that would surely be violated by this beast. She felt a wave of despair. Just when she was desperate and had no one to turn to, Ye Fang's appearance gave her hope. Now that she had survived the ordeal, Chen Xiaoyao's emotions were completely released. She hugged Ye Fang tightly, as if she wanted to embed him into her bones, and kept sobbing. Ye Fang reached out and gently patted her back without saying a word. After a long while, Chen Xiaoyao calmed down. Leaving Ye Fang's embrace, her pretty face, streaked with tears, looked pitiful. "Damn it, you'd better forget what happened just now." Chen Xiaoyao gently punched Ye Fang's chest with her small fist, speaking with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "Oh dear, this is difficult. I was planning to use this favor to my advantage." Snort. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Xiaoyao's little fist slammed heavily into Ye Fang's chest. Even though Ye Fang was already at the 14th level of qi refining. "My body is no longer made of iron. This punch is no different from a tickle. Forces are reciprocal." Chen Xiaoyao cried out in pain, her delicate mouth slightly open, one hand covering her bright red fist. Ye Fang was somewhat amused and exasperated. So ruthless. Chen Xiaoyao glared at him fiercely, clearly still angry. Seeing that she was still upset, Ye Fang didn't tease her any further. "Go back, or someone will come soon." Chen Xiaoyao nodded. wiping away her tears, but at this moment, she felt a fever all over her body, and her body suddenly became weak and powerless. She collapsed directly towards Ye Fang. Ye Fang reacted quickly, reaching out to support her delicate body. Feeling the warmth in his hand, his expression shifted slightly. You. Chen Xiaoyao blushed, buried her head in Ye Fang's chest, and said shyly, I feel like something's not right. Ye Fang instantly realized that Chen Xiaoyao had been poisoned by aphrodisiac. The spring poison has no direct toxicity, but once it takes effect, it will cause the body to feel hot and instinctively crave the opposite sex. He had seen the Hehuan sect use this technique quite often in the cultivation world. Let me see, Ye Fang said softly, no longer joking. Chen Xiaoyao nodded gently. Ye Fang then gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips and quickly pressed several acupoints on Chen Xiaoyao's body. However, Chen Xiaoyao's face remained flushed, her body felt even hotter, and her eyes were even somewhat glazed. Ye Fang frowned slightly. It seemed that the aphrodisiac was more potent than he had imagined. Chen Xiaoyao was somewhat confused and infatuated, but she bit her lip tightly, her teeth almost drawing blood. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao also realized what had happened and cursed Zheng Jin in her heart for his shamelessness, for putting aphrodisiac on her without her knowing. Normally it would be fine. At worst, I'd just get bitten by that bastard Ye Fang again. Just consider it as being bitten by a dog. But her current physical condition doesn't allow her to do that. Ye Fang, don't come in, think of something, I don't want to kill my child. Chen Xiaoyao's soft, trembling voice was filled with helplessness and pleading. Ye Fang hesitated for a moment, then picked her up in his arms. Chen Xiaoyao instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Find a hotel, I'll figure it out. Chen Xiaoyao gave a soft and buried her head in Ye Fang's arms. Ye Fang, carrying her, moved swiftly towards their home like a night breeze. Chen Xiaoyao's body was burning hot, and Ye Fang could clearly feel her delicate body writhing uncomfortably. Ye sighed inwardly, quickened his pace, and soon returned home. This is the house his parents left him, and his name is on the property deed. However, because I was having a lot of fun during that time, I basically didn't clean the house. Except for the bedroom, the house was covered in dust. Fortunately, his bedroom was relatively clean. When he put Chen Xiaoyao on the bed, her white coat had already been rubbed off. The white shirt underneath was visible. Her snow-white skin was flushed with an alluring blush, truly deserving the description of a jade-like body lying prone, inspiring the imagination. Chen Xiaoyao slightly opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused, already under the influence of the drug, only instinctive cravings remaining. Her longing for her child made her whisper, Ye Fang, save the child, or I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Chapter 37. I didn't plan to go first. Ye Fang took a deep breath, and his blood and qi instantly began to boil. Chen Xiaoyao slowly reached out and gently tugged at Ye Fang's sleeve. Please, I have a way to save the child, but you'll have to suffer a bit. Ye Fang infused Chen Xiaoyao with a wisp of spiritual energy, which helped her regain some consciousness. Chen Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Compared to losing her child, what was a little pain? Without further hesitation, Ye Fang quickly pressed several acupoints on Chen Xiaoyao with his fingertips. Chen Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly as she felt a surge of heat dissipate the aphrodisiac, restoring a sliver of clarity to her body. Immediately, it turned into a fiery rage, unbearable and unbearable. Ye Fang took a deep breath and confirmed again, Are you really sure? My abilities and resources are limited right now. At this crucial moment, your health and my health don't allow me to use any other methods. I have no choice but to resort to this. You bastard. Are you even capable? Hurry up. Here I come. Wait, why are you taking my clothes off? I said no way. I don't plan to go first. Chen Xiaoyao was stunned. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her watery eyes looked at Ye Fang, filled with shock and disbelief. She had clearly understood what the other person meant. Are you serious? This method. We can't go any further, we can only go back. I killed them. Before nightfall, news of Chen Xiaoyao's kidnapping spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, the news also reached the ears of Chen Xiaoyao's mother, Chen Jin, the vice mayor of Tiannan City. Chen Jin sat in her office, dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of authority. Perhaps it's because, like Chen Xiaoyao, she has a youthful appearance. At 38 years old, she looks like she's only in her early 20s, exuding charm. She was shocked to hear from Gu Qingqing that her daughter had been kidnapped. Chen Xiaoyao is quick-witted and meticulous, and pays great attention to safety. She couldn't imagine what kind of person could kidnap Chen Xiaoyao while she was on guard. However, out of concern for her daughter, she still watched the video that Gu Qingqing sent. After reading it, she couldn't sit still. In the video, her daughter seemed to be manipulated, walking out like a wooden puppet while wearing a lab coat. This isn't my daughter's style. That walking posture, there's definitely something wrong with her. Could it be one of those strange methods? As the deputy general manager of Tiannan City, Chen Jin was a high-ranking official. She naturally had some understanding of the plans and actions of her superiors, and had even heard of some strange methods. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jin immediately called Chen Xiaoyao, but no one answered. She couldn't sit still any longer, which also confirmed her suspicions. So she picked up her phone and called the Bureau of Strange Things. At the same time, she was also somewhat relieved that it was someone from the Bureau of Strange Things who came to the meeting. The phone rang for a few moments before being answered. Vice President Chen. Chen, the meeting is about to start. What are you doing here? Director Li, my daughter has been kidnapped. The kidnappers seem to have used some strange methods to make my daughter leave school, as if she were being manipulated. Chen Jin spoke directly, her words rapid and anxious. Strange methods. Upon hearing this, Li Tongxin frowned immediately, and at the same time, he understood what kind of strange method Chen Jin was referring to. I'll take men there immediately. Vice President Chen, please be patient. Li Tongxin said in a deep voice. Chen Jin nodded and gave Li Tongxin the address. Just after Ye Fang led Chen Xiaoyao away from the remote construction site, Zhang Jian, who had been dead, moved slightly, and the blood-red jade pendant in his arms seemed to come alive. They burrowed into his body, and then his corpse slowly stood up with a slight movement of its fingers. Immediately afterwards, he began to follow the scent, searching for his lost head. Upon touching the head, he lifted it with both hands and placed it on his neck. No blood flowed out, and the skin at the severed site began to move and slowly heal. Zhang Jian opened his eyes and twisted his unfamiliar body, his arms and joints moving at a very contorted angle. It was as if some non-human being was adapting to this new body. I have been resurrected. As he adapted to the language, he began to move forward, leaving this place of trouble. Shortly after Zhang Jian left, a black sedan pulled up at the construction site. The first person to arrive was actually an old acquaintance of Ye Fang's, Chu Lingling. She was still wearing her Taoist robe, holding a compass in her hand. After getting out of the car as if to confirm the direction, she pointed ahead and said, "It's just ahead." There were 2 men and 1 woman in the car. They were also investigators from the Department of Strange Things. They were even professional combat personnel. Chu Lingling led them to the scene. There's a smell of blood. Something's happened. One of the investigators' expressions hardened. Prepare for the worst. Chu Lingling was also startled, and at the same time prepared for battle. She didn't have much experience, but she had a lot of magical artifacts. As the group walked forward, their expressions changed upon seeing the scene before them. A pool of blood on the ground, and 5 corpses. The 4 were shriveled corpses. Judging from the method, they had been drained of their life essence. The remaining body had its head cut off. The group exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Chu Lingling crouched down and examined the person whose head had been chopped off. Hey, doesn't this look familiar? I think I've seen it on a wanted poster. Master Xianling? Could it be that those 4 people were killed by Master Xianling? But how could it be him who died? And why did he die so tragically? His strength is considerable. He's a ghost cultivator, and he even raises a ghost infant. If the spiritual energy recovers, his strength will surge again. How could he have died so inexplicably? Chu Lingling let out a soft exclamation, and the other 3 looked at her. Look, something's not right here. There's a pool of blood. It looks like there's a corpse here. The other 3 came over and, sure enough, found a small pool of blood on the ground. And judging by its size, it really does look like a person lying down. The group exchanged glances, their expressions solemn, and nodded in agreement. Not only that, look, there are bloody footprints ahead, and these bloody footprints seem to have come out of this pool of blood. Have the people who died here come back to life? It's very likely. We should report this to the director. We'll split into 2 groups, one to search for the person who left, and see if he's not really dead or if he's truly come back to life. The remaining 2 people should secure the scene and then check for any other clues. As soon as they finished speaking, the 4 of them quickly divided into groups, and Chu Lingling was left behind to investigate the clues. Chapter 38. You're going to be a grandma. After being divided into groups, both teams immediately set off. After examining the area, Chu Lingling found no useful clues. All she knew was that Master Xianling had been instantly killed, and judging from the move, the person who made the move was definitely a master. But what exactly is their purpose? Chu Lingling couldn't figure it out, so she reported it to her superiors first. There is no news about Chen Xiaoyao yet, and it seems that the people who kidnapped her have already been killed. Moreover, the other party's methods are clean, making it impossible to determine whether they are friend or foe. Chen Jin was extremely anxious and took Gu Qingqing to the temporary office of the Zhini division to wait for news. Li Tongshan frowned after hearing Chu Lingling's report, realizing that she was a master. His expression also turned solemn. The only person who could easily kill Master Xianling was a Foundation establishment cultivator at the spirit qi liquid stage. Or they could be cultivators at the peak of qi refining with exceptional combat talent. In Tiannan, there are very few companies that meet these criteria. It seems this matter is going to be quite tricky to handle. Li Tongshan pondered. Chu Lingling was also at a loss, as there were too few clues at the scene. Although Chen Jin was extremely anxious, she knew that being anxious would not solve anything. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, and then started calling Chen Xiaoyao. But still no one answered the phone. Li Tongshan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chen Jin. Vice President Chen, please calm down. According to Lingling's description, the other party did not kill her to silence her, but took Xiaoyao away. This at least shows that the other party had no ill intentions towards Xiaoyao. Chen Jin's expression remained grave. She nodded and didn't urge Li Tongshan any further. As she calmed down, she also began to wonder if his true intentions were towards her. If it's only directed at Chen Jin, then that's fine. By the way, Qingqing, has Xiaoyao offended someone at school recently? Chen Jin realized that the sudden appearance of the murderer might be targeting Chen Xiaoyao, so she quickly looked at Gu Qingqing. She knew her daughter's personality well. She had often bullied others using her cleverness, but if someone were to retaliate, it was quite possible that they would do so to her. Upon thinking of this, Chen Jin's heart jumped into her throat. When Chen Xiaoyao's recent situation was mentioned, Gu Qingqing froze on the spot, not knowing what to say for a moment. How should I put it? You said your daughter is almost 2 months pregnant and can't suppress her morning sickness? Speak. Seeing that Gu Qingqing's expression was off, Chen Jin immediately spoke up. Gu Qingqing bit her lip and could only stammer out the truth. Xiaoyao. She hasn't offended anyone much? Much. She's been quite well-behaved lately. Can't you be restless? Whose pregnant woman is traveling around like this? You really didn't offend anyone, especially not the kind of person who would be mortally offended? Chen Jin didn't believe it. Chen Xiaoyao is definitely not a peaceful person. She's probably hiding something from me. If you don't tell me, I'll investigate myself. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing quickly said, Aunt Chen, please. I'd better tell you myself. Explain. I haven't offended anyone. Just that there's one more person here. Chen Jin was immediately filled with questions. What did it mean that there was one more person? Well, actually, it's a happy occasion. Gu Qingqing's eyes darted around, and she didn't dare to look directly into Aunt Chen's eyes. This completely confused Chen Jin. No, what do you mean by that? That's right. You might be going to be a grandmother soon. Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin turned ashen-faced, staggered, and nearly collapsed. Li Tongshan raised his hand and waved it, using his spiritual energy to support it, while also digesting this explosive news. Then he took a sip of tea and sighed to himself. These young people nowadays, they really have a lot of fun. Become a grandmother? Chen Jin stared at Gu Qingqing in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly. This. Gu Qingqing nodded awkwardly. Who is it? Chen Jin asked, her voice trembling slightly, trying to suppress the violent beating of her heart. Gu Qingqing glanced at him and stammered out 2 words. In our school, there's a boy named Ye Fang. Chen Jin thought for a moment, but had never heard of this name before. Cough, who did you say? Ye Fang. That Ye Fang? Ye Fang from the archaeology class. Li Tongshan spat out a mouthful of tea, nearly choking himself to death. She stared at Gu Qingqing in astonishment, wondering if she had misheard. Seeing Li Tongshan's strong reaction, Chen Jin frowned slightly. Does Director Li know him? Forehead. Li Tongshan hesitated for a moment. How should he put it? Did they know each other? They had never officially met. You say you don't know me? My reaction was so erratic that no one would believe it if I told them. I know his father. Who is his father? Keep it a secret. Huh? You can't even tell me. Chen Jin looked somewhat surprised. Li Tongshan nodded. It was indeed impossible to say. Chen Jin fell into deep thought. It was someone Li Tongqin knew? The reaction seems pretty strong. It seems their identity is not simple. Where is he now? Can we get in touch with him? Maybe he has information about Guan Xiaoyao too. Chen Jin calmed down. The most important thing now is to find Guan Xiaoyao. Yes. Right away. Gu Qingqing nodded quickly, then took out her phone. She didn't have Ye Fang's number right now, but her network of connections at school can definitely be traced. But after checking, I found that there was no contact number for that girl at all. The only possible candidate is Jiang Shui. The problem is, because of Chen Xiaoyao, I'm not that close to Jiang Shui. After searching around, Gu Qingqing set her sights on Ye Fang and his two brothers. Wang Xinshan, who was practicing meditation in his dormitory, suddenly received a phone call from an unknown number. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Who is it? It's me, Gu Qingqing from the medical department. Gu Qingqing. Wang Xinshan's eyes lit up, and the image of that oval-faced, big-eyed, and pretty girl instantly appeared in his mind. Gu, is something the matter? Wang Xinshan asked nervously, holding his phone. He was secretly delighted, thinking that his luck with women had finally turned around. Luan also stopped cultivating and brought his ear closer. Is this guy destined for romance? Why doesn't he believe it? Where is Ye Fang now? His phone is not working. Gu Qingqing went straight to the point. Ye Fang. Wang Xinshan's face immediately fell. Luan smiled, feeling that while being single was shameful, his brother's success was even more infuriating. What do you want with him? Where is he now? What is he doing? Oh, still browsing the antique market? What's up? Give me his phone number. Gu Qingqing and Wang Xinshan naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions and readily gave Gu Qingqing Ye Fang's phone number. On the other side, Chen Jin waited quietly. Li Tongqin also put down his teacup, looked at Chen Jin, and waited for Gu Qingqing's reply. I've got the phone, I'll call right now. Gu Qingqing said immediately. Chapter 39 Hu Tianmei. You're pregnant too? However, the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Chen Jin's heart jumped again. Gu Qingqing dialed several times, but no one answered. She looked somewhat anxious. Li Tongqin's expression was also very serious, and he couldn't get through to Ye Fang on the phone either. This rhythm isn't right. Don't worry, they might be busy. Li Tongqin comforted him, saying that it was normal for people not to hear the phone call because the antique market was crowded and noisy. For the next hour or so, Gu Qingqing kept making phone calls, but no one answered. Now it was Li Tongqin's turn to be anxious. No. Could something have happened to this kid? He had promised Ye Ping that he would take good care of his son. He had just arrived in Tiannan City when his son got into trouble. This was a huge responsibility. At the same time, inside the luxurious private room at Tiannan restaurant, two stunningly beautiful women were dining. One of them was Jiang Luxia. The other one is Hu Tianmei. At this moment, there were only two dishes on the table for the two of them. The main dishes were light and easy on the stomach, and even the drinks were warm water. Hu Tianmei held a bowl of porridge and sipped it slowly. Although her stomach was full, she still had an appetite. What's wrong with your stomach? Jiang Luxia glanced at Hu Tianmei's stomach and asked in confusion. It got aroused by someone. Hu Tianmei said with a somewhat resentful expression. Jiang Luxia. In her memory, although Hu Tianmei acted like a seductive fox, captivating countless men with her every word and action, she was like Lu Xiaohui, never having been in love. But now they even have a child? Most importantly, they hadn't seen each other for only a year. A year ago, they were still troubled by their own problems. Jiang Luxia has just inherited the Jiang family business, and she is already facing many troubles. What troubles her even more is the issue of succession. She is a woman. If she gets married, wouldn't that be like making a wedding dress for someone else? The Jiang family had no male heirs, and after his mother died, his father never remarried, so the entire burden of the Jiang family fell on her shoulders. This kind of pressure is considerable. Fortunately, the problem is now solved. She has a child. Just to be on the safe side, her own sister was also pregnant. With an heir, we can go all out and get things done. Things done. Hu Tianmei's situation wasn't much better than Jiang Luxia's. Hu Tianmei's father and Jiang Luxia are completely opposite. Jiang Shangxing is a calm and reserved person. Hu Tianmei's father was a wild and unrestrained playboy with a far-reaching reputation in his youth. Romantic and passionate. Hu Tianmei's father frequently changed women when she was young, and even Jiang Luxia had heard about his promiscuity. Therefore, Hu Tianmei matured earlier than Jiang Luxia. She knew one thing. Without resources, you are nothing. Having planned ahead, she seized control of her father's business, causing the original company to go bankrupt, while Hu Tianmei's own company experienced a rebirth. This also drew the ire of Hu Tianmei's father, who apparently had some powerful connections. This situation was quite troublesome for Hu Tianmei, who was still being pressured into a marriage alliance. Zhang Luxia asked Hu Tianmei, but she was unwilling to say more. However, unexpectedly, in the end, Hu Tianmei was still taken by a pig. Zhang Luxia couldn't help but exclaim, "Tianmei, are you the one I'm supposed to marry into?" "No, he's a gigolo." Uft. Cough cough. Zhang Luxia choked on her water. "Coward. What the hell is this?" Zhang Luxia's expression remained blank for a long time before returning to normal. How did a gigolo manage to win over Hu Tianmei? She suddenly became a little curious. So I couldn't help but ask, where is he now? Bring him over so I can meet him. Male escorts are not uncommon, but most of them make a living by selling their looks. If Hu Tianmei was interested in him, he must be a decent person. Most importantly, she also clearly saw that Hu Tianmei was very satisfied with this male escort, which Zhang Luxia found very puzzling. Back in school, countless talented young men pursued Hu Tianmei, but she never even glanced at them. Now she's actually willing to have a child with a gigolo? Zhang Luxia was extremely curious. Hu Tianmei knew she couldn't hide it anymore, and her heart was filled with sweetness, so she told the truth. He's still in Tiannan City. You'll see him in a little while. Then let me take a good look at him when he arrives. Zhang Luxia smiled. She was genuinely curious about what kind of man could conquer a strong woman like Hu Tianmei. What about you? Are you still worried about having an heir? Why don't you try artificial insemination? Hu Tianmei asked curiously in return. Zhang Luxia shook her head. It's already there. Got it. What is it? Hu Tianmei suddenly realized that Zhang Luxia, like her, had ordered very light food, and like her, had also eaten the fruits served before the meal. This already made Hu Tianmei somewhat suspicious, and now, thinking about it, she was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. You're pregnant too? Zhang Luxia smiled faintly and reached out to touch her lower abdomen. Hu Tianmei's expression turned even more shocked. Whose is it? That young master's? Or did you go to get it done? Hu Tianmei couldn't think of any other possibility besides artificial intervention. Zhang Luxia remained silent, but instead jokingly asked, a student, in the same grade as my sister, seems to have some skills. As she spoke, Zhang Luxia touched the amulet hanging around her neck. This amulet was given to me by him. Hu Tianmei's eyes were filled with shock. It really wasn't a human being, but a student. Hu Tianmei knew Zhang Luxia's serious and unsmiling nature all too well. For her to trust her so much, she must have fallen for that boy. Hu Tianmei thought to herself again, what's that kid like? Bring him out for me to see sometime, so I can give you my opinion. What if he's a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success, who lives off your family's wealth and status? You'll have no one to turn to for help then. Don't worry, he's someone I approve of, not that kind of person. Zhang Luxia had a deep impression of Ye Fang. Although they were a bit distant at first, after spending time together, they realized that Ye Fang was a good person. So she has no regrets about having her own child. Seeing that Zhang Luxia was very determined, Hu Tianmei stopped asking questions. But she became even more curious about Ye Fang. Just then, the two women then began to discuss their collaboration. A whole night had passed, and Li Tongqin had ordered his men to search for Ye Fang's whereabouts, but to no avail. Chu Lingling also found no clues. The other party's van was a total loss, and the license plate was fake. Ye Fang and Chun Yao disappeared completely, as if they had vanished into thin air in Tiannan City. Chief, how about we go check Ye Fang's house? Maybe he's home. At home? He's always lived at school, his home. Halfway through his sentence, Li Tongqin frowned slightly. It's not impossible. Chu Lingling, why don't you take some people to Ye Fang's house and take a look? Maybe you can find some clues. Chu Lingling nodded without hesitation and set off with her entourage. Chapter 40. Ye Fang is asleep. Li Tongqin was also following behind in his car with Chen Jin. That night, Chen Jin was so worried about her daughter's safety that she became extremely haggard. She was the deputy governor of Tiannan City and had also been involved in some cases that had a very negative impact on society. She was afraid of receiving the worst news. The corpse of his own daughter. During that night, she also talked with Gu Qingqing. It was only then that she realized how much her daughter longed for her love as a mother. I can't quite remember when I last spoke to my daughter. The more this happened, the more Chen Jin blamed herself. Li Tongqin also sighed and offered words of comfort. Vice President Chun, don't overthink it. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think. Maybe we're at Ye Fang's house. Chen Jin nodded. Maybe. The two cars, one after the other, headed straight for Ye Fang's home. Before this, Yi was at home. The bedroom was a mess, with clothes scattered on the floor. You can also see Ye Fang's clothes, Chu Xiaoyao's white coat, and other personal clothing. On the bed, Ye Fang held Chen Xiaoyao tightly from behind. Chen Xiaoyao groggily opened her eyes in her sleep and suddenly sensed something which made her explode. As soon as she sat up, the burning pain in her back seemed to tell her what had happened last night. Bastard, pervert, beast, filthy scoundrel. Chen Xiaoyao couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they welled up in her eyes. When I looked at Ye Fang, he was still fast asleep. I used up too much energy last night. He was still fast asleep. Chen Xiaoyao was both crying and angry. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore, threw herself into Ye Fang's arms, and bit his chest hard. Ye Fang felt the pain and opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was Chen Xiaoyao, her face streaked with tears. You're awake. Ye Fang smiled. Chen Xiaoyao glared at him fiercely. Bastard, beast, how could you do this to me? She burst into tears again, pounding her fist hard against Ye Fang's chest. How could I have fallen for you in this lifetime? Hey, you agreed last night. Ye Fang hugged Chen Xiaoyao with his arms and rested his chin on the top of her head. The faint fragrance emanating from her was very pleasant. Chen Xiaoyao cried and hit him, saying, You bastard, you did it on purpose. You planned this all along. I didn't. You were so proactive last night. I had a hard time holding back. Ye Fang joked. You still dare to talk. Chen Xiaoyao became even more embarrassed and angry, and swung her little fists even more fiercely. I saved your life twice last night. Aren't you going to repay me with your body? Ye Fang said, his large hands becoming restless again. Chen Xiaoyao panicked instantly, quickly pushing Ye Fang away and frantically pulling the blanket over herself. She glared at Ye Fang nervously, her face full of anger. What difference is there between what I'm doing now and offering myself to him? Well, it seems there really isn't much difference. The things they promised to do before, aside from anything else, the fact that Chen Xiaoyao is already pregnant is already a fact. It seems that's really the case. As Ye Fang spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again. Seeing Ye Fang laugh without a care in the world, Chen Xiaoyao felt wronged and angry, and couldn't help but punch his chest several times. Bastard. You're a bastard. Meeting you is the worst luck I've ever had. Without me, you would have been in real trouble last night. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that you saved me, and that you're the father of my child, I would have slapped you to death long ago. As Chen Xiaoyao spoke, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and hugged herself, glaring at Ye Fang. Don't think that just because you saved me, I'll like you. And don't try to use this to threaten me. You'll never make me fall in love with you in this lifetime. You don't like me? Last night, you were so cooperative. At that moment, I felt like I was being strangled. Hiss. You bastard, you're still reminiscing about it? That was for my own child, not to please you. Chen Xiaoyao grabbed a pillow from the side and threw it at Ye Fang without any mercy. Get out. Get out of bed right now. Don't stay in the blankets. It's disgusting. Hey, this is my house, my bed. And what about your bed? Chen Xiaoyao snorted softly, glancing at her clothes, which had been violently torn to shreds by Ye Fang the night before. They can no longer be worn. Hurry up and find me some clothes. Chen Xiaoyao urged, blushing and annoyed. Just as he put down the bed, Chen Xiaoyao glanced at where he was lying, and her face immediately turned bright red. Ah, pervert. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Nonsense. I was just looking for clothes to wear. Ye Fang joked, grabbing his pair of shorts and putting them on. Chen Xiaoyao blushed deeply and quickly turned her back to him. Ye Fang found a set of his own clean clothes and handed them to Chen Xiaoyao. Here, put these on first. Chen Xiaoyao pulled the blanket up, revealing only half her face, and took the clothes. Turn around. Don't peek. Ye Fang laughed. No, we're already in this relationship. What relationship? We have nothing to do with each other, and I don't like you. Turn around right now. Chen Xiaoyao blushed and spoke angrily, looking absolutely adorable. Ye Fang smiled helplessly and had no choice but to turn around. The rustling sound of someone getting dressed could be heard. At this moment, Ye Fang looked at his phone on the ground, picked it up, and exclaimed, Wow, so many people are calling me. The two brothers in my dorm, and Jiang Shui. There were also many unknown phone numbers among them. Jiang Shui received the most phone calls. Just as he was about to call back, Jiang Shui called again. Just as Ye Fang was about to make the call, Chen Xiaoyao seized the opportunity, launched herself forward, and rushed towards Ye Fang. completely ignoring the pain in her body. Hey, don't you care about your health? Ye Fang was startled and immediately pulled her into his arms, while Chen Xiaoyao took the opportunity to snatch the phone from Ye Fang's hand. With you here, why should I worry about this? As he spoke, he connected with Jiang Shui's call. Ye Fang, where are you? Where are you? Why haven't you come back all night? Jiang Shui's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Ye Fang, he's asleep. A sly glint flashed in Chen Xiaoyao's eyes, and her smile was like that of a mischievous little imp who had succeeded in her scheme. Huh? Who are you? Jiang Shui's expression changed instantly. How did you get Ye Fang's phone? I got his phone because she slept next to me last night, Chen Xiaoyao said in a very delicate voice. I was so tired last night. I'm still in pain, and he was so tired that he fell asleep right away. Seeing that Jiang Shui was about to explode if Ye Fang continued, he reached out to take back his phone, but Chen Xiaoyao didn't give him the chance and dodged him. Ye Fang frowned suddenly halfway through his sentence, looked towards the door, and subconsciously scanned it with his divine sense. Chapter 41. What is going through the back door? At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao, having finally seized the opportunity, was naturally not going to let it slip away. She grabbed her phone and ran outside, panting as she said, Oh dear, brother Ye Fang, stop fooling around. I'm pregnant. Ye Fang had no time to pay attention to Chen Xiaoyao's little schemes. His expression had already changed. Since those blocking the door appeared to be cultivators, they immediately prepared for battle. Jiang Shui, on the other end, was no fool either. She naturally recognized the provocation in the other party's voice, which sounded somewhat familiar. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind. Chen Xiaoyao. Oh dear, that's impressive. You actually recognized it. What a pity. Ye Fang was with me last night, so you don't have a chance. As Chen Xiaoyao spoke, she exclaimed, Ouch. Brother Ye Fang, stop it. I was in pain just now. Hearing that coquettish voice, Ye Fang's face darkened. Chen Xiaoyao, you. Jiang Shui was furious on the other end of the phone, but then she calmed down as if she had remembered something. You and I are both pregnant. What could possibly happen between him and you? At most, a kiss. Do you think I believe what you're saying? Jiang Shui, you're still too naive. There are other places where things can happen, and last night, he even used the back door. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao completely forgot about her shame and even deliberately let out a moan, creating an atmosphere that left much to the imagination. Jiang Shui on the other end of the phone, however, couldn't follow her train of thought. Back door? Is it possible to use back channels? In Jiang Shui's memory, the so-called back door was still limited to the idea that some students who couldn't get into Tiannan University would find connections to get in through back doors. Stop joking. Ye Fang only took care of you for one night out of a sense of responsibility. You must have pretended to be pitiful to trick him into letting you stay overnight, and even turned off his phone. Jiang Shui smiled smugly. Even just hearing her voice, Ye Fang could imagine that the girl must be full of arrogance, looking proud and confident. Chen Xiaoyao rolled her eyes, speechless. How could Jiang Shui, a grown woman, not even know about using connections? As for biting someone, that's something I definitely don't know. In an instant, she felt like she was hitting cotton. He told her what happened last night in order to make Jiang Shui angry, but she just didn't understand. But at that moment, Ye Fang sensed the presence of a familiar person outside the door. Chu Lingling, their future teacher Chu. Outside the door, there were 2 men and 2 women. Listening to the conversation inside, their expressions must have been incredibly interesting. What does going through the back door mean? Chu Lingling looked at the 3 people beside her, but when they met her gaze, they all subconsciously turned their heads away. The girl in particular blushed deeply. However, at that moment, a man and a woman entered the corridor. It was Li Tongfa and Chen Jin. When Chen Jin heard her daughter's voice in the corridor, she was overjoyed. She was alive, just being alive was enough. But then she heard her daughter's completely unrestrained words. His whole face was as black as braised pig liver. I wanted to rush in and give them a good beating. Li Tongfa's face was also full of embarrassment. This young man really knows how to have fun. At this moment, Chen Jin's worries had completely disappeared, replaced by a mother's anger. She walked towards the door with a murderous aura, taking 1 step at a time. The process was slow, but with each step she took, the murderous intent in her heart was boiling. At this moment, Ye Fang, who was in the room, realized that something was wrong. Seeing Chen Xiaoyao still continuously outputting messages, he quickly stopped her. Stop talking, calm down. What? Feeling sorry for him. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao was unwilling to admit defeat, at least not in front of Jiang Shui. Last night, when I told you to be gentle, you didn't stay calm at all. Stop talking, or you'll get into trouble. Something happened? What could possibly happen to me? I'm a month and a half pregnant. What could possibly happen to me? Chen Xiaoyao said smugly. Ye Fang rolled his eyes. Fine, if you want to die, I won't stop you. In just a short while, Chen Jin had already walked outside the door. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyao, who was inside the room, continued. They say it's like being in heaven or dying. That feeling makes you want to relive it all again. Her voice grew louder and louder, while Chen Jin outside the door gritted her teeth more and more. She felt good as long as she made Jiang Shui angry. However, Jiang Shui was immune to her tricks and completely ignored Chen Xiaoyao's words. Instead, she said calmly, Xiaoyao, do you think I would believe you? Is Ye Fang that kind of person? If you still have the energy, you can continue. I said I would believe Ye Fang. Chen Xiaoyao paused. Good heavens. Jiang Shui was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. For a moment, she was speechless with anger. At this moment, Chen Jin outside the door was almost laughing in anger, as everyone's eyes were focused on her. Open the door. Chen Jin said those 4 words through gritted teeth. To have reached this position, one must possess a very stable personality. But some things are like dropping a bomb into the water. Chu Lingling and her 3 companions exchanged glances, and one of them, who was quite skilled at lock-picking, immediately opened the door. When the door creaked open, Chen Xiaoyao instinctively looked over. A face radiating rage, comparable to a volcanic eruption, appeared outside the door, instantly silencing them. Ye Fang's head drooped. It was all over. Chen Xiaoyao swallowed the rest of her sentence and dared not utter another sound. Mom. The curt address fueled Chen Jin's anger even more. I'm not your mother. I don't deserve it. Chen Xiaoyao wanted to cry, but had no tears. I'm going to die. I'm really going to be beaten to death. Mom, did you hear everything just now? Chen Jin still ignored her. Mom, Chen Xiaoyao called out again, and tears immediately streamed down her face. I'm so scared. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoyao rushed towards Chen Jin like a child, ignoring whether the other was angry or not, and hugged her tightly, bursting into tears. With her daughter's cry, most of the anger in Chen Jin's heart dissipated. No matter how much anger I felt, it couldn't be released. She gently patted her daughter's back to comfort her, then half hug, half carry her into the house. Chen Xiaoyao then recounted her ordeal from the previous night in one breath. If it weren't for that big jerky Fang, I almost wouldn't have been able to see you again. When Chen Jin heard that her youngest daughter had almost gotten into trouble, she lost all her anger. He was filled with lingering fear and lovingly stroked his daughter's hair. However, during this process, Ye Fang actually noticed a hint of cunning in the girl. Good grief, that deeply affectionate look just now was all an act. In an instant, Ye Fang was speechless. Indeed, no woman is easy to deal with. Chapter 42. If you want to take responsibility, then get married. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Seeing that her daughter had gradually calmed down, Chen Jin changed the subject. Well, Xiaoyao, come on. Tell mommy, how exactly did you make me a grandma? As they were talking, Chen Jin quickly grabbed Chen Xiaoyao's ear, lifted her up, and stared straight at her. Ouch! Mom, stop pulling my ear, it hurts. Chen Xiaoyao immediately begged for mercy. You feel pain now? Did you enjoy what I overheard outside? Chen Jin said that she increased the pressure on her hand. Mom, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? Be gentle, it really hurts. Chen Xiaoyao looked at Chen Jin with teary eyes. Their pitiful appearance would evoke pity in anyone who saw them. But Chen Jin is different. She watched Chen Xiaoyao grow up. Doesn't she know her own daughter's personality? Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know. If you don't give me an answer, don't even think about letting go today. Finally, Chen Xiaoyao couldn't hold back any longer and could only look at Ye Fang pleadingly. Honey, say something. Ye Fang was speechless. He was so bold just now, and now he knows to beg for mercy? Chen Jin's gaze fell on Ye Fang, and she looked him up and down, her eyes showing some surprise. Although Ye Fang is not the most handsome man, with a little dressing up, he can still charm countless girls. Without this excellent modeling, how could Ye Fang have won over so many women during that year of messing around? Moreover, he possesses a calm and composed demeanor, remaining unperturbed and undaunted when faced with his own questions. Chen Jin felt a little relieved. At least her daughter hadn't misjudged this man. Man, why don't you let go first? This girl has just been detoxified and is still weak. Ye Fang spoke awkwardly. Chun Jin loosened her grip slightly and glared at her daughter. I'll let you off the hook for now. Chun Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief upon escaping the tiger's den, ran to Ye Fang's side, took his arm, and made a face at her mother. Her smug look infuriated Chun Jin so much that she raised her hand as if to slap her. Startled, Chun Xiaoyao quickly hid behind Ye Fang. Unable to reach her daughter, Chun Jin had no choice but to give up and looked at Ye Fang. Is the baby in Xiaoyao's belly really yours? Ye Fang nodded immediately. After thinking for a moment and confirming that her daughter was all right, Chun Jin's expression softened. From the moment she entered the door, her anger was constantly on edge, which was exhausting. After a moment's thought, he looked at Ye Fang and said, I don't know much about your relationship with this girl, but the fact is, you're already like this. When do you plan to get married? I can do it any time. Chun Xiaoyao agreed without hesitation, and Jiang Shui would then become the third party. She was even a little impatient. Ye Fang looked at Chun Jin seriously and said, Auntie, things between Xiaoyao and me are a bit complicated. Could you give me some more time? Chun Jin gave him a deep look. How long do you need? Ye Fang pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and then said, It's hard to say. In an instant, Chun Jin frowned. Was this a sign that she didn't want to take responsibility? His face immediately darkened. You mean you want to bully my daughter and then just leave her alone? Is that it? No. Of course I'll take responsibility. It's just that my situation is a bit complicated. Ye Fang didn't know how to explain it at this moment, as he had encountered a lot of women. Moreover, each of them is responsible for their own actions. He's not the kind of person who starts something and then abandons it. But if he marries this one, what about the others? If we can't give them a proper status, won't they all have to suffer? Seeing that Ye Fang's expression didn't seem fake or perfunctory, Chun Jin became even more puzzled. Are you short of money? No, I'm quite wealthy now. Ye Fang smiled faintly, not to mention that he still had more than 10 million in his pocket. Even if spiritual energy revives and money becomes worthless, he still has the capital he accumulated in his previous 2 lives, which he can squander as he pleases in the future. Besides, Ye Fang isn't the type to sit around and live off his savings. When he has time, he goes out to gather resources and make another fortune. Quite wealthy? How wealthy? Chun Jin looked Ye Fang up and down, then glanced around the room. He didn't look like a wealthy person. There's 10 million in this card. I just went to the antique market yesterday and got it. Ye Fang took out his bank card and placed it on the table. Chun Jin's gaze sharpened, and upon looking at Ye Fang's expression, it seemed genuine. It seems this kid really does have some skills. Antique collecting, it's all about luck? Chun Jin frowned slightly. She disliked gamblers, very much so. She was the deputy governor in charge of a city and had seen too many cases of families being ruined and people dying because of gambling. Therefore, she not only disliked gamblers, but also loathed them. Ye Fang naturally understood what she meant and laughed. Don't worry, I won't gamble, much less rely on luck. I'm a cultivator. Making money there is like child's play for me. Ye Fang's Hun then pointed at Chu Lingling and the others. Aren't you right? However, Chu Lingling and the others shook their heads. Who the hell is like you? They're only at the Qi refining stage. Qi refining stage. What kind of divine sense do they have? Among these people, only Director Li Tongqin has divine consciousness. But what rank does he hold? Does the director of the Antiquities Bureau lack that little bit of money? You've forgotten. You're only at the Qi refining stage and don't have divine sense yet. Upon hearing Ye Fang's words, Chu Lingling and the others' lips twitched, but they quickly realized what he meant and looked at Ye Fang in disbelief. You've reached the foundation establishment stage. Even Li Tongqin's expression changed at this moment. Is this really necessary? This talent is almost 1,000,000,000 times stronger. It'll be soon. Ye Fang smiled. If you don't have spiritual energy transformed into liquid, where did your divine consciousness come from? Chu Lingling looked Ye Fang up and down. Although she couldn't quite see through him, as fellow cultivators, they were at least under the same rules, right? Then I don't know. If I have something that you don't, then that's your problem. Ye Fang was unwilling to explain further. His situation was somewhat unique. Having cultivated immortality twice, his divine sense was already incredibly powerful. If his physical body hadn't been unable to withstand it, his spiritual consciousness would be far beyond the foundation establishment stage. Seeing Ye Fang's confidence, Chu Lingling and the others couldn't refute him. Since you have money, why are you unwilling to take responsibility? Chun Jin was puzzled. Given Ye Fang's situation, He shouldn't be short of money. If my daughter marries him, she definitely won't suffer a loss. The other party is willing and able to take responsibility, but they cannot get married. What does this mean? Chen Xiaoyao noticed Ye Fang's predicament and snorted. Mom, this guy has other women. As soon as he said that, everyone's gaze towards Ye Fang changed. Especially the members of the Zhini Bureau who were unaware of the situation, looked at Ye Fang as if he were a scumbag. Chapter 43. Teacher is single, student has a child. You have other women, yet you dare to take advantage of my daughter? Chun Jin's brows were almost furrowed together. If it were an ordinary person, she would definitely slap Ye Fang across the face. But after learning that Ye Fang was a cultivator, she became less agitated. Because the future belongs to cultivators. Moreover, judging from the reactions of Li Tongqin and the other cultivators of the Zhini Bureau, Ye Fang's strength is definitely not weak. If Ye Fang can really protect Xiao Yao, then even if something happens to her, Xiao Yao will have someone to rely on. But now it seems that Ye Fang is a womanizer, and she doesn't want her daughter to be with someone like that. Therefore, Chun Jin was caught in a dilemma. When Chen Xiaoyao saw the troubled look on her mother's face, she was taken aback. She thought her mother would scold Ye Fang. Mom, what do you think of Xiao Yao? Chun Jin looked into Ye Fang's eyes, trying to discern something from them. This simple skill of judging people might really be of no use to Ye Fang. Ye Fang could sense Chun Jin's concerns. He sighed and, instead of answering directly, asked in return, I will protect her and prevent her from getting hurt. You won't let me get hurt? You're the one who caused me the most damage. As Chun Xiaoyao spoke, she raised her hand and playfully hit Ye Fang's arm, as if she were being affectionate. It also resembles the playful banter between lovers. This gesture eased Chun Jin's brow slightly, and she looked at her daughter. Xiaoyao, do you like him? Huh? You like him? You want me to like a pervert? Chun Xiaoyao snorted coldly, glancing at Ye Fang out of the corner of her eye. Mom, how could I possibly fall for a pervert, a lecher, a big jerk? You really don't like it? It's not that I like him, I'm just grateful to him, grateful that he saved me yesterday. My feelings for him are more gratitude than liking. The more Chen Xiaoyao thought about this possibility, the more convinced she became that it was true. How could I possibly like it? It must be gratitude that's at play. Is that so? Chun Jin wanted to confirm, her eyes filled with a hint of amusement. Don't I know my own daughter's personality? Of course. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoyao ran to her mother's side, took Chun Jin's arm, and said coquettishly, Mom, don't worry about it, I know what I'm doing. Humph. Since you don't like it, then you should just cut off all contact. He has other women. Chun Jin was only halfway through her sentence when Chun Xiaoyao's expression changed instantly. Mom, if he marries someone else, what will happen to my child? He can't be born without a father. You can learn from me. Chun Jin looked at her helplessly, worried that Chen Xiaoyao would follow in her footsteps. No one knows better than her how hard it is for a mother to raise a child. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyao immediately pouted and said, Mom, I don't want to be like you. No one understands what loneliness is better than she, the person involved. Every time I come home, the house is quiet, deserted, and empty. It felt like being inside a coffin, dull and suffocating. So when she found out she was pregnant, her first thought was to save the baby. She didn't want her children to experience that kind of life. Even if the man is a womanizer, she still wants to give birth to the child so that the child can at least live in a warm home. That was the reason she used. But as a mother, Chun Jin could see right through her when she realized whether she had taken a liking to Ye Fang. Putting everything else aside, when has your daughter ever spoken to another man like that? If you really don't like it, then just make your stance clear. That sense of distance, though not outwardly visible, can be instinctively felt as a sign of resistance. They keep their distance from people, and their faces show no expression other than a smile. You can't tell if they're happy or angry. But Chen Xiaoyao has a different expression when facing Ye Fang. She gets angry, she curses, and her eyes will frequently glance at him. At this point, Chun Jin knew there was no point in asking any further questions. She stood up and looked at the few people who were still watching the show. Directorly, thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. Dealing with anomalies is simply our duty as the Bureau of Anomalies. Li Tongqin smiled calmly and looked at Ye Fang. For a moment, he even saw the shadow of Yi Ping in Ye Fang. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Okay, Xiaoyao, you're not a child anymore. You have to make your own decisions about your feelings, but don't do anything you'll regret. Chen Jin has completely compromised. Perhaps this can be considered a kind of fate? Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoyao's face lit up with joy, and she immediately took her mother's arm, saying, "Thank you, Mom. Don't thank me yet. You should explain to me exactly how you and Ye Fang got together." As Chun Jin spoke, she reached out to grab Chun Xiaoyao's ear. "Mom, I'm still pregnant. If you pull me, you're indirectly pulling your future grandson." Chun Xiaoyao immediately cried out and quickly hid behind Ye Fang. Looking at Chun Jin, he said, "Mom, I'll talk to Ye Fang about my relationship with him myself." Seeing this, Chun Jin let her be, her gaze returning to Ye Fang with a hint of sternness. "Ye Fang, I hope you keep your word. You should all go back to school soon. And also, about your affairs." As she spoke, Chun Jin glanced at Li Tongchun, and they both nodded. "Tell Chun Xiaoyao about your cultivator matters as well, so she can be prepared." Chun Jin took a deep breath and then said, "I have something to do." After saying that, Chun Jin left the room. At this moment, Li Tongchun stepped forward and said, "Vice President Chun, let me take you back. We can have the meeting over there." Meanwhile, apart from Chu Lingling, the other three cultivators glanced at Ye Fang and then wisely left. Seeing such a great show today made the trip worthwhile. However, Chu Lingling stayed behind, looking at Ye Fang with a very complicated expression. Despite being a teacher, she's actually only a few years older than Yida. You could even call them peers. She's been a teacher for over 20 years and has never even held a man's hand. Meanwhile, his student, a boy not even 20 years old, is about to become a father. The teacher is a lifelong single, while the student is married and has established a career. What kind of situation is this? Seeing that Chu Lingling had no intention of leaving, Qin Xiaoyao frowned slightly and looked at Ye Fang. "Yi, tell me honestly, is she also your woman?" Ye Fang. Chu Lingling's pupils dilated in shock. He looked at Qin Xiaoyao in disbelief. How could such a lovely girl say such vicious things? "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Ye Fang came to his senses and looked at Chun Xiaoyao speechlessly. What was going on? How did he get involved with Chu Lingling? Chapter 44, 1,000 Faces Recognize a Master. Isn't that so? When Ye Fang denied it, Qin Xiaoyao pouted and said, "Then why is she staying?" Chu Lingling was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. Qin Xiaoyao, I am Ye Fang's new homeroom teacher." "Teacher?" Qin Xiaoyao frowned, looking very suspicious. "What do you teach?" "Cultivation." After Chu Lingling finished speaking, she realized something was amiss and explained. "Qin Xiaoyao, I think you've also personally experienced how this world is changing. If we want to maintain the current order, we must get more people like Ye Fang to step forward." Qin Xiaoyao also came to her senses at this moment, recalling the strange attack method from last night. Directly controlling someone else's body. If this method is allowed to spread unchecked, the consequences are unimaginable. This also answered a question she had since the start of the semester. What is the purpose of the archaeology class? The class was opened suddenly, and some students with excellent grades were brought into it, receiving the best treatment in the entire school. When the other students at the school heard about the benefits of the archaeology class, they were in an uproar. However, the school suppressed it. It seems they're training cultivators. So, you two really have nothing going on. Now that Qin Xiaoyao thinks about it, her competitors seem to be only Jiang Shui and her sister, just 3 women. Looking at it this way, Ye Fang isn't really that much of a womanizer. Of course it's okay. Ye Fang was speechless. I only met her once in class yesterday, so that's only twice including today. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao felt much more at ease. Then can I cultivate like you? This requires qualifications. If you're not in the archaeology class, you might not have the qualifications. But it's not absolute. It could be due to misdetection. Chu Lingling answered truthfully. Qin Xiaoyao then looked at Ye Fang and blinked. Then, what about me? I checked last night. Ye Fang let out a long sigh, which made Qin Xiaoyao's heart sink to the bottom. Seeing this, Chu Lingling simply reminded him. Ye Fang, you. Never mind. You have your own cultivation system. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. However, since you've become a cultivator, you'll be going on missions with me in the future. Go on a mission with you? Ye Fang immediately looked disgusted. Qi refining level 3? That's a bit low. Seeing that disdainful look, Chu Lingling gritted her teeth in anger. She was so angry. But what can you do when someone has such talent? We have no choice but to endure it. Anyway, once the spiritual energy is poured into my head, my cultivation level will rise directly. This is called accumulating strength for a future breakthrough. Do you understand? Chu Lingling retorted. Ye Fang smiled and stopped provoking her. He turned to Qin Xiaoyao and said, "But don't be discouraged. There are other ways to cultivate besides relying on spiritual roots. Really? Chen Xiaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. Ye Fang nodded. Although mortals without spiritual roots cannot cultivate, if a cultivator is highly skilled, they can also provide mortals with spiritual roots. Although the supplemented spiritual root is not as well suited to the innate heavenly spirit, and there will be some risks in the future, it is still better than nothing. Can I do it too? Chen Xiaoyao asked hurriedly. Ye Fang nodded and stroked her hair. Of course, you're my woman. Who's your woman? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Xiaoyao angrily punched Ye Fang in the chest, though she didn't use much force. But the way the two looked made Chu Lingling not want to watch anymore. Ye Fang, although you don't need to come to class, there are some things you still need to be tested on. The character class, in particular, is very important. It's how a monk's character is judged. If someone has a bad character, or even engages in behavior that harms society, such as killing innocent people, those are objects that will be deleted. Ye Fang had no objection to this point. Cultivation is a process of cultivating the mind, so this aspect should not be neglected. Okay, Ye Fang nodded in agreement. Chu Lingling was much more satisfied then. Then I'll be leaving now. You two can deal with your relationship issues yourselves. After saying that, Chu Lingling also left the room. Chen Xiaoyao was silent for a while before looking at Ye Fang. Sigh, what should we do if we encounter such danger again next time? Ye Fang was somewhat embarrassed by the question, as he didn't have much in his storage space right now. Or maybe we should try to extract some good stuff from the small world rift. I don't have much right now. Ye Fang opened his storage ring and took out a mask. This is the only thing left. Thousands of things. The heavenly treasure, though an item from a strange world, has never recognized a master, and its function is unknown. Just as Ye Fang took it out, Chen Xiaoyao glanced at it. The thousand faces began to tremble, slipping from Ye Fang's hand and flying towards Chen Xiaoyao. Just as Ye Fang was about to stop it, the mask became ethereal and passed right through his hand. Before Chen Xiaoyao could react, the thing was already on her face. In an instant, the light shifted. Chen Xiaoyao felt her body begin to feel lighter, and an incredibly comfortable feeling spread throughout her body. Even the previous physical fatigue was swept away. When she came to her senses, she saw Ye Fang staring at her in disbelief, while the thousand faces of deception in his hand had vanished without a trace. This. Ye Fang was also extremely shocked, never expecting that Qian Gui Qian Mian would actually recognize Chen Xiaoyao as his master. You should know that this thousand faces of ghosts is an extremely rare thing, a famous treasure in the world of ghosts and monsters. There are also many exceptional individuals in that world who go to great lengths to obtain it. He spent his entire life trying to gain his approval, but never succeeded. If it were only one or two, it might be a matter of chance, but the rumors Ye Fang heard in the strange world were, this mask has never recognized a master since it was created. It's absolutely bizarre. This led some unorthodox cultivators to want to destroy it directly, because if they couldn't have it themselves, they couldn't let others have it either. But the heavenly treasure is not so easily destroyed. Not to mention, the mask is incredibly hard. Even the big shots in the bizarre world are helpless against it and can only give up. When everyone thinks he's useless, no matter how good your qualities are, you're just another face in the crowd. This heavenly treasure is pretty good, isn't it? Want it? Here you go. Ye Fang obtained this thing without much effort, which shows the status of this mask in the strange world. Only someone like Ye Fang, who takes whatever he can and doesn't care what it is, would leave it to gather dust in the small world. Ye Fang never expected that this thing would actually recognize Chen Xiaoyao as its master. If the geniuses in the bizarre world saw this, they'd be furious. We, the unorthodox cultivators, are all peerless geniuses. Our talents and aptitudes are all top-notch. So you went and recognized a master who had no spiritual roots as your master? Chapter 45: An Accidental Encounter with Hu Tianmei. The moment Chen Xiaoyao put on the mask, she felt incredibly light and comfortable, as if she had been reborn. And her face also had a thin, veil-like sheen, so nothing could be seen. Ye Fang, what's this? As soon as Chen Xiaoyao opened her mouth, she realized that her voice had changed, becoming melodious, pleasant, and incredibly beautiful. Even her temperament has become much purer, like that of a fairy. Before Ye Fang could speak, Chen Xiaoyao excitedly ran to Ye Fang, her face full of surprise. It feels so good. Ye Fang, I feel like I'm full of energy and my body feels lighter. Ye Fang then observed Chen Xiaoyao, and sure enough, the thousand faces on her face did not show any disharmony. Instead, it has a sense of natural perfection. Moreover, Ye Fang also sensed a faint but real fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Xiaoyao. The main function of a spiritual root is to attract spiritual energy, and there is more than one way to absorb spiritual energy. It seems this mask suits you very well. As Ye Fang spoke, he also felt a little confused. Why would the things he obtained from the cultivation world and the strange world be contracted by someone in this world? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Chun Xiaoyao's expression held a hint of mockery. Then she suddenly realized something. Oh? It's not that you can't use it, is it? I have plenty of things like that. Ye Fang glanced at her, then said, Let's go. I need to go to school to see my two big sons. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao immediately laughed. Humph, what good boy are you looking for? I think you just want to see your good girlfriend Jiang Shui. Although his words were sarcastic, he didn't seem angry at all. Just as Ye Fang was about to say something, Qin Xiaoyao suddenly stepped forward, turned her toes slightly, and in a daze, she became another woman. Whether it's appearance, height, weight, or temperament and voice, everything becomes exactly the same. Even Ye Fang was stunned. This thousand faces was truly amazing. How is it? Qin Xiaoyao changed her expression and spun around in place. Does it look like me? Very similar. Ye Fang nodded. Not only had his appearance changed, but even his clothes had transformed. This saves me money on buying clothes. I can just wear whatever clothes I like from now on. Moreover, this disguise is almost flawless. If it weren't for his divine sense, he might not have been able to recognize her. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao returned to her original appearance and said to Ye Fang triumphantly, How was that? It's all right. Whether you can master it depends on your own skills. However, I still want to remind you that this thousand deceptions and thousand faces technique is fine against people of similar strength. If the difference in strength is too great, you'd better think about how to escape. Ye Fang pointed out that the peculiarity of this thousand faces is that it can transform into any shape, completely mimicking the appearance. However, this mimicry also has its flaws. If the difference in strength is too great, it will be full of loopholes. That's why Ye Fang said that whether you can master it depends on your own abilities. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Xiaoyao smiled slightly. She was thrilled, as if she had just received a wonderful toy. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyao was so happy, Ye Fang let her be happy too. As soon as the two came downstairs, Qin Xiaoyao glanced around and asked, Where's your car? What car? Without a car, how are we going to get back to school? Take the bus, or call a Didi, Ye Fang said, pointing to the bus stop ahead. A look of surprise flashed in Qin Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes. You're not going to take the bus, are you? How? Ye Fang asked. Is there something wrong? Qin Xiaoyao's lips twitched slightly, and she was speechless for a moment. You have more than 10 million. Why are you still taking the bus? It's been a long time since I sat here. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. I can't remember. Looking at the relatively peaceful scenery around him, Ye Fang felt that life here was much more comfortable than the cultivation world or the strange world. Qin Xiaoyao had no choice but to follow Ye Fang. As soon as the two arrived at the bus stop, cars began to arrive one after another. By the way, which bus number goes to our school again? Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. Seriously? It's a car from your family. Why are you asking me? Ye Fang then slapped his forehead and remembered that he seemed to have taken this bus after leaving the Jiang family. But instead of the bus he was waiting for, Ye Fang was greeted by a Rolls-Royce. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a charming and alluring face inside. Little cowherd, we meet again. Hu Tianmei's laughter was like a spring breeze, making people feel weak all over upon hearing it. Qin Xiaoyao turned her head to the side, her face dark, and asked Ye Fang, Who is this? Ye Fang felt somewhat helpless upon seeing this woman. What should he say now? He's saying she's his woman too? Is it your little lover again? Qin Xiaoyao guessed what was going on when Ye Fang didn't say anything. No, she's not a mistress. She's my official girlfriend. Hu Tianmei gently pushed open the door of the Rolls-Royce, revealing a red dress that made her look even more alluring. Ye Fang couldn't help but recall some moments between the two of them in the room. Oh, so you're openly seducing men in front of everyone. Qin Xiaoyao gave a soft hum, making no attempt to hide her dissatisfaction. Hu Tianmei smiled faintly, not annoyed at all, but looking at Qin Xiaoyao with interest. I'm not seducing you, little sister. I'm pregnant. I won't hold it against you. Her tone was nonchalant, as if the facts were undeniable. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyao's breath hitched, and her body swayed slightly, clearly startled. However, she quickly recovered. though her complexion was not very good. His gaze was fixed on Ye Fang. What do you mean? Why is there another one? This was an accident. Ye Fang was speechless for a moment. How should he explain? Seeing Ye Fang's expression, Qin Xiaoyao instantly understood, and her gaze towards Hu Tianmei was equally defiant. Auntie, you shouldn't meddle in our young people's affairs. Don't think you're the only one pregnant. I'm pregnant too. As she spoke, she affectionately linked arms with Ye Fang, looking at Hu Tianmei with a defiant expression. Hu Tianmei couldn't help but smile. She had seen many such scenes of jealousy and rivalry and didn't take them to heart. Ye Fang could only smile wryly at this moment. Why did this feel like a chaotic battlefield? Hu Tianmei looked at Ye Fang and saw that his expression was somewhat complicated. She instantly realized that this was no joke. At that moment, Hu Tianmei's smile faded slightly. She never expected that Ye Fang was pregnant with another woman, and even like her. Only then did Hu Tianmei take a serious look at Qin Xiaoyao. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao had taken off her mask, revealing her delicate, porcelain doll-like features. Chapter 46 Sleeping with someone doesn't depend on their status. Hu Tianmei glanced at her a few more times and had to admit that the girl's beauty was comparable to her own. The two locked eyes, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Ye Fang coughed lightly. Well, how about we get going first, or we'll be late? Ye Fang never expected that a chaotic scene would fall on him. Such a situation was quite rare. At this time, due to the rush hour, many people around were already casting curious glances at them. Especially beauties like Hu Tianmei and Qin Xiaoyao, one with a mature and alluring temperament and the other as delicate as a porcelain doll, attract a lot of attention when they stand together. And judging from this situation, it seems to be a problem related to relationships. For a moment, the people around them looked at them with even more interest. Some people even started taking photos and checking in at the spots. Continuing the stalemate will only have a negative impact. Hu Tianmei realized this as well, and immediately smiled to break the awkward atmosphere. If you don't mind, get in the car, I'll give you both a ride. Ye Fang looked at Qin Xiaoyao, who, although still unhappy, did not refuse. Standing here doing nothing isn't going to work either. After the two got into the car, Hu Tianmei said to the driver, "To Tiannan University." The driver nodded in agreement, not daring to ask any further questions. He, as a mere driver, couldn't possibly guess what Mr. Hu was thinking. In the back seat, Ye Fang sat in the middle, with Hu Tianmei and Qin Xiaoyao on his left and right sides respectively. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Hu Yumei glanced at Ye Fang from time to time, looking thoughtful. While feeling annoyed, Qin Xiaoyao would occasionally glare back at Hu Tianmei. Ye Fang was a little troubled, but there wasn't much he could do. Is this young lady also a student at Tiannan University? Hu Tianmei seemed to have put the previous unpleasantness in mind and took the initiative to chat with Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao simply responded with a faint reply, showing little enthusiasm. Hu Tianmei, however, didn't seem to mind and smiled lightly. How many weeks pregnant are you? 6 weeks. As Qin Xiaoyao spoke, she glanced at Hu Tianmei's abdomen, which was already slightly swollen. This meant that Hu Tianmei's pregnancy was definitely earlier than her own. I'm 8 weeks pregnant. Hu Tianmei, however, did not take it seriously and directly stated the exact time. In an instant, the two women looked at Ye Fang almost simultaneously, their gazes conveying different meanings. In just about a week, he has ruined 2 women. Ye Fang, you really are something else. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao really wanted to ask, what do Jiang Shui and Jiang Luxia, these 2 sisters, mean? When did you get involved? But Qin Xiaoyao suddenly understood something while recalling the conversation just now. It seems that Hu Tianmei is unaware that Ye Fang has at least 2 other women besides herself. She originally planned to say that she would also come, but after thinking about it, she realized that if she said it on her live stream, wouldn't that make Ye Fang feel a little embarrassed? It's something that Hu Tianmei has to discover for herself. That's when things get interesting. What if she can't stand it and leaves on her own? Then it wouldn't be just adding fuel to the fire. Hu Tianmei noticed that Qin Xiaoyao seemed to have something left to say, but seeing her hesitant expression, she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she gave Ye Fang a half smile, half asleep look, as if she were looking at a lover. I didn't expect the young man to have such a big appetite. Hu Tianmei teased with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Ye Fang could only manage a wry smile. This was all an accident. Hu Tianmei withdrew her gaze, revealing a thoughtful expression. She had considered this situation before making the decision, even though she and Ye Fang only had a one-night stand, and the guy seemed to be a bad seed. But compared to those who coveted her body, Ye Fang was still more trustworthy. Putting aside the trust that he is the father of her child, the second reason is that this guy is not like those scumbags. He clung to his own powerful backer and abandoned his ex-girlfriend. She liked that. Hu Tianmei believes that if a man would abandon his once vulnerable wife, he would also abandon you without hesitation when you are vulnerable. So she was willing to take a gamble and entrust everything to him. Thinking of this, Hu Tianmei took a deep breath and smiled at Ye Fang. Little cowboy, no matter how many girlfriends you have, as long as you are good to me and the child, I am willing to follow you. Ye Fang was stunned. Chen Xiaoyao also looked at Hu Tianmei with slight surprise. Is this woman trying to use a feigned retreat to advance? That's quite a high rank. At this moment, Hu Tianmei had already lifted Ye Fang's chin, her eyes sparkling, her voice becoming alluring. Is that enough? Looking into those captivating eyes, Ye Fang couldn't help but grasp Hu Tianmei's hand. No matter how many there are, he wants them all. Hu Tianmei smiled brightly, while subtly glancing at Chen Xiaoyao, who rolled her eyes and muttered "Vixen" under her breath. He then glanced at Hu Tianmei's chest. The neckline of her fiery red dress was slightly loose, yet it was still perfectly supported by her. Chen Xiaoyao wondered, what did this woman eat to grow up so big? Papaya milk? The silent battles between women are intense and often unseen. Hu Tianmei also noticed Chen Xiaoyao's gaze and leaned herself against Ye Fang without making a sound. Her arm was perfectly nestled in the embrace of tenderness. This made Ye Fang's blood boil. Damn, these women are all vixens. I just finished last night, so I should be in my saintly time right now. How could he have almost ruined his life by being so easily seduced by this woman, Hu Tianmei? This action left Chen Xiaoyao stunned. This woman was shameless and brazen. How could she openly seduce Ye Fang in front of her? She was so angry that she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks, but she didn't want to say anything. Hu Tianmei chuckled inwardly, while her face remained charmingly radiant. Suddenly, Hu Tianmei seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, we still don't know what the little sister's name is? Chen Xiaoyao rolled her eyes, pouted, and said defiantly, my name is Chen Xiaoyao. Chen Xiaoyao, that name sounds familiar. Hu Tianmei thought for a moment. Her mother is Chun Jin. Chun Jin. Hu Tianmei instantly realized what was going on. So you're the daughter of that Vice President Chun. No wonder. I always felt you looked familiar. And who are you? Hu Tianmei is from Tianhai City. Hu Tianmei. Chen Xiaoyao was taken aback, then suddenly looked at Hu Tianmei with disbelief in her eyes. You're the chairman of Tianhai Fashion? The #1 beauty in Tianhai? Hu Tianmei. Hu Tianmei smiled and nodded, acknowledging it. Chen Xiaoyao looked at Ye Fang with an incredulous expression. She never expected that the man beside her would have such good fortune with women. That's Hu Tianmei. Doesn't this guy even consider the person's identity when he sleeps with them? Chapter 47, A Woman with Skill. Even in Tiannan City, Chen Xiaoyao had heard rumors about Hu Tianmei. In Tianhai City, Hu Tianmei was undoubtedly a top beauty. Whether in terms of beauty, wealth, or other aspects, she is among the very best. With a net worth of hundreds of billions and such a status, he's actually willing to be with Ye Fang. Chen Xiaoyao glanced at Hu Tianmei's stomach again, her feelings somewhat complicated. She originally thought that Ye Fang had reached his limit by getting himself and Jiang Shui into this bastard's hands. But she didn't expect Hu Tianmei to appear. That Ye Fang, that stinky man, he's really something. Hu Tianmei could also see the complexity in Chen Xiaoyao's heart. Instead, she was poised and graceful, taking Ye Fang's other hand and placing it on her lower abdomen. Have you decided on a name for her? Ye Fang didn't react for a moment. Huh. I felt my hand being gently held and placed against my swollen belly. Hu Tianmei asked tenderly, what will the child's name be? Ye Fang was stunned for a moment, looking at Hu Tianmei. Hu Tianmei looked at him with gentle eyes, as if to say, think about it quickly. Chen Xiaoyao stood to the side, her eyes wide with astonishment. This vixen really was something else. I am not afraid of the enemy's arrogance, but I am afraid of the enemy's gentleness. Let alone Ye Fang. Even Chen Xiaoyao couldn't resist the allure of Hu Tianmei's gentle demeanor. Not to mention Ye Fang, that lecherous man. We'll see. Ye Fang opened his mouth slightly, still undecided. Hu Tianmei didn't press him, but simply held his hand tightly and said gently, I'll wait for you. Yi was deeply moved and nodded emphatically. Okay. Chen Xiaoyao watched the two of them from the side, pouting. When I was pregnant, I didn't see Ye Fang being this attentive. However, Chen Xiaoyao is still looking forward to the name he will choose for the child. At that moment, Hu Tianmei suddenly remembered something important. By the way, the Luo family already knows about you killing Luo Zhang. Oh, Ye Fang's answer was nonchalant and indifferent. This attitude surprised Hu Tianmei somewhat. Just an oh? However, at this moment, Chen Xiaoyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't sit still any longer. Wait, who did you kill? Luo Zhang. Is it Luo Zhang from our school? Chen Xiaoyao stared wide-eyed at Ye Fang in disbelief. Ye Fang nodded, and Chen Xiaoyao immediately looked shocked. That was the second young master of the Luo family, one of the most notorious playboys in Tiannan City, and Ye Fang just killed him without a second thought. Most importantly, just a few days ago she saw Luo running around happily at school. How could he suddenly die? Why did you suddenly kill him? The Luo family won't let you get away with this. When Chen Xiaoyao spoke, her eyes showed a hint of worry, but she quickly came back to her senses and wondered what she was worried about. Ye Fang is so strong. Why should I worry about him? He intended to kill me, so I had no choice but to strike first. Ye Fang's answer was indifferent, as if he had killed an insignificant person. He wasn't a maniac who enjoyed killing. However, the lesson he learned in the world of cultivation was that once both sides, or even just one of them, harbored murderous intent, even without any real harm, it will eventually escalate into a fight to the death. Chen Xiaoyao suddenly recalled what happened last night. Oh right, you also killed Xing Jian. You've offended almost every major family in Tiannan City. Hu Tianmei's beautiful eyes also flickered. She hadn't expected that Ye Fang would kill Xing Jian in addition to Luo Zhang last night. Wait, is it Xing Jian from the Zhang family? When did you kill him last night? Hu Tianmei asked. Last night, around 8 o'clock. Ye Fang said. Hu Tianmei was taken aback, and her expression gradually turned somewhat strange. But this doesn't make sense. Last night, when I attended the banquet, I saw Xing Jian's father. When he called his son, it was already 10 o'clock. Ye Fang and Chen Xiaoyao both looked at Hu Tianmei. Hu Tianmei's expression was solemn as she said, if what you said is true, Xing Jian was killed at 8 o'clock, then his phone should not have been answered. Most importantly, when the banquet ended, I saw Xing Jian sitting in his father's car. It was already 11 o'clock. That's impossible. You must be mistaken. Ye Fang chopped off Xing Jian's head. How could someone who's lost their head still be alive? Chen Xiaoyao was incredulous and shook her head repeatedly. Hu Tianmei's expression was also solemn, her eyes filled with shock. It shouldn't be wrong. I was very close at the time and saw it very clearly. Ye Fang calmed down, his eyes flickering slightly. There is no reason for a dead person to still be alive. Unless, if it's something from the world of cultivation or a strange world, it's not impossible. Especially in the eerie world, losing one's head is a common occurrence. Some eerie creatures, out of boredom, take off their own heads and kick them like balls, then put them back on after they've had their fun. What was the purpose of your banquet yesterday? Ye Fang looked at Hu Tianmei. That was a collaboration. At this point, Hu Tianmei sighed deeply. After dinner with my friends, we went to that banquet. They said it was in Tiannan City, at a very mysterious place, where there was a vast expanse of new land. All known methods of entry have been blocked by the Bureau of Suppression of Strange Things. The problem is that there seems to be more than one entrance to that place. And those guys were all discussing how to divide up the territory inside. Ye Fang was taken aback when he heard these words. It seemed that the world was more complicated than he had thought. As for that Genie Bureau, Ye Fang thought of Director Li, whom he had met this morning. He also claimed to be from the Bureau of Suppression of Strange Things. It seemed that they were the ones blocking this information. No wonder he, the director of the Antiquities Bureau, came to Tiannan City. It turns out it was because of that mysterious place. But what is this mysterious place for? Could it be a secret realm of the cultivation world? But with this concentration of spiritual energy, how could a ghostly secret realm possibly exist? In addition, the secret realms in the cultivation world are extremely dangerous, with 9 deaths being the norm. Even those cultivation sects have to explore a secret realm with extreme caution when they discover it. According to Hu Tianmei, there was more than one entrance. Ye Fang thought for a moment, then looked at Hu Tianmei. Where exactly is it located? Hu Tianmei didn't expect Ye Fang to be interested in that place. She shook her head. The exact location seems to have been discovered by the Luo family. To join them, one must sign some kind of blood pact with them. I was going to give it a try, but my friend stopped me and told me to think about it again. If it were me in the past, I would definitely have chosen to take the risk to avoid being controlled and oppressed. But, because of the male escort, I didn't sign the contract. As she spoke, Hu Tianmei gave Ye Fang a gentle smile. That's an impeccable statement. Chen Xiaoyao was somewhat impressed. This woman attributed the credit to others and elevated the man to the heavens. If it were me, I'd probably be overjoyed. Chapter 48, The Fox Spirit's Kiss. Just as Chen Xiaoyao said, Ye Fang was feeling incredibly pleased with himself because of this woman. Men are not afraid of being scolded by women, but they are afraid of being praised by women. Women, especially this subtle elevation, it perfectly satisfies a man's vanity to the extreme. No wonder Hu Tianmei, despite being a woman, was able to thrive in Tianhai City. That emotional intelligence and those skills are exceptional. Chen Xiaoyao turned her head away as she watched the two of them being all lovey-dovey. She sighed softly, feeling that Ye Fang and Hu Tianmei were like two magnets, sticking together the moment they met. No, we have to think of a way. We can't let that vixen kidnap Ye Fang. At this moment, Ye Fang inquired about some details and the blood pact process. Hu Tianmei thought for a moment, then spoke to Ye Fang, word by word. Her memory is also quite good, almost to the point of photographic memory, so she remembers the whole process quite clearly. After listening, Ye Fang looked at Hu Tianmei and said with a serious expression, "It's a good thing you didn't sign it, or you would have been finished." The woman had sensed something amiss, so she didn't make a decision, which saved her from disaster. Hu Tianmei's beautiful eyes flashed, also startled. Could there be some unknown dangers associated with the blood pact? Ye Fang nodded slightly. That thing might control people's consciousness, or it might even be a list of sacrifices. Taking you there is for the purpose of sacrifice. Moreover, you also said that it was a new place, not within China's territory, and that being killed there would be a pointless death. No one will punish them. Hu Tianmei and Chen Xiaoyao's expressions changed upon hearing this. Ye Fang continued, "This tactic is very common, and it's very brutal. It's not a matter of winning or losing, but of life and death." Hu Tianmei nodded slightly, her expression becoming much more serious. "It now appears that the risks there are far greater than we imagined. That choice was truly wise. If I hadn't met Ye Fang before attending the banquet, I might have really taken this risk." Thinking of this, Hu Tianmei glanced at Ye Fang out of the corner of her eye. This guy really was her lucky star. She couldn't help but move closer to Ye Fang and rub against him. Just then, the driver brought the car to a smooth stop and said to the person behind him, "Chairman Hu, we've arrived at Tiannan University. I'll head down now. Call me if anything comes up." Just as Ye Fang was about to get out of the car, Hu Tianmei suddenly looked at him, bit her red lips, and pressed her soft body against Ye Fang. A soft kiss landed lightly on Ye Fang's cheek before quickly moving away. She then winked at him and smiled sweetly, saying, "I'll be waiting for you to come find me." After saying that, Hu Tianmei sat back in the car, leaned back in her seat, and quietly watched Ye Fang stand there, stunned. In the car, Ye Fang raised his hand to touch the spot where he had been kissed, savoring the faint scent of his lips, and couldn't help but smile. This woman, when she flirts, is absolutely deadly. Chen Xiaoyao couldn't stand it anymore and snorted, "Shameless." Upon hearing the voice, Ye Fang turned around, grinned at her, and then got out of the car. The vehicle drove away. Hu Tianmei's eyes shone with a soft light, and the curve of her lips deepened, but she still couldn't help but look at Ye Fang through the rearview mirror. "Humph, are you happy now?" Chen Xiaoyao said sourly, while not forgetting to kick Ye Fang. Ye Fang didn't mind at all, and said quite frankly, "I'm happy." Seeing Hu Tianmei's undisguised behavior, Chen Xiaoyao was furious and snorted coldly, "You vixen, you've bewitched me." Ye Fang chuckled and said, "I must say, that feeling was indeed quite comfortable." "Chen Xiaoyao, this guy is hopeless. I'm one short here, why don't you give it a try?" Ye Fang pointed to his other cheek and looked at Chen Xiaoyao. Chen Xiaoyao's face instantly turned bright red. "Shameless. Who wants to kiss you?" As she spoke, she started punching Ye Fang with her little fists. The two stood in front of the school gate, and their playful fight was witnessed by many passing students. Even those with sharp eyes recognized the two immediately, and without saying a word, they took out their phones, took photos, and posted them on the campus network. School website. "Huh? Isn't that Chen Xiaoyao? And that guy? He looks kind of familiar. Isn't that Ye Fang? The one who got Jiang, the school beauty, pregnant? Holy crap, how come he's suddenly hanging out with Chen Xiaoyao? Could it be that yesterday's rumors weren't false? Wow, if it's not fake, that's really impressive. He's won over both of our school's most beautiful girls." Soon, the scene of Ye Fang and Chen Xiaoyao playfully fighting was spread online. instantly causing a huge uproar on the campus network, WeChat moments, and some small groups. Damn, how come Ye Fang is with Chen Xiaoyao? Holy crap, I'm so envious. Chen Xiaoyao got him too. Do men only care about looks? Is this a public announcement of their relationship? Ye Fang is so popular. I'm so envious. Two school beauties. Is Ye Fang's life like that of a god? I refuse to accept this. I agree or disagree. Disagree? +3. Online. The discussion was heated and quickly became a hot topic. Upon seeing the message, Gu Qingqing rushed to the school gate. Meanwhile, in Jiang Shue's class, she, who had arrived at school early, was pouting, her bright eyes filled with unhappiness. Jiang Shue, look, your man is dating Chen Xiaoyao. Jiang Shue seemed to have expected this. I already knew. You knew all along? How did you know? When I called Ye Fang this morning, Chen Xiaoyao answered. Jiang Shue gets angry just talking about it. But what can she do now that things have already turned out this way? However, Jiang Shue didn't say these words in a secluded place, but in the classroom. It was 8 a.m., and everyone was exceptionally neat and tidy. Their eagerness to hear gossip kept them on their toes, and when someone asked Jiang Shue a question, all eyes turned to her. As soon as Jiang Shue said this, the whole class fell silent, and everyone stared at her in disbelief. What did they all hear? Jiang Shue called Ye Fang, but Chen Xiaoyao answered the phone. What does that tell us? Chen Xiaoyao was with Ye Fang last night. Holy crap. By the way, last night, Chen Xiaoyao's best friend, Gu Qingqing, also seemed to be searching the whole world for Chen Xiaoyao. Suddenly, someone whispered something. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. This explosive news is enough to keep us talking all day. Holy crap, is this for real? Did they go to a hotel? 9 times out of 10. But Chen Xiaoyao is pregnant. How can she still do that? I don't know, but I'm sure Chen Xiaoyao and Ye Fang are already together. As everyone discussed the matter, all eyes turned to Jiang Shue. She lowered her head, looking somewhat unhappy. Seeing this, everyone said to Jiang Shue, don't be sad. Don't make yourself suffer because of that scumbag. Chapter 49, The Most Transparent Injustice. What do you mean by suffering? Ye Fang didn't abandon me. Jiang Shue looked up, her pretty face flushed. That Ye Fang is two-timing, someone muttered. Jiang Shue bit her lip lightly, and said quite insistently, I like him, and I don't care. Everyone. No. Sis, are you really that easy to please? They haven't even broken up yet, and he's already being cheated on? It's so heartbreaking. Upon hearing the news about Chen Xiaoyao, Gu Qingqing also rushed to the school gate without hesitation. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyao, he rushed over without saying a word and gave her a big hug. Xiaoyao, what happened to you yesterday? How did you disappear? I was so worried about you. Gu Qingqing's series of questions revealed her worries. Chen Xiaoyao smiled apologetically. It's nothing. I just went to see a friend yesterday. Meeting a friend? That Ye Fang. Gu Qingqing's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Ye Fang. It wasn't him. As soon as Chen Xiaoyao retorted, Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. You've changed. You even lied to me. Weren't you with Ye Fang yesterday? And when Jiang Shue called this morning, you were the one who answered the phone. Oh. Chen Xiaoyao's face immediately turned red, and she pulled Gu Qingqing, saying, Don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think. Gu Qingqing didn't believe it, and looked at Chen Xiaoyao seriously. Really, there isn't any. Chen Xiaoyao was a little anxious. She looked around and finally leaned close to Gu Qingqing's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Gu Qingqing's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and she stared at Ye Fang in disbelief. This? Aren't you still together? Gu Qingqing looked at Chen Xiaoyao with a complicated expression. What do you mean, together? I have absolutely nothing to do with him. Gu Qingqing didn't say anything after hearing this, but just glanced at Chen Xiaoyao's stomach. It doesn't matter? She's already carrying someone else's child, and she still says it's okay? Chen Xiaoyao felt a little embarrassed by that look, turned her head away, and didn't know what to say. That's really not right. Fine, do whatever you want. I won't interfere anymore, but I still hope you won't wrong yourself. Gu Qingqing sighed and didn't press the matter further. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoyao didn't know what to say, but she glared at Ye Fang out of the corner of her eye. Gu Qingqing also looked over, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She had once wondered what kind of person Chen Xiaoyao's future husband would be. She had considered many possibilities, but she had never imagined someone like Ye Fang. Scumbag? Womanizer? He may look like a gentleman, but that's definitely not the case. Gu Qingqing found it hard to accept that her best friend had fallen for someone like that. Let's go to class. Chen Xiaoyao tugged at Gu Qingqing, and explained in a low voice. Gu Qingqing took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in her heart, and followed Chen Xiaoyao toward the teaching building. As Ye Fang walked down the classroom aisle, he was met with a barrage of gossip, envious, jealous, and resentful glances. Having relationships with both school beauties is enough to make someone the focus of the entire school. When Ye Fang entered the classroom, the students in the archaeology class were noticeably less interested in gossip than those in other subjects. The number of people has also decreased by about 20%. However, quite a few people stayed, especially after what happened yesterday. With the revival of spiritual energy, those who remained would face a life-or-death test, hence the complex emotions of the crowd. But when they saw Ye Fang appear, their eyes still turned to him, especially after they learned about the current spiritual energy revival and some recent anomalies in the world yesterday. Their feelings were even more complicated. Ye Fang clearly knew something, yet he still stayed without hesitation and became a reserve member of the Bureau of Suppression of the Strange. Ye Fang, we'll be colleagues from now on. If you know anything beforehand, please let me know. One of the students stood up and spoke sincerely to Ye Fang. Everyone else looked at Ye Fang, waiting for his answer. This move seemed to have been planned in advance. Clearly, they were in contact privately. They didn't have Ye Fang's confidence and wanted to take precautions in advance. Ye Fang glanced at everyone and nodded slightly. I don't know much about the specifics, but the world has indeed been quite turbulent lately. Everyone should focus on cultivation. Only with strength can you protect yourself. Cultivation is the most transparent form of unfairness. What is clear is that strength equates to status. It's simple and direct, much simpler than the college entrance examination. No matter how well you do on the exam, without connections, you'll just be an ordinary person on the street after you leave school. But cultivation is different. Every increase in your strength elevates your status and influence. As he spoke, Ye Fang looked towards his own position. At that moment, Luan was in a meditative state with his eyes closed, and many others in the class were doing similar things. However, when Ye Fang said these words, everyone was involuntarily jolted. Clearly, Ye Fang's words struck a chord with them. This is the real world. The law of the jungle prevails. Only strength can guarantee success. Many of them are ordinary people without power or influence. They see students with connections who have more resources and opportunities than them, but their academic performance is inferior to their own. The only advantage they have over others is their family background. They can spend their spare time indulging in debauchery and enjoying a luxurious lifestyle. They spend most of their time burying themselves in their studies, and no matter how hard they try, they only earn a few thousand yuan after graduation. In the end, even if you surpass everyone else in academic performance, you still can't compare to the slightest bit of someone with connections. Ye Fang's words made them realize that in the world of cultivators, strength is everything. Their efforts will not be in vain. Ye Fang, what should we do? Someone couldn't help but ask. Cultivate diligently. Act according to your ability. Cultivating immortality is a step-by-step process, relying entirely on one's own talent. Haste makes waste. Ye Fang didn't say it directly, but gave a hint, leaving it to everyone to figure out for themselves. In his first life in the cultivation world, he didn't encounter many bottlenecks because of his Holy Spirit root. He took each step steadily. Of course, he wasn't an adventurer either. When he wasn't sure of the outcome, he would avoid it if possible. He is always extremely cautious. It's all because none of the cultivators he encountered had good intentions. For example, some pills sold privately may smell no different from ordinary pills, but once swallowed, the outer shell melts instantly, and the poison inside takes effect immediately. This is the most humiliating way to die. Ye Fang felt that the pills were being sold too cheaply, so he didn't dare to take them and just observed them secretly. Then it was observed that those who had bought the pills never appeared in the market again. They had some distinctive features, which they began selling on the streets the next day. Chapter 50. Ye Fang laughs like crazy. Ye Fang, who was secretly observing at the time, immediately determined that there was something wrong with the pill. As for women, Ye Fang had met many beautiful women before he transmigrated to the cultivation world. For example, the Jiang sisters, Hu Tianmei, or Chen Xiaoyao. These are all top beauties. Therefore, when he encountered beautiful women in the world of cultivation, he only wanted to live and didn't have much of that desire. It was precisely this composure that saved him. At that time, a fellow Taoist who had known him for a few days had made a relationship with a very beautiful female cultivator, which made everyone envious. Everyone says that kid got incredibly lucky, but less than a month later, That fellow Taoist was gone, supposedly because the woman had drained his life essence. His skin dried out, and then his whole body rotted into a pool of foul-smelling blood. Now, when Ye Fang recalls his experiences in the cultivation world, he still feels a lingering fear. Therefore, his advice was to prioritize stability and cultivate diligently. Old Yi, were you really with Chen Xiaoyao last night? Luan finally snapped out of his meditation. He opened his eyes and asked impatiently. The others also perked up their ears. Seeing this, Ye Fang knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he simply said, "She was in danger yesterday, and then I saved her." Hero saves the damsel in distress. Luan immediately conjured up a series of images in his mind. Ye Fang smiled and shook his head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "I'll repay your life with my body." Luan chuckled. Seeing the ambiguous looks from everyone, Ye Fang neither denied it nor wanted to dwell on the issue, so he changed the subject. "When will that teacher surnamed Chu arrive?" "It should be soon." Luan had barely finished speaking when the classroom door was opened. Teacher Chu, dressed in a Taoist robe, walked in as always. His gaze swept across the classroom, finally landing on Ye Fang. His expression was calm. "Everyone's here. Come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the classroom. Everyone immediately stood up and filed out. Following Teacher Chu through the teaching building, we arrived at a newly built stadium. Because it was newly built, the roof hasn't even been installed yet. What you need to do today is to cultivate, keep cultivating. In the future, there will be a heavy rain that lasts for 7 days, or even more than 7 days. What you need to do is seize that opportunity. After Chu Lingling finished speaking, she sat on the futon, crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. "Teacher, what does this mean? Are we supposed to stand in the rain for 7 days? Someone couldn't help but ask. Chu Lingling didn't open her eyes, only saying, "That's an opportunity. The more you accumulate now, the more the feedback will exceed your expectations." The crowd looked at each other, half believing and half doubting. Ye Fang had a guess in his mind. The revival of spiritual energy in this world must have started with this heavy rain. That rain was probably similar to a spiritual infusion. The location of this stadium is also excellent. Ye Fang scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that the spiritual energy here was the most abundant. Before the heavy rain, this temporary stadium was where they would be staying for the next few days. Chu Lingling also set aside some time to explain some of the things the students didn't understand. Ye Fang didn't pay much attention to this, and he began to explore the crack in his little world again. Because of his exchange with Chen Xiaoyao last night, Ye Fang discovered that the crack seemed to have expanded several times over. This was an unexpected surprise for Ye Fang. I wonder what good stuff they might get out of it. Given the current state of the world, he desperately needed magical artifacts or similar items for self-defense. One thunder-suppressing sword and one divine sense black sword were not enough. Ye Fang's mind sank into the crack again, and he felt a familiar aura rushing towards him. He perked up and quickly grabbed it with his hand. Suddenly, a glass bead the size of a palm appeared in Ye Fang's hand. Inside the bead, there seemed to be a blood-red mist rolling around and lightning flickering faintly, making it look extremely mysterious. When Ye Fang saw the bead, his jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock, and his joy was almost beyond words. The excitement was like winning a multi-billion-dollar lottery. After the initial surprise, Ye Fang quickly put the bead into his storage ring. Then, he used his divine sense to scan his surroundings to make sure no one was paying attention to him before he felt relieved. Ye Fang knew that this bead was too important and that no one else should know about it. He was so excited that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sound was particularly noticeable in the quiet stadium. Everyone immediately turned their attention to it. Even Chu Lingling looked over, her brows furrowed. Could this be a case of qi deviation? If Ye Fang were to suffer a qi deviation, that would be a real problem. "Old Yi, what are you laughing at?" Luan asked. Ye Fang tried to suppress his laughter, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. I thought of something happy, ha, ha. Luan listened to Ye Fang's laughter, but his expression became complicated. Recently, Old Yi had always been one to keep his emotions hidden, so it was rare for him to show his emotions so openly. Especially that smile, it was genuine happiness. What happy thing did you think of? I'm going to be a dad, huh? Ye Fang couldn't help but laugh again after saying that. Lu and everyone. Chu Lingling. Old Yi, are you showing off? Luan asked, his lips twitching. Everyone in our school knows you're going to be a father. Is it interesting to talk about this? Ye Fang shook his head, No, I'm just simply happy. By the way, you guys continue your cultivation. I'm going back to my dorm to calm down. Huh. Without waiting for Chu Lingling's agreement, Ye Fang lightly touched the ground with his toes and darted out of the stadium like a dragonfly skimming the water. Everyone, is this a normal human reaction? Luan was also speechless, muttering to himself. Although Chu Lingling frowned, she didn't say anything more and continued to cultivate with her eyes closed. Ye Fang returned to his dormitory, immediately closed the door, opened his storage ring, stared at the palm-sized bead, and could no longer hide his smile, his joy evident on his face. The Thunder Mist Pearl, a treasure of the mysterious heaven, is the most powerful magic weapon in the cultivation world. These magical artifacts, born from the beginning of chaos, are the embodiment of the power of laws. At the same time, this Thunder Mist Pearl is also Ye Fang's natal magic weapon, deeply bound to him, and his greatest reliance through 2 lifetimes. Without this pearl, Ye Fang would have died more than 1,000 times over. Each release instantly unleashes a vast expanse of lightning mist, trapping all cultivators within it. The lightning attack followed, and one's divine sense would be isolated within 3 feet in the fog, and the fog could not be dispersed. After experiencing the bizarre world, Ye Fang's Thunder Mist Pearl was strengthened once again, and even the mist was highly poisonous, capable of corroding a cultivator's magical artifacts and physical body, making it extremely powerful. I can't believe we're meeting again so soon, old buddy. With you around, I can sleep much more soundly. The sense of security that comes with the Thunder Mist Pearl is practically nuclear level.